Good morning. Plan for next month? Not on paper, but I think there's a couple of games coming out next month. There's Dragon's Dogma at the very least, I think. But there were like 3 other games. So it's quite busy. I just don't remember the names. I play Ovarion? Oh, no, Avorion. I've never heard of it. Thank you, 0550 over the 19. I was thinking of maybe replaying for Dragon's Dogma 1, just to prepare for Dragon's Dogma 2. Because I don't remember what that game was like besides climbing on monster cock and legs and then chopping it. And also, I never finished the DLC in that game. Because it was super high level and I walked in and was like, oh, anal sex. Feels good, man. Yeah. Should be fun to go for it. It's a pretty old game, yeah. And it's got that Dark Souls 1 graphics. Apparently, I unmodded Communist Wizard by accident yesterday. I'm not even sure how. Apparently, I timed him out. I think I was waking up my PC with a mouse click, and that click happened exactly to be a timeout on his fucking name. Because I didn't even see it. He got fucking... It's like struck by a lightning bolt, honestly. Unlucky. Game! No.
The Wheel of Fortune as well as the Sun. Okay. I'm seeing you trying something new, and I also see a lot of good luck, a lot of warmth here, a lot of good energy. There's a lot of red and yellow. I'm also hearing the word slacks. What?
How you doing, man? I'm sorry about yesterday.
My name is Poon. I'm from Thailand.
So how is it meeting Slacks in real life?
I mean, you could see his energy in the streams, but in real life, his energy is like way higher than you would expect it.
Ladies and gentlemen, man, please introduce the winner! K-Pop, come on out, come down!
It's been a blast. It's like one of the best weekends so far. I get to meet like everyone. I get to meet Slacks. I get to meet some of the talents. I get to be in one of the best tournaments I have been to. So yeah, it's a blast. If you
Stockholm
have an opportunity
syndrome.
to apply to one, just go for it. I mean, one day it could be you, like in my position, and it's gonna be like really great. Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity. I mean, like,
I've met Slacks before.
This weekend, and
He's a very cool guy.
I've made it without like his sponsor and stuff. And yeah, if you have stuff from overseas you need to carry on and need to get delivered, just get it from here.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet,
I'm not playing
and
CS
United
too.
States Air Force.
I don't play much CS at all. I have like 80 hours in CS in
Good morning.
was it like 14
and
years of owning the game or
welcome to
something? It's like
DreamLeague
nothing.
Season 22. Keeping my voice a little down at the moment because I know that there's a lot of
Slacks is
people
not the
that might
same
have
as
had a very
in
short
as
night
off
because if you
camera.
stayed up watching all of
Slacks is a really chill guy when
yeah, sleep
he's
was
not, you know, putting
really
up
the
his
cards
act.
for you. But we're very happy
And he's
to have you
well
back
spoken,
here for some fresh
which is not something you'd expect from his, you know, his whole act, his whole routine.
2 days of this group stage going, so there's still a lot.
He's pretty
possible.
thoughtful and well spoken.
Not for everybody anymore, unfortunately, but we'll talk more about that in a second. Let's start our day.
I don't know his education or work life. Punga was lying? No. I mean, he's talking about his camera act, you know? Like, Slacks is a fucking, like, mad scientist type of guy on the camera. Thank you to be playing with it. 38. I have a basement? I have no idea, dude. Thank you, thank you for the 12.
It was a very long day yesterday, and OJ, because you made a valiant effort to try and watch the games.
Oh yeah, you saw that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like getting ready to go to bed. It was like 50 minutes into OG versus Aurora, game 2. I was like, I'll just catch
finish
the end of
watching
it,
this.
then I'll go to bed. I just kept messaging in the WhatsApp group like, please tell me Aurora won. I want to sleep. 95 minutes later, I hadn't showered yet. The stench, Suns fan.
I can imagine.
It was insurmountable.
I saw you late that night, and you still.
He skims on it out on YouTube now.
He did.
You tried rubbing it off with all your might, and there was still.
You came
some
out of
remaining.
your room?
He did. We went for it. Went for a nice lovely
Always
walk.
some insult from Shiver to start the day. Usually it's about this jacket
I
that
like
I'm wearing.
the jacket. Now
Oh,
it
now
looks
you
like
like
the
it.
look.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna ride around on his motorcycle, but we just went for a walk instead.
Too cold for that.
Sorry, Shannon, how you doing? Why were what were you doing?
I wake up early every day, dude.
Well, I need to get some exercise, you know?
I think I've been wake up
Sit
at
in the
8 or
hotel
9,
for so
for like
long.
around
I'm
8
a
or
good
9 for the
influence
last
on
like week or so.
When I was in Phoenix for our Kickstarter, relicarena.com, we went to the gym.
Subtle.
I'm not doing it for 7 hard mode. No, I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Deputy
3 or 4
0
days a week.
1 NT. Thank you for the 20 feet.
Together.
And he's very strong, actually.
Yeah, but you told me about his abs.
Are they gonna
He's-
call me
he's quite-
today?
he's quite
Oh
impressive.
no, dude. Are you
guys
kidding
tell?
me? I have stage
See that?
fright
That's all
and I'm shy.
You gonna zoom
Why'd they call me?
You gonna zoom in on that?
That's all muscle right there.
Sint, how are you doing this morning?
Worse than before.
But isn't it lovely to be a guest on the DreamLeague show?
It's great.
Yeah.
I love Shannon's antics. He's a very happy person always. Very optimistic, positive guy.
I didn't watch the match yesterday. But it's absurd because I finished streaming at like 6 p.m. or something, or 7 p.m.
Yeah, very,
And there was
very
one
nice
series
to
left and I
have
skipped
guests
it.
on the DreamLeague
And then
show. And we like to
I
sometimes
checked Dota ESL
guests
at like
on the
midnight
DreamLeague
and it was
show,
still
and I
going
believe
on.
We have a guest.
Like, what the
this
fuck?
morning, and joining us as well. It is none other than Rhea. Hey, Rhea, how you doing?
Oh my god, hello? Is this working?
It is.
Gang, what up? I missed you all.
How you doing? What's up with you nowadays? Haven't seen you forever.
I'm anime now. I mean, wait, hold on. I can,
Sounds really familiar.
Yeah, I don't know why. I'm holding this really nice sheep stick. Do you like it?
Oh, wow. That's
It's not meant to mean anything at all.
Yeah,
That's just total
looking
coincidence.
at that.
Hold on, I can be Jenkins.
Oh, hey, what the hell, man? What the hell?
Very cool.
Turn into a rat.
I didn't prepare the rat, despite your wishes. And
We talked about this.
No.
I told you I couldn't do the
Turn into
rat.
a rat.
Why? This is way better. But actually, maybe with.
That doesn't even look like
That's
me.
Leviathan
Oh,
Jenkins
you're right.
there.
I can make it. Hold on, I can fix this.
Fix it.
Oh, wow.
Alright.
That is
Gosh,
more
Jenkins.
accurate. I love it.
That is actually closer.
That was very close to how he looked yesterday
That is
after the
actually
game.
Yeah.
Very, very
Purple
true.
lipstick, that's great.
But which games have you
Rabbit.
been playing lately, Rhea?
anything but Dota. Holy shit! I got my my battle report. It was like, you played 5 games in the last 3 months. How nice was that? I was like, that was very nice. Thank you. I play like Hades. I've been playing. That's pretty much it.
Must
Just
be good for
Hades.
your
Like
mental
Baldur's
health
Gate.
then.
Yo, my mental health is through the roof.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm dabbling in anime, so I have depression now, but like, you know, it's fine.
Typical. What's the best game other than Hades you've played in the last 6 months?
It's Baldur's Gate. It's literally, you know, because I'm so lonely, right? So I've been romancing fictional characters in Baldur's Gate for like, I spent 3 months on that one. You know, they call it fiction because they actually accepted my advances. So it's been good.
Oh.
Did you finally realize Astarion is massively overrated?
Yeah, I'm in Thara now.
Oh, nice. Okay, she actually changed. That's good.
Yeah. My big drow, I'm not allowed to go further.
Have you tried ChatGPT?
What for?
Just like in general.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Wow.
That's really cool.
What's the lore
Wait,
of
what?
Rhea?
Let me see the thing.
What's the lore?
I can't tell you the lore yet because I'm currently writing a comic for it.
Oh,
And
okay. I thought it was gonna be
all
too
will
graphic.
fun.
Okay, that's good.
No, what do you mean? And my lore is I have a castle. I'm an empress. I have a castle, and I have haunt, and I have lily pad. Look at this.
Oh, that's cute.
It is cute.
Yeah, you know how nice it is when like your fan base is all Dota fans, but they're like all really stupid at the same time, and they come in and they say, "Wow, I love Hoodwink," and I'm like, "Does this really look like Hoodwink to
Yes,
you?"
it does actually.
No, it doesn't.
A little bit like Baby Hoodwink.
No.
Yeah, you seem to be
It's
really
water.
obsessed with Hoodwink.
So where does the rabbit fit into the lore?
Die. Look, I can even hug her. Where's the thing? Okay. All right, here.
Aww.
Aww.
Yeah.
Can you rip off its
by the
head
way,
as well?
Good boy.
I made this before Hoodwink came out, just for the record. Okay.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
classic Valve.
some copyright
steal
battle
another
there,
character.
potentially.
You're gonna
So,
get our stream in trouble by doing that.
No, you know, I had a hat. I had a really cool hat. I'm not gonna. I can't get it out. But they ESL banned me from wearing it.
Very good. I do have a question, Rhea, for your friend Sheep, and I wonder if we are gonna see your friend Sheep in Birmingham potentially. There's not a lot of Dota lands out there, and
yeah,
would imagine one in their own country.
Of course, yeah. Like as soon as it got announced, I just bought a hotel and snapped up tickets. You know how it be.
Quite excessive
Can't
to
wait.
buy a whole hotel when an event gets
I bought-
announced. That's crazy.
It's a really good one.
I mean,
Rhea must be doing really well.
Yeah, I'm making no money. Someone please help.
No, but we'll see Sheep in Birmingham then.
Yes, I'm going as a fan. Like obviously ESL like got on their knees and they begged me like, please, like we miss you, come back, save Dota. Like the world isn't the same since you retired to go into anime streaming. But I said no. The crowd needs me. You know, we gotta be chugging beer. We gotta be chanting in the crowd. We gotta be doing literally anything but working. Can't wait.
Should be a good time. And in the meantime, where can people find Rhea?
Oh man. I don't like shilling myself.
I
Oh,
asked you to
God.
shill yourself.
All right, any social / long live Rhea. You're not kicking me out, yeah, are you?
Yeah, I'm kicking you out.
Wait, no.
Wait, do you have a Facebook?
That's a good point.
You said any social.
Any social that's not Facebook, but I'll make a Facebook soon.
What about Threads?
TikTok?
I think I have a TikTok. I don't know about Threads. Don't they automatically make a Threads when you have an Instagram?
No.
I don't know. I don't
You
know.
have to
they
click one
don't,
button
no.
and then you have it.
Yeah, you have to
Okay.
click the right button for it.
Okay, not on Threads or Facebook. Yeah.
No, but Rhea, we do have to move on because, you know, I know how happy you are not working, but we are working and we gotta continue doing so.
No, this has been so nice. I love you guys. I miss you so much.
We miss you too. I hope
you
you have
soon.
have a good day and we'll see you soon.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And because the reason we want to move on is because there was a patch overnight, and we got to check that out because there's a bit of update. We have some help, by the way, for checking out what has changed since, because we got Brian over in the technical corner, but this time he's not gonna be technical because you're gonna show us what's new, what's up.
So you guys are with me on this one. Shannon said he wanted to rate the new Dota Plus sets.
Oh wait, they're Dota Plus sets. All right, move on.
No, I want to see them.
Move on.
First, the Dota Plus update had some sets, but there's also some cool new features. So we'll start with the sets, but then we'll go to the features right after. So
we'll go through them pretty fast.
We got a disruptor
How
one,
about
Shannon.
this? I have about 1 million shards. Okay, plenty. So it's a yes or no whether I'd use any shards on these.
Okay. No. Okay.
Nope.
What the fuck is this set? Oh my god, dude.
Look that Jenkins had yesterday.
It's emo
That's
Willow.
true.
Yeah.
Definite no.
I don't like that.
Next.
Okay.
Nope. Every other Spectre set looks like this.
Okay.
That's fair.
Same with CK.
Isn't it
Is
just
that the
normal
default
CK?
Set next.
Look at his eyes. Beady little evil eyes.
He does have kind of a.
I like the head.
The beard is cool.
That's not
Yeah,
bad.
the beard is very cool.
That was not bad.
Okay.
But no,
so
I
that
wouldn't-
one's
I
got
wouldn't
your
spend
approval,
shards.
Sunsfan?
No, I wouldn't buy shard. I wouldn't use my
Okay,
shards
what
for it.
about this one for Spirit?
Oh, he's pretty jacked. I don't play the hero though, so no.
What about like the stone? That doesn't sell you?
Oh, yeah, still no.
Okay. Oops. Didn't mean to click that. Next one.
Oh God, no. That's
What
really
the
low poly.
I like that. That's
Why
really
do you
ugly.
like it? That's nice.
It's like an Aquaman.
Okay. It is Aquaman. He's got the trident.
Yeah.
Next.
Okay.
That's literally the only thing he has in common with Aquaman.
I mean, Nick's sets are kind of hard to make.
Well, but yeah, true. But this is more like alien bug.
Yeah, it's okay. I wouldn't spend shards though.
Wait, what's going
I only
on?
have a
Wait, let's
million.
go. Can you go back to the Knicks?
The
What's
fuck?
going on with
What
the glowing
is
thing
that?
in
What
the
is
back?
that
It's
last
failing to
one?
load in. It looks like a chessboard.
What?
It's just
What are they even supposed to
It's got black
be?
squares.
the pink and black.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Is it?
That's part of the set.
But that's
Is
just
it
the way they did it.
Wait, is that actually? Because whenever there's like an error with stuff loading, sometimes it's the
black checker.
Oh,
yeah,
I see
black
what you're
and purple.
saying. Yeah,
Is
yeah,
this
yeah.
actually just?
No.
Is this what it's supposed to
The
look like, or
pink
is
and
it
black
bugged?
squares, or should
It's
they be?
pretty consistent throughout.
I think it looks good, actually.
Yeah, it
But
does
it's like
look
if it's
good.
the entire layer, then
No,
the layer
the
might.
checkerboard thing is it's that same color, but it's also black as the
okay.
squares. There's no black there.
Okay, so
Next.
we don't think that's an error.
What is this?
That's the courier, the very rare courier.
Fucking XTD rat with
Kinda
throw
cute, I
arms.
guess. But you'd never get
it's like it's a mole, and he's got. So the thing about moles is they can dig, right? They're very good with digging, and they have actually got the 5 digits. They replace his hands with drills. I feel very sad for him because how is he going to hold the toilet paper?
That is
Why are you
true,
looking at
actually.
me,
He's going to
Sheever?
need a bidet, I believe.
You get moles removed with local anesthesia.
So we do have a few more things to show that I would like to
Jenkins.
demonstrate from the update that's not cosmetic.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So they released a new feature called Dota Labs, which they said basically these are things.
Agnum Labyrinth?
No.
No, it is not Agnum's Labyrinth.
Close.
Sorry, they called it that just to tease us a little bit. But they're features in Dota that they wanted to experiment with to see if the users would like them. So we're basically their guinea pigs here at the Dota scene. So let's go ahead and check those out really quick. So I pulled up. I am in a private lobby right now, but there's a section called Labs, which makes sure if you want to assign a hockey, I couldn't do this right now because it's just too complicated, but if you ever have issues dooming or Laguna blading creeps, you can use these hockeys to make sure you don't do that. The one I'm hyped about is the overlay map, which will be showing in just a second. You can set a hockey to have your mini-map toggled on your entire screen. And then
Like an
there's
action
the
RPG
enable
game, no?
high visibility local hero health bar. So we're just going to quickly show the health bar. So if you go in, you see basically
I
that my
like that a
hero's
lot,
highlighted.
actually.
If
Yeah,
we
that's
remove it, just to kind of feel the difference there. Like, I
Yeah.
like it a lot. I think in a chaotic team fight, that will make a nice little difference there. And I don't think it's like too distracting
I
otherwise.
lose my hero all the time.
Yeah, Sheever,
So-
this will help your positioning tenfold. This
It's not
is an
gonna
easy
keep you
1,000
alive.
and,
Details.
yeah, and then, yep. So fun features coming out from the...
Wait, what about the mini map?
Minimap sounds nice, yeah.
well,
what do you put it on,
okay,
like tab or something? Like you hold tab just to check real quick?
Sorry.
Oh no, yeah, it's a fucking Diablo minimap.
So you don't have to look to the bottom left to see. You can toggle it on. You can kind of like BACSing in the meanwhile as
Question:
well.
Can you move the minimap?
No.
Like, can you put it like on the
They
left
should
or on
tune
the
it a
right?
bit though.
Rather than the center.
I think that map has too much useless shit.
So I don't
You know, like how in Diablo and
use
stuff,
this if you
and
stream.
PoE, it just shows like the
Why?
outlines,
You're
like
gonna
white
get-
outlines, and it just shows you what's important.
Hide the mini-map a little
Right
bit,
now it still has like
transparency.
colors and shit, like you don't need to see that, it's useless.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
With
get
a
a blocker
hotkey.
in the middle of the screen.
But I like it. I think there's potential.
That's
Excuse
right.
me, with your mini-map hotkey.
You're dying.
I am
Oh, you can
dying.
remove the detail. Oh, perfect.
Oh, wait, literally in the game. Oh, God.
We all are, Shiver.
He's got the screen on. We'll let Brian finish his Dota game as
Thank
we'll
you.
continue talking about other Dota games that happened today, because I said before that there might be a lot of people that missed the last game of the day yesterday. There was a very long series. It started exactly on time, and still, when I woke up this morning, I saw at 2 a.m. a message saying Uber coming in 4 minutes, and I'm like, how did that series last so long, from 9:30 to 2 a.m.? And we're gonna look at some highlights of the series that happened, because it probably was one of the best series that we've had so far, and it was.
Will I use the
entertainment
option?
all around.
Probably, but I
Also
don't play
keep an
much
eye
Dota
on
these
the
days.
cameras on,
Maybe when the
the
next
bottom
actual patch comes out with the new hero and stuff, I'll play, and then I'll
people
try
were
it out.
having a ton of fun. And, it
Right
showed
now, there's
that
way
game
too many
one
new
was
heroes coming
fairly
out.
Normal, apart from the
Heroes, I mean
fact,
games.
Syndrin, that it was Aurora that one.
Wow, okay, that's
I got dragons to fuck, man. No time for
What a
Dota.
shocker that the longest series of the tournament has Aurora in it. Nobody could have expected that. This
No
team
good.
loves playing nice and short games. But yeah,
They short win here, here.
yeah, they kind of had a short first game, which was uncharacteristic, and excuse me, against a team that in the second group stage has flat out just been playing better than them in OG. Aurora had a very good showing in the first one. This is not really indicative of the rest of the series, though, as we're going to get to in a moment. But yeah, 23 was just
It's clips of
absolutely
Sven
obliterating
flying out,
everyone
what the
with
fuck?
this, and it was kind of similar to what we've seen from a lot of Skitter from Falcons, just
Yeah.
that they're building a different lineup around it. But this one was the absolute marathon.
I like how the highlights started 50 minutes.
I don't know about the popularity of Dota in 2024.
This
How
one
would
is
I know?
hard to summarize. There's like 8 rapiers.
I told you, I
bunch of
don't
them
play
on the
that much
ground,
Dota. Like,
fires
I,
all over the place.
This
I
was-
show up
this
for a
was just
patch.
Herald match. Like, I've seen this a
that's a good
lot. in,
summary.
And
like,
then after I'm
2-hour
bored of the
games
patch, I play other
where
games until
I heard
next
Captain
patch.
Avery be like, well, why are they leaving rapiers on the ground? Listen, dude, when you're at 90 plus minutes into the game, rapiers don't mean shit, actually. Everybody has like 20,000 gold. The supports can buy rapiers if they want. It's more of like a slot issue than anything. I remember Ari had 3 rapiers, Aghanim Scepter,
I still like watching Dota though.
on Tiny. And he was just
Especially when the
two-shotting
meta
people in
slightly
fight.
shifts.
Like, the carries weren't even carries in this game. What was carrying was like the stuns, like the Kunkka Torrent Storm with the Bloodstone, and he had Refresher, and there's 6 boats coming out. Everybody's rum buffed for like 30 seconds straight. It was very confusing. I was really hoping Aurora would win this. I was very tired. Then OG went on to win the series. So there's so many teams that I don't even know if they feel like they've actually won the series that they've won. Like, there's been so many robberies in this tournament, which is kind of awesome.
It is definitely awesome. But this one, indeed, I mean, it goes to a game 3, as said. I did not watch it live. I was fast asleep. But what I did watch are clips, because this game had very many clippable moments, mostly due to reactions of the players, and in particular, mostly because Tomato, I mean, here is still minute 16, so he's still fairly poor, but later on, he gets a Revenant's Brooch.
I did miss
He
the
has
timeout comment
a
as
nice
wizard,
amount of
yeah.
damage. I believe
I
he
have no
has a
idea
rapier.
how. I think it was still
but
from
he 3 shots.
waking up my PC with a mouse click, and then
Yeah, it's,
my monitor was
it's
still
actually
dark,
not
I guess.
exactly new tech. It's something that
And a
we've
random
seen in
click
the
timed them
past,
out.
TAs buy against Terrorblade, for example, to overcome this matchup late game. It's been an item build that's been available for a while. It's just been buffed.
Yes,
so,
that one.
so it's more appealing to buy now. Yeah, so Weaver has the 25 talent for the triple Geminate, and 2 of them are crits, and they're all magic damage from the Revenant's Brooch, and it's very fine, and it will not be patched. I think it's going to stay this way for the next 3 years.
This is back to game 2, by the way.
This is back to game 2.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in case
This
you
is
were
back to game
confused.
three.
More important game.
All right, can we see game 1 again?
This is honestly not a good Terrorblade patch. I'm just calling it. Everybody going Revenant's Brooch. I don't think you can play TV, dude. This guy's just being
Tomato's
3-shot
awesome,
in every
man.
game.
I love that guy.
No.
They needed to buff it. Nobody was buying that item before.
No.
But now
Well,
it's just,
maybe-
it feels like it's just for divines.
But
It's
but
weird.
only for a super ultra late game. And to be honest, super ultra late game needs something to push teams over the edge.
That used to be Rapier.
Yeah,
That's
and
not
now it's
enough
Rapier
anymore.
plus Revenant's Brooch. And with that as well, with OG winning the series, we can take a look at the standings, because that actually makes Aurora be 0-5, which is guaranteed elimination.
F.
Which is painful. Of course, they're still having 2 series to play. Maybe we see sometimes from teams that they somehow play.
Thank you, Boomski, for the free. Flopbomb, thank you to 17. Error, thank you to 29. Savage Anti, thank you to 48. PGGG, thank you to 94. Mystic Wax, thank you to 28. Wasn't make it, thank you to 60.
Looking healthy at the middle of the pack, but the top of the middle of the pack. They're the only team with 3 wins so far, as we can see. So exciting stuff for also potential tiebreakers. I do realize that we do have a full day scheduled out for tiebreakers on Friday. And I do realize that might be a very long day as well, but we'll see how that goes.
didn't cheat another one-shotting a 6-slot TV.
The long days happening
It was.
right here,
Oh, maybe it wasn't a
right
clip
now.
just now.
We have 4 series
It was like 3 shot though. I don't think it was 1 shot.
And we have
It was a different
Shopify
clip.
versus Extreme. We have Gaming Gladiators versus OG. The top and the bottom are actually going head-to-head with Falcons and Aurora.
Oh shit, the first game's insane already.
So looking forward to our first series of the match. BetBoom
Oh
versus
yeah, I mean.
Oh, it's really
teams
just
played
one
each other a
attack?
decent
That's
amount at the
crazy.
last tournament as well, and they're always. And I think BetBoom came out on top. Should probably done some research beforehand, but you know.
Oh, it was that one with the Germinate attack.
Looked better.
Yeah.
But yeah, BetBoom's been playing really well. Spirit a bit shaky at times, but it feels like they play up to their competition. So I think this is going to be a 3-game series, and it's going to be pretty hype. Second series, nothing to play for Aurora.
Well, if you're saying that the first one goes to 3 games, you know, we need a short series after that to make the schedule.
We're gonna have content to do after that series.
Well, depending on how long the first one lasts.
It is Spirit. Spirit games can always go for really long. I feel like Spirit is like the one team that I will never count out against any level of opponent. Like they will always drag a game out. And also, a lot of their games, the ones that they have lost, have been very close. Like Team Spirit is never really the type of team to like get stomped in a series.
No.
Or in a game. Usually not in a game. But like the games are always competitive. Like I know players consider this like one of the most annoying teams to play against. They never give up, ever.
I think you're maybe underselling the Aurora Falcons series a little bit, because we've seen this in many tournaments that sometimes when a team is mathematically out, you know, you can play more loose. The stress, like obviously you're disappointed, right? But it's really team dependent how well you play when you're out of the tournament. Some teams actually start playing really well because like all the pressure is off. You know, you can play some of the stuff that you enjoy, try some new
And
strategies.
Falcons might be overconfident, potentially.
We'll have to
I'm
wait
not
and
saying
see,
they'll
guys.
win. I'm just saying it's not necessarily going to be an
That is-
absolute beatdown.
True, but that is the second series of the day. We're going to focus on the first one. We're going to send you off to cast it, and we are going to prepare for BetBoom and Team Spirit.
I think Puck still needs to be buffed, yeah. I think Puck needs a rework in early game and a nerf in late game.
Do some research, but you know he didn't because Brian does the research. What did you
Puck
find,
is in a
Brian?
really stupid spot right now.
Oh, that's my job. Yep. So I was nerding out a little bit about the carry matchups for this series, because I feel like the meta's been constantly shifting, where the offlaners are, instead of like going Vlads and other items for the early sustain, they're going Yules. So I was seeing like heroes like Slark, Troll, that get kited. We're not seeing them as much anymore, and these teams are deciding to prioritize the illusion heroes. So it was originally Naga, but that hero started losing to heroes like Leshrak, and it's also bad against the Yules because the Naga has the net and the Orchid. And so what's recently happened with both of these teams is that they started prioritizing Morphling a lot higher. Both of them are 2-1 in the second group stage with Morphling, but they also started prioritizing Terrorblade over Naga, and then as a response to Terrorblade, they've both picked Phantom Lancer, because he's considered a hard counter to TB. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a kind of a round robin, rock, paper, scissors of the carry hero pool going into this series. And I think it's going to play a huge role in these drafts because both these teams are very active, very high tempo teams. And the carry is going to be the one that kind of seals the deal. But I think that matchup's going to be really important in this one.
All right, looking forward to it. Also, welcome to the table, Effie.
Hello.
Good morning to you. And I know that we often look at the offlaners when we talk. I know you look at the carries.
I
You're
look
a
at the
core
carries.
player, but we look a lot at the offlaners.
Puck against Tiny is
before
fine.
you give your thoughts on the offlaner on the side of
You got
BetBoom
body in that
Yarrow,
mask issue.
Let's first hear from Yarrow real quick.
I think we're happy to be second place, but we need to win our last matches. We have a great team, I guess, and we also have good vibe in team. Our team could play much better. We're always improving, and I guess it's fine. Right now I'm not feeling like I'm the new one guy. I have a good connect with all of our players, and we're talking about Dota a lot, so I think all good. We're improving by our coach, and then we're watching a lot of replays by ourselves, and also 2 by 2. That's the point.
This is already stupidly awkward for OG. The vision.
Tomato, he's getting initiated on his BZM, trying to save him a bit. Lemiro continuing to go with that trample, and the BKB as the black hole comes in onto 2 with the Minds of Save doing so much work. Ari is dead, Whisper is next. Only 2 members of OG remain.
I think playing against Team Spirit is interesting. I knew that guys in real life, so I like to play against them. We will see it, I guess, during this DreamLeague who's better. I just want to say support BetBoom and try to get better.
Yeah, I hear it from Hero. He's looking forward to this matchup. It's always a little bit of an extra pressure on it, or feeling to it anyway, when you are more familiar with the players you're up against.
I think NFP for the 86.
Yeah, I feel like the cool thing about the EEU region is all of the competitive teams are actually really good friends with each other. They talk a lot outside of their pubs and outside of their competitive matches. I know that they're like very active on their Telegram groups and whatnot, and they just talk about Dota and they share things between each other. It's not that they withhold any information, and you often see that dynamic come into play when these teams are pitted against each other. And for Miro, I don't know, I feel like he's been playing so well. I want to talk about the surprise Beastmaster pick that BetBoom did yesterday.
Yeah.
They had this last pick Beastmaster in a meta where he feels very untouched. And it really was a stark reminder of how important it is to have an offlaner with a big hero pool. Because there are going to be situations where a last pick offlane presents itself that could be a summons hero or even a carry type hero. And you need an offlaner like Miro, who has basically so much master tier heroes, to be able to pull that off. And it's just nice to see the benefits that BetBoom got from switching offlaners, because initially it was hard to see what the ups would be. It felt like they were losing a very mechanically skilled player in Pure, but it seems like they're more than happy now with Miro.
Yeah, they seem very, very confident and comfortable. I mean, they're second in the group.
I have no interest in Pacific Drive, no.
Falcons, but then again, who didn't? I know Team Spirit, they did already face Falcons as well. They also dropped 0-2 to Falcons. And we're going to focus our attention on them right now, as they will be playing up against BetBoom, which, by the way, they have done a lot, obviously, in 2024 and 2023. And Jenkins, you want to make an educated guess on the record so far?
On the win rate between these two teams?
Yeah, and at games in the series. Because they face each other in group stages a lot as well.
50-50?
Co-op game of Jump King? Nah, I'm good,
if
man.
You combine
game's all yours,
this
dudes.
year and everything last year in terms of games is 9-9. And they did not...
It's exactly 50-50.
It's exactly 50. They did not face at
Good
TI,
guess.
by the way. These teams evaded each other. So that's going to be something to look out for, because this will be a tiebreaker. And when focusing on Team Spirit, we want to talk about Mira here. Jenkins, as a position 4, I feel like he has a lot of impact to try and break that tie.
Yeah, I mean, he's, I feel, depending on the patch, depending on the broadcast, I feel like Mira is either underrated. Well, he's usually underrated. Like, he's, because, you know, he's out here playing, like, the Grimstrokes and the Lions of the world, where he's kind of like a +1. He's not really the super flashy guy. He's not playing as, like, Dark Willows or anything like that on this patch. But, you know, he's always there in every fight. He always does his job. They always win lane. You know, everybody talks about Collapse. Collapse this, Collapse that. He's the best Mars in the world.
Yep.
There's no offlaner without a good support. He always leaves the lane at the right time. He always gives Collapse a free lane. Shout out to all the supports out there, Sheever.
Yeah, shout out to all the supports.
Yeah, it feels like for Team Spirit, the unsung heroes of that team are the supports, because Miposhka and Mira are the rocks of this team. You talk about the incredibly flashy players that you have in Yatoro and in Collapse, but they're not the only part of the equation. They're half of the equation that leads to their safe lane and their offlane being so dominant. And that's just the life of a support, you know? You kind of live in the shadows, but if it weren't for their consistency and their stability, Team Spirit wouldn't be the team that they are.
Very true. We are in the draft, as you can see here, for game 1 of the best of 3. We got BetBoom on the Radiant side, Spirit, Dire. And the bands
I like the first band, Magnus.
I don't think many people are surprised by the bands coming out so far, Brian.
Jin! Oh my god, he's there!
Enigma's the only, like, slightly surprising one.
Bit of an enigma there.
If it's not BetBoom, but Toronto Tokyo plays this hero so well. We saw the highlights that game. I got PTSD just from watching the highlights of the game. I wasn't in the game, of course. The black holes that guy can hit with virtually 0 items, very impressive. Then Mira also is an incredible enigma. Not that he's really been playing it in this tournament.
I think he's played it at least once this tournament, and the annoying thing about having this Enigma be given to BetBoom is that it also just opens up for Enigma plus Tiny, and you don't know what flexes or where those heroes are going.
Yeah.
But when you pick those heroes together in unison, it makes for a
I'm not playing God of War DLC next now.
You actually don't know what you're
It's gonna be watching Dota for a while.
So top lane will be won for BetBoom.
For some reason.
I believe Centaur's win rate
still
in
don't
lane
understand.
is like 98% or something.
Like Bracer secretly got buffed or something like that. I don't know.
That hero doesn't even buy a Bracer. I feel like we asked
Thank you,
Vlad
Ultim, for the
yesterday
50
what he
months.
thought about like why Centaur wins every single lane, and he just said high sustained broken nukes. That was basically all he said. So I feel like every player, every situation, different skill builds, they've just been winning lane with Centaur. And even though his win rate is 20 and 25, like it's not a stellar by any stretch.
His lane win rate is 25 and 0.
So I mean, the Sven, I actually wanted to comment. I had neither of these two teams. They'd only picked Sven one time each, so I thought like we wouldn't really see Sven this series, which I think is even more interesting. That's coming out first for Team Spirit. They've only played it once, and it was a loss.
I feel like after all of the other Sven games that are happening, though, like
I'm grab a stack.
Like, Sven is busted, dude.
Yeah, I also think he is one of the only carries in Dota right now that wins lane against Centaur. And by win, I don't mean Centaur gets crushed and has no game. This hero will always have a game. But every time I see a Sven versus Centaur in this DreamLeague, Sven comes out of the lane with more net worth than the Centaur, which has really felt like a tall order. So probably Spirit have been paying attention to that as well. Aurora show it to us, Shopify show it to us, Falcon show it to us. Their Sven is always coming out of their lane with more net worth.
It's also a Dire Sven, so they've got the Mighty Minds buff. It sounds like a meme, but
it's actually really important.
Genuinely, like him being able to, you know, dip into the jungle,
like level 5,
and then heal by farming like a stacked small camp or a stacked medium camp or both.
Well, the small camp's not within the Mighty Minds, Jenkins.
Oh yes, of course, of course.
This is important.
Yeah.
The Mighty Minds start where the river starts.
Yes.
Right, very important.
I will say this is the next ban for Team Spirit, because picking up a core that early means, and as a second pick, means you only have one ban to protect the Sven.
There it is, Storm Spirit. I actually think that has nothing to do with Sven. They're just 3-0 in Group Stage 2 on the side of BetBoom with GPK, or sorry, 4-0 with Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about Sven Cheever. Just like Centaur, you think, wow, this hero is very counterable, huh? But Aghanim Scepter makes it so that this hero, who is always countered by getting kited, no longer gets countered by that.
Superman has no kryptonite.
Superman has no kryptonite.
That is not what they say.
Yeah.
So does that mean that, like, because why would not other teams first pick Sven then? Or is it just because
they don't realize Batman has no Joker in this scenario, Shiver? It's all about the kiting. Also, BKB being buffed, I feel like really helps Sven. I don't know if it was Brian who said it, but going from 50 to 60% magic resist is a 20% buff, not a 10% buff.
Yeah, because you're taking 40 damage instead of 50.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a hypothetical nuke. Yeah.
I think that more teams might actually start picking Sven in response to Centaur Sheaves. It mostly feels like as the tournament progresses, because even us who get to watch every game with the full picture, we've been seeing Centaur winning lanes he shouldn't be winning. And I think other teams are just going to throw in the towel at some point and be like, what hero do we pick here that actually comes out at an advantage? And I feel like yesterday should have been enough evidence that Sven he is the best hero that you can choose here. And I think you could have made a case for Lifestealer, because he eats through a lot of the popular meta heroes this patch, but even Lifestealer has looked underwhelming in games that he should.
Yeah,
on
Yatoro
paper,
especially. I don't think he wants to play Lifestealer into Centaur again after the last shellacking that he
Yeah,
got.
he didn't level Rage in that one. That was weird. But it's fine. He's got Sven. I think the thing about Sven also is he matches the tempo of Centaur pretty well. He's like one of the carries, kind of like Alchemist, that hits those 2 or 3 item timings before 20 minutes and then participates in the game. And that's the part about Centaur that I think not only do you want to trade farm with him, but he's going to get Blink around 15 minutes, and then the enemy's going to bring the fight to you because they've got a Centaur, and he can make his team hasted. So having a carrier that can TP to those fights and respond is really important. And a lot of mobility, a lot of low cooldown coming out from Team Spirit, a lot of damage. That's what I see with this lineup, and a lot of single target disable. So does that, like, you see single target disable, but then you've also got like Lion Sven against Illusion Heroes. So what type of carry deals well with this? Something like Medusa, maybe?
Mirana pick.
To Lion. That's a rough one.
I mean, like, what carry feels good into Lion? To be honest.
I'm not playing Epic 7, dudes. I know what game that is. Fucking shitty ass gacha game.
BetBoom.
It's so bad.
I think the Lion's also preemptive, like, good against Puck.
Not
a lot of teams are
TB.
picking Puck.
I would not TB here. Meepo into Sven. No. We've seen the Luna trying to...
Not into Sven.
Yeah, well, trying to play the... You know, the pacing game.
Honestly, Bloodseeker.
You think Bloodseeker into the Stormhammer Aghanim Scepter?
How about
Okay,
his
Void.
faces, Void?
Honestly, forgot about this hero. Crazy good win-loss, apparently.
I like Apex, yeah. But I played the shit out of it, so I don't really play it more.
Hero that matches that potential flex that they'll do on the Prime. We don't know if Prime
I'm bored of it.
or offlane yet, but Void
I've never heard of
Forever's
Forever's, guys.
Has always been picked against Primal because he just time walks out
Yeah.
whenever Primal starts trampling.
Yep.
Also, he is going to be the hero that locks down the Sven in the late game, because if you don't really have a BKB piercing disable, Sven will just go completely shred your supports. Like, your supports and Mirana and Techies are going to die to that cleave if there's no one to control him. So the pick makes a lot of sense. I just feel like every time a Void plays versus Sven, the team with the Sven just out-tempos the Void and just plays when his Chrono's on cooldown, and there's nothing the Void team can do.
Yeah, I think the Void worked well against Shopify when they had Sven, but that was because I think it was OG had the counter pick off lane against the Sven, so Sven's game was also slowed down, but everything you mentioned, like the Sven was purposely picked into Centaur. It should have the game that it wants. And yeah, Void just doesn't
Got a
accelerate
PC
nearly as
finally?
fast.
Oh, you haven't played
Concern
Elden Ring
on
yet,
the tempo
dudes?
side for
It's
BetBoom
time.
As what
It's
does,
time
like,
to suffer.
EPK with the 9th pick, right? He doesn't have the lane counter here. What does
Well,
he
I'm
do
not
to,
playing
like,
Epic
alleviate
7. It's a
this
piece
problem
of
with his
shit
heroes?
game.
Model would have been kind of cool.
Maybe
It's a predatory garbage game that relies on gacha.
It doesn't really solve the tempo problem, though. It gives you
No
late
one in their
game.
right mind would play that shit game.
It gets you all in on the chronospheres, I guess.
I mean, you Quaswex in the early game and you get a little bit of tempo.
I think the Invoker, while it sounds cool, because there's a lot of setup for this Invoker, like if they're doing hoof stops into arrows into Sunstrikes, there's a lot of potential kills on side lanes. But or even into the Techies blast off, that's a good setup for a Sunstrike. But he just feels too slow.
Holy shit, BetBoom draft is scary.
Yesterday, and while it did work out,
Strong lanes, strong late game.
and you just don't want to get out-tempoed by Sven and Batrider. These two heroes are just going to consistently run at you and take all of your objectives.
You can't Pango into the Primal.
I was about to say, I think you can, though. It's good
Why?
against everything else.
It is, but I feel like it's like the hardest counter.
I think it's, for me, I would just say Wind Ranger, because Wind Ranger would have a good lane versus Primal Beast, depending on the flex of where it goes. Even though Wind Ranger kind of sucks later on versus Primal, because she gets pulverized.
And versus Sven, because you get the
Dispel,
Dispel on the Wind Run.
Yeah, but regardless of her getting pulverized, she still has a really good laning stage against this hero.
I think this ban will tell us a lot from BetBoom. I think they might.
Yeah,
even
before a
go
gacha
for,
element? It does not. Yeah, before it's a one-time purchase.
been, like the staple mid. A lot of people are picking on 9 because it just kind of has.
Do you even know what you're talking about?
Taking Lightning Storm and Diabolic Edict and just guessing and then taking your tower. And
What's
like
gacha? Gacha is these piece of shit games where you buy like, that's like card packs basically, but instead of cards, it's fucking characters.
Something that we saw a lot yesterday.
So these guys are like buying these fucking card packs for hundreds and thousands of fucking dollars to improve their DPS by 1%.
Like a hero that's like on the,
So they just keep buying and buying and buying. It's absolute zero skill involved. It's complete dog shit.
It depends on who picks the Razor.
They do go Invoker.
There you go.
It's absolute void of skill.
That is a strong late game, and like I
The
mentioned
power
earlier,
is how
there's
much
a lot
money
of
you
setup for
spent.
Sunstrike.
That's how much DPS you will do.
Impact, so long as he's playing on Centaur's Blink Dagger.
Thank you, good over the 19.
About the early game tempo. That's
Do you know why Miran is a popular pick now? Because it is a leap year.
When you have so much setup on your team, you want to play on Exert.
Jesus Christ.
You're just gonna get run at by Team Spirit.
How's the Kunkka Invoker matchup these days?
Well, Kunkka's banned, but it is Kunkka favored generally. I think Void Spirit might be their option, like something like this.
Void Spirit is good.
Just they go Pango themselves. Okay, I like to some like get in their melee guy. I did want that, but I guess.
Damn, Laurel's happy about that one.
Are these tournament stats or team stats?
Tournament stats.
Okay. Okay, I think this Pango is good. It's gonna rotate much more.
This is such a tempo game for Spirit. If they don't win in 35 minutes, and the goal is even at that time, they fucking lost the game. It's not even close.
Heroes outside of Centaur who's untouchable, because that's how the hero is. They do need time to sit back and farm, and they do need to play on good initiations.
It's completely over.
To play on their cooldowns. So Team Spirit are going to hit this really nice window when Sven gets his BKB plus another item where they should be
Spirit's draft is not bad, I think. I think that draft has a lot of potential to snowball. They have strong lanes. That Void lane is going to suffer.
One of the best combinations in Dota.
And Pango, I find, is a better roamer than Invokers for a very long time.
Team Spirit have that like 1 overextension where like Void TPs in and punishes around like 12-15 minutes. I think that type of play is going to heavily dictate.
The last pick for Spirit, I think it was Pangolier.
They also haven't been playing like super clean throughout this entire
also
tournament.
Spirit a little bit, just because I feel like the Sven, like I agree with Effie that the Sven into Void, we have typically seen the Sven out tempos, and the Void just gets 2-shot at some point because he has less items. I do think this will be a Quaswex Invoker though, and I do think he'll be able to match the rotations of the Pango, but I still worry with this Void Sven matchup.
Seems a little bit 50-50. Both teams have got a good shot in taking this game. The question is which team's game plan will be more successful, and we're going to find out right now as we go via the PogChamp Pandas.
No games yet, no. This is the first game of the day. That's a bit earlier. Yeah, it started late too. This game was scheduled for 11.
Here at DreamLeague Season 22, SunsFan here with Cinderman. BetBoom versus Spirit. This is going to be a hype-ass best of 3.
Next game I'm gonna play is probably gonna be Dragon's Dogma 2. That's gonna be a game in between, I think. But I don't know what yet. I'll see. I want to play more Helldivers too.
Remains to be seen whether it will be a Quaswex or an Exort. I mean, it does look like a good Exort on paper because of all this setup. But
yep.
You never know.
Definitely part of the pick is the Chronosphere. Obviously, the Chronosphere Cataclysm combo, a classic. Should mention about this game, more or less, this is an elimination game for Spirit. So it's a tough opponent to go up against in an elimination game, but at the same time,
oh no, Poly plays. Oh no, there's no way Poly plays Helldivers. Oh no, dude, he's so friendly firing me.
Events have been between these two teams in the past, so.
I don't like card games that much. I watch some people play Balatro. It kind of look fun actually.
About the lineups, I think this is
not for me.
One of those games where BetBoom want to go super late, whereas Spirit, it's not like you're necessarily on a timer, but I think Sven plus Primal and Pango, like this Tricore, would like to probably try to finish the game around when Sven just has his biggest power spike.
Both this team is friendly. I guess at some point it doesn't get called friendly fire anymore.
One key part about this breakdown between the two teams, and that is Primal Beast, obviously. Dota 2's Dinosaur. What wiped out the Dinosaur, Shannon?
The tomato.
That is correct. Tomatoes. I'm very happy you actually got it right.
Wow, Holland without harassing both solo?
On the other side, who can drop tomatoes at will.
So I'm not an Invoker specialist, Cinderin. This is a Quaswex though. And I think the reason that Jenkins thought that was going to be the case is because the matchup against Pango. Pango, this is
Good call that to kill the range creep.
Quaswex.
Otherwise, that was double wave on the tower.
The Sunstrike's not going to be super powerful until much later in the game.
Now it's kind of stabilized again.
Kind of game where GPK could
oh, holy shit.
That is going to be
oh my god, that was enough?
Some casual right.
I thought it was like 5 HP left.
Classic Centaur Techies lane. Feels like this happens every time. Always overpower melee carrying lane.
And it's funny that we see a lot of these supports just end up playing kind of the same heroes every time because so many of these cores have to be banned. Obviously, stuff is going to get let through. There's a million heroes in the game now.
Yep.
Go ahead, Cinderella.
Yeah, I was going to say I think GPK can go for a hybrid invoker this game. The 4-4-4 build. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Like, get the early points in Quaswex so that you can offer the pace that your team needs. But at the same time, also start planning for later in the game so you do have those Exort points when you have the levels. Oh. And you can, yeah, nice.
You can barely see the arrow.
And you can get the Cataclysm going with Void when
and the auto attack is extremely distracting.
Realistically speaking, if Yatoro gets farmed,
what the fuck is that?
He's gonna die in Chrono if there is no Cataclysm. Like,
at first, I thought that was the arrow.
Damage if, let's say, Spirit have one.
All right, how about this?
You know.
Techie's Ags into Chrono. Huh?
Oh.
Huh? How fast does that go off?
I don't know, actually.
Because you have to...
Every time we see a pro player buy it, they barely use it.
Yeah. I don't know what the cast range is either. Like, is it on top of you, or is it actually a cast range to it?
This is one of those moments where I'm like...
I think
I'm proud to not know the answer because that means I don't play a lot of techies.
I think it's based off the flag, so you should be able to get, like, cast range and place the flag, right? And of course, if you put a Roshan's banner, it just looks
lane for Void.
Does nothing, as we've established.
I think the cast range is
hard
really
lane for
short,
Pango.
I think it's a very long
the
cast.
fuck?
Yeah, the cast.
I didn't know that lane was hard.
So, Hex.
Is Void? Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. Oh my god, what the fuck? They switched camera. Why he was getting fucked in the ass.
He will. Got you.
Well, early death for him.
I think he was maybe surprised that Mira skilled Hex there. Don't think he should be surprised though, given the laning circumstances. You know, you're playing against Primal Beast. This is the. I honestly think both carries are going to suffer badly. Like, these lane matchups are rough.
Yeah.
Oh, and should mention, by the way, this this series, or this game rather, has 2 of the highest win rate heroes in the tournament, which wasn't really talked about either. Primal Beast is 19-10, and Faceless Void is 13-5. So, very, very high win rate heroes. After this game, one of them will win, one of them will lose.
Unless the server crashes, unless cancel everything.
By some miracle, we get the first draw ever in Dota. You know, you definitely know the answer to this. What happens when both Ancients fall simultaneously?
One team wins.
Which
Toro.
one?
Actually, I don't know. I'm trying to. I remember this was a conversation that we've had a long time ago. I'm going to say Radiant.
I'm going to say I don't remember, but I think it's Radiant.
Wow, thanks for asking a question you don't know the answer to.
That's just funny to hear you're thinking about something for once. You actually took it seriously.
I did. I take everything seriously.
That is absolutely. That's as far from the truth as you can get, pretty much.
Okay. Thank you. Exposing me live.
You take nothing seriously, as a matter of fact.
That is incorrect.
Okay, what do you take seriously?
Cats.
Okay.
That's about it.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
As GPK in that mid lane, 30-8 versus the 20-5 for Laurel. So GPK off to quite a good start.
Yep.
So far it is just, I mean, if you're going to go hybrid like you were, which I've never seen, by the way, is Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to...
Can't call it simultaneously, one has to be first.
I mean, I've just never paid attention.
What if you have 2 heroes that are exactly the same, and use a bot to start the auto attack at the exact same time?
Going into Exort then, in that case. Like what level? Ish.
Would still one go off first?
Well, that would mathematically be level 9. Because then you're 4-4 in the other 2. And you don't skill your ults.
Okay. Good answer.
Yeah, stupid question. Just do the math.
I thought that your hybrid build was something more interesting than that.
Oh, so you
honestly.
start getting like 1 point in exort earlier?
Yeah,
again?
as Nightfall actually goes down, so 2 deaths already for the Void.
Dude, this bottom lane. I want to see the deaths.
The moment they look away from it, Nightfall dies. I think you should just keep looking bottom, highlighting that his health bar is empty. That is indeed why he died.
Carl.
0 health.
Cold snap. We'll be able to get the Arcane Rune. I mean, it has been 4 best of 3s.
One will go after the network package queue.
I'm not blaming him.
It's rough stuff. You are blaming.
You're
shaming.
Sure.
I have tried doing camera work for a tournament.
Yeah, you're terrible.
Thank you. That was not what I was getting
Rolling Thunder, as Miposhka is there with the Firefly as well, but gets off the Ghost Walk in time.
No fucking dust.
That catching every kill is stupidly hard, and these guys are doing a great job doing it consistently. We're warming up this morning, though.
That's right. The monster hasn't quite kicked in yet.
They're missing weird kills too. Like they're literally watching someone die, and then they go like, "Oh, let's watch something else now," you know?
But
Collapse again.
He can't lane. This lane is actually unplayable. So if you're playing Faceless Void against double stun plus Primal Beast, you need either a save or
Oh, nice flame break.
Clutch.
Go ahead, Cinder.
You need either a save or a stun. Like, you need some way of stopping Primal from walking all over your Faceless, and they don't have anyone. Mirana Arrow is not reliable, so genuinely every time Nightfall shows up to hit a creep, he's gonna die.
Attack for 114. Call still favorite 67.
This is actually a total disaster.
So what's the option? Because he's not exactly a great jungler at level 4. Like, this is a hero that needs the early farm just to be able to go AFK and farm.
I think the solution is GPK. I think you have to pull resources from another lane to bring this guy
Mirana's
into the
support
game.
has
If he
always
starts
been
jungling
shit.
now, this game
What are
is,
you talking about, my man? It literally won
he's gonna
TI.
get absolutely minimal income from this. He will
It's like
pull
one of the
wave
highest
to
win
try to
rates
get
and most
into
picked
tower, which
heroes.
is all fine and good, but he could die in the tower. Like, they kill him 100 to 0 in a stun. So this is not.
It's been very strong as support ever since they buffed that fucking Starfall so much. They buffed the mana cost and they buffed the damage and they buffed the range on the the second Starfall.
We'll take a nice swash. Once they get hoof stomp.
It's very good for support. It's not just strong for laning, dudes. Pollen support has been nerfed for a billion fucking times, and even now it's still strong, even for support, because they have as a fucking arrow.
Got the second cam on Nightfall.
The ulti is a free smoke almost, and the arrow is insane fucking stun. Like, it's crazy how much follow-up stun it is for any. Like, what hero does 5-second stun in the game?
But yeah, it was one of two things, right? Either you go and help him with the Invoker, or
Yeah, Core Miranda on the other hand.
Mira's level 6.
That one's fucking dead in the water.
He's level 6?
Can he just get
But
this
yeah,
kill
support
straight up?
Miranda is super strong.
Impale forces out the time walk. Goes a little early, I thought.
I actually think he could have.
Pollen ulti is good all game long, and it only gets better as the game progresses because item slots become more limited. Like when you play super late game and Mirana has fucking ulti out, none of the cores have dust or gem. What the fuck? And even supports, they can't join the fight as easy, so it's very hard to fight into it.
Mira's looking to kill Nightfall here.
Yeah.
He's waiting.
Wants
This
the
time he has a friend
collapse, and the impale it
Oh
does
my
hit
god, dude.
into the pulverize, and I'm sure the finger will eventually come. Death number 4 for the Void. Yikes.
We're gonna need some really good tomatoes this game, I think.
Yeah.
Some nice San Marzano.
Well, he can't make a tomato yet because he still doesn't have Exort.
Can you name one tomato breed?
Cherry.
Does that count?
I don't know.
I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
That's good enough.
Only reason I know that is because you made me eat one.
Oh. And you
As a
almost vomited.
That's correct.
You are the only person I have ever met in my life that despises tomatoes.
Well, raw tomatoes. There's a difference.
Yeah. Well.
GPK is going to be able to get the damage rune.
What do they taste like to you?
Death.
I have no idea how much that mount costs. I don't know anything about Dota item
Every
costs.
conversation with you is basically that.
That's fair.
Nightfall still.
And if only I could
same
eat
area.
conversations with myself, that would be wonderful. What a diet!
Yeah.
Level
Very
6
good
for the
nutrition.
Void.
GPK again. Gonna
Oh,
try
wow.
the same combo. Another great
it's gonna
flame
work.
break, but it matters not. Miposhka does fall. And Nightfall, this is the saddest sight for BetBoom fans that they've seen in quite some time.
I can actually give an an anecdote based on experience in this. I had a game as Faceless Void where I died multiple times in lane and went jungle.
Most polymer items are
It was
super ugly
awful.
anyway.
Yeah.
I think the Persona is like the best one.
I
It comes with
never
super
came
fat
back.
tits
I
too,
think it was by
which is
necessity.
rare in
Trust me,
Dota
I don't
sets.
ask for carry. But this hero is terrible at recovering. It takes forever. You have no farming ability.
Yeah.
And you like, what do you buy now? Do you rush Midas? Maelstrom? It looks like Maelstrom to try to find that farm, but Sven should be probably staying 50% ahead of Void on GPM right now, if not even more. Because as much as we're talking about Nightfall, it's not like Yatoro's being stopped at all. There's no trade-off.
Yeah.
Like, the Sven is just free farming. Sven has 112 CS. Void has 43. And this is only going to get worse because Sven is going to start being able to clear ancient stacks and whatnot.
Well, Nightfall, he wants to get a chrono off. Arrow is coming, is not gonna hit, and Collapse, well, he's still gonna be slowed down. The Spirit Vessel being shown by GPK. Blast off is there, and Collapse does take a tumble.
The whole village.
GPK is the one that gets credit for that.
Yeah, this was how
with
you're
that
going to
missed
open
arrow
up
that he
bottom
would
lane.
have a chance to get
Oh
away,
shit, this
but
gank is sick.
too much damage still.
It's so
A ton of
smooth.
resources being pulled, but this is how you kill in Void's lane. Like, that's how far ahead Collapse is, so you had to bring those numbers.
Yeah, Miero getting gone on now, but there's the Moonlight Shadow. Maposhka is level 6, has the dust. Stampede.
Oh my god, that's
gets
so close.
Out of range.
They're behind him though.
So will live, although Maposhka
They're attacking the lion.
as they are getting backstabbed right now. The Moonlight
Or the
Shadow
Sven.
is nice double impale from Mira. Stun comes out from Yatoro. Arrow not going to hit again, but they should have the damage.
Oi, he got him.
Great backstab from BetBoom.
And at the same time, also, you could argue quite the mistake from Spirit to stick around this long with as many heroes off the map as BetBoom have. Sure, they've killed in the bottom lane. They could just gate top and get this backstab, and Spirit were not really cognizant of the fact that BetBoom could be going for this, but honestly, that feels like an uncharacteristic blunder from Yatoro when you think about it in the big picture. Sven, in this game, your job is not to start diving and killing the Centaur with your bat. Just keep farming. Like, the game is going really well for you. This is a big slowdown.
And blast off. Sticky Bomb is there with a bunch of mines. Down goes Maposhka.
Easy kill.
As Nightfall makes his way over to the top lane. But Collapse and Mira.
That's not happening, is it?
Looks like they might
They're
wanna
defending this?
defend this tier 1 potentially.
Okay.
There's a defusal now for Laurel.
Oh wow, there they are. Hard commit.
But BetBoom looks like they're playing a little bit passive here. Might end up backing off. And with Yatoro showing up, they will do just that. So no opportunity here for
And he
Spirit,
fucks off
it
again.
seems. At least not yet. I don't know what that is.
It's a political message from Toronto Tokyo dropping the MAGA. I think it means something else.
Yeah, definitely.
It would be pretty random for him to just push top tower and just retreat, make America great again.
Oh God.
That's I wonder what that means in Russian.
I don't know.
I feel like if I look it up on Google Translate, it's not even going to be. It's probably slang, you know.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to help me much.
As Collapse has Veil of Discord right now, and I believe he's going for the BKB next. Meanwhile, Miero with the Veil of Discord.
It's Collapse's
Blink,
name.
so
Well, what did he say though?
Here. Echo Saber now online for you.
Why is he saying his name in all chat?
But the story again is Nightfall and his just horrific start. He is going Midas, so this is going to be a long one. If
He
they are
changed
to
the
come
Maelstrom
back.
over. Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly think this might just be
Where
better.
are you?
Like,
Oh,
at
I
this
see.
Point, recognizing that your impact is going to be a chrono and your teammates can do the damage in that chrono, and that's it. Then you're going to go back to farming. I don't think he's going to be involved in much. He needs to find a way back in this game, and it will be a long climb. But fortunately for him, these last couple of moves from BetBoom have been successful. So
When the items coming out,
had
man?
these
What is
moves
this?
failed and Spirit have found more kills, or at least
Huh.
lost their Sven, we would be looking at a 4 to 5k gold lead at this point, at least.
Huh.
But this game is well within reach. The Void matchup against
Yeah,
Sven is
I'm too
very
lazy
good
to
later
refresh.
on. And we're looking at much later, obviously, at this rate. But both he and Invoker will be rocking the Midas.
Yeah, that one is definitely a little bit more standard. I mean, not that Midas on Void is that unusual, but it is typically the Maelstrom build.
Yeah.
But she might still go as well. And Moonlight Shadow from
so.
BetBoom.
He should get both.
Might not find a connection here. Mira is the only one nearby. As there's a Sunstrike. Not sure if that was being used for vision. More
random words being spouted out.
I don't think they're random, Shannon. I think you just don't understand.
Well, random for me. And Mirror will not be found, it seems. Unless he wants to be. So blink from Miero. Not sure if he's shown it yet, but see if BetBoom want to get a little bit aggressive. But like you said, with 2 Midases, I mean, he can run around with the Marana, with the techies, and perhaps try to get some kills. I mean, Invoker can still fight with a Midas. It's not like a typical Midas builder, right?
He went Vessel first. He has what's necessary, and he needs to find a way to scale. I think his item build is completely fine, and GPK is starting to go Exort points now. So he went 4 and 5, and then started getting the Exort. Now he has 2 points in that.
Okay, Chrono from Nightfall. Arrow is coming to a Sunstrike.
The whole fucking village.
So they do get the kill. I mean, anything you can get for Nightfall right now, you will take for sure.
Hard game for Spirit. They need to play some tempo soon, once their core items come out. I'm not even sure what they would be though. I guess it's the Diffusal.
Miero's gonna be spotted out. Stormhammer's there. Yatoro will get some help
Diffusal Pango.
with that lasso, but Miero
They have a blink or two. I don't know what Primal builds. Maybe
about to
BKB.
be up again, getting canceled though. Nice flame break from Aposhka, trying to finish the job. The TP
Oh my
attempt is
god,
not
this
gonna be
TP's
there.
cool.
So ends up being a good kill for Spirit as they increase their lead to 3K.
Aposhka is level 11.
Really?
He got so much experience from this kill, he's out-leveling the enemy supports by 2 full levels at this point. So that's quite huge for him. And, well, what does BetBoom sacrifice by going 2 Midases? They're definitely... The Void didn't... It doesn't matter what Void buys here, let's be honest. If you had a Maelstrom instead of the Midas, it doesn't really change anything in terms of his fighting impact. For Invoker, maybe you could have been looking at a different utility item, but the problem is this is going to be 4,000 quote-unquote dead gold in fights, right? Like, this doesn't give any impact for the most part. So how much are you actually behind on efficient gold right now? And you got to keep in mind that the Sven will be hitting this point of critical mass probably within the next 10 minutes. So are BetBoom going to be up for the challenge? And can they defend Roche? I don't personally really see it.
I mean, those are 2 big items as well from Spirit. You got the BKB now for Yatoro and a blink already from Aposhka.
Yep. Aposhka also gets the light collector. So he has really fast. He has 489 move speed at night.
With Tranquils, yeah. And a...
Quite ridiculous.
The light collector and the windlace as well. But it looks like BetBoom are the one that wants to get aggressive here. Of course, this is a 4v5.
They don't have Chrono.
If Yatoro wants to fight. And they find a connection. Arrow is going to hit. Maposhka gets taken out. A good kill there, and it also shows off the blink dagger, so now they won't be surprised by it.
All the win late game for BetBoom.
Of course.
Yep.
Only 4K lead at 90 minutes.
Nightfall. If he
And
goes
Spirit really has to pick up the tempo soon.
Trouble. He kind of feels like this is fishy, and a great read.
Yep, Dota 2 map in its current state.
Yeah, no quelling there, it seems.
This backpack, but swapping it in takes longer than waiting for time walk, so...
Yep.
Now he's heading back over.
Am I tripping or did it just go back a second there?
Mira's in the trees, gonna get the Hex off, but...
Nice arrow.
They got the arrow, they got the hoof stomp. Down goes the Lion. Onslaught coming in from Collapse. He wants to fight. Pulverize onto Miero. Laurel is there as well as the Centaur gets off Stampede. Going towards the south. Laurel, can he find the connection?
Oh my god.
Collapse. Not sure if he saw the blink as Miero now behind the Roche pit. Looks like he might be able to get out.
Moonlight Shadow so good.
Indeed.
Wait, was that Moonlight? It was, right?
No, it was not.
Wait, am I tripping?
Like how I said indeed, assuming you were correct.
Syndon has Mako poisoning too.
I just looked over at Mirana and I was like, okay, she has had it on cooldown for a minute.
Oh, Lasso finds Nightfall into the Hex Impale. Finger goodbye.
Good kill.
Oh, that was so close to being out of range. So yet another death for Nightfall.
So it was Save that was nearby with a glimmer on the Centaur? Or what? I don't know. I got so confused there. I guess he must have been glimmered and I just saw it as Moonlight because they lost track of him, right?
Cinder, get over it.
I can't recover from this.
Get over it.
I will never.
Radiant's top tower
I'll reference this in 10 minutes.
I won't be surprised. Ag
Mid
next
lane.
for Yatoro, but mid lane, hoof
Yes,
stomp.
ace.
Sunstrike.
Nice Sunstrike.
But
Oh!
the Spirit Vessel's
Okay.
not going to be enough, it seems.
What a great Sunstrike.
Laurel gets away.
I rated FF7 and 7.
I mean, this build from Invoker is very annoying for the Pango, as we said. I mean, Tornado gets rid of Shield Crash buff as well. As there's going to be an Ags now, though, for Laurel. A lot earlier Ags than we've been seeing.
Yep. Do you think you should have bought Shard first, maybe?
Shard is very good against the Cold Snap, that's true. I don't know. I mean, perhaps he wants to align this extra damage with Yatoro's BKB, Maposhka's Blink. Seeming that they want to get aggressive here. As Nightfall being shadowed. Being used as live bait.
I don't know when we played against Dogma. Maybe like 3 days before or something.
Now he has his Maelstrom. Now he can continue to farm.
This game looks so fucking scary for BetBoom. They really have to start doing shit.
Spirit. Miro.
Like if it continues like this for another 15 minutes, it's over. BetBoom will auto win.
Nice team glimmer.
Like another gank dodge like that? Oh my god, dude. Didn't even get a plus 5 out of it. Fucking plus 3 jumped away from them.
2/3 of his Ags. We'll take the top tier 1. No contesting this for BetBoom.
Avoided a rough lane. Primal Beast and Lion. Pretty much kill them from 100 to 0 between their disables. BetBoom wins late for free, yeah.
Blast off as well. That
It's
is
super
enough
easy for them.
damage for Laurel to take a tumble again, but save coming in. Nice. Nightfall Chronosphere. Do they have the damage follow up?
Jesus, and they're winning early game fights. This game's over, dude. BetBoom won.
Gonna get stunned mid onslaught, but there's the lasso onto Nightfall.
Dude, I think that lasso killed Sven. Pretty sure that fucking killed Sven.
Blast from GPK. 3 dead for Spirit as Yatoro now on the run. Sticky
Oh,
bomb,
that lasso fucking killed Sven. I knew it. The moment I saw it, I was like, yep, there's no way you're fighting this shit.
Dead for Spirit. The fact that Nightfall was able to not only get initiated on Survive, but actually provide something for his team to win this fight is huge for BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, bursting Laurel like this is just the dream, right? He doesn't have buyback. You're next to the tower, but that is a beautiful chrono.
Gorgeous.
Absolutely perfect. And they identify that
I like it, the
the
bed.
line
They
quickly
win.
enough before he gets any spells off. So this is a 5-on-3 now. And collapse in the river.
Did he hoof stomp from high ground there?
Not quite sure, actually.
That was...
That's probably a glimmer. That one was a hoof stomp.
Great fight
Yeah.
from BetBoom.
Just super clean. They find
BetBoom
the
always drafts like
original
this, huh?
jump, they take the
It's like the
initiative,
third tournament I watched them play.
It's just textbook
And they
their
just play
target
late game.
prioritization, like,
And it's very
understanding
comfortable
that
to play
put
late
Tango
game.
first as their initial
Because when you pick
move
late game drafts
is
like
the right
this,
play and then finding the line.
it forces your enemies to make plays and you can just sit back and just kind of chill. And the enemies are just perma-stressed as the game goes passively.
Absurd. Sunstrike finishes the job. GPK
And it's
is
fucking
on a
over, man.
killing spree now. And
This Void has to put his hands off the keyboard for now to lose.
They have recovered this game. I think it's just fair to say that one fight in mid changes absolutely everything. Spirit just lost a 5k lead. Their Sven died a 3rd time. And this, I can't help but feel like this is a different way than, let's say, Falcons would have played this game with their Sven. I feel like Yatoro is getting too involved. I think Skitter, in a lot of Falcons games, if they were in this game state, would just keep farming. He would just continue until he has the full Ags, and then they will make the move, and they will initiate with literally
Law is
any
playing
hero going
passive
in
because he
first
has to.
instead of the
It's
Sven.
hard for
He'll
him to
wait for
play
the right
aggro.
moment, jump in and kill someone.
There's a
Build the
chrono.
fight that way, but
There's Invoker Cold Snap that fucks all your shit, and Centaur might just burst you randomly if he has a +1. It's really hard to play Pango in a game like this.
timing. Now it's finally coming out.
He needs Primal Beast to go in for him
This could have
first.
been 2 minutes earlier. This time, this smoke, I agree with a lot more. BetBoom will have all their spells again, though. So Chrono online.
Indeed.
Oh my god, they're clashing into it. They want to catch the Void, but...
From Maposhka.
Yeah, looking
What
for the
the
lasso.
fuck?
Maposhka has to back away now.
That hits, no? That hits? Oh, it's close.
For Yatoro. The BKB is there now for collapse, so can get off the pulverize.
I believe he even used it in the previous fight, but Laurel was already dead, so it didn't really matter that he got the full pulverize. And he also got cancelled by the Chrono anyway.
Oh yeah, it's the blink that he picked up, I guess, last. So more initiation possibilities for Spirit.
BetBoom just gonna dodge. Like, okay,
If you think Team Spirit can win late game in this without BetBoom throwing like crazy, you don't know Dota. This game is completely free. There's no fucking way, dude.
Yeah, Toro's second life isn't worth anything in this game comparatively, in my opinion. Like, we've seen other teams...
They would have to lose the supports before the fight breaks out or with Chronos. Multiple times in a row.
Almost every time.
Yeah, of course it's possible. I mean, you know, players can get a heart attack randomly in the game.
Mira with a counter initiation trying to save Toronto. Tokyo, the cleave coming in though. Yatoro doing a lot of damage, but Mira dies first, and now the Stampede away. BetBoom get away with murder, and they force.
How I see this game is, you play safely.
Just have to back away despite
you let anyone start, and void Chronos Sven, and you drop Cataclysm on him, and the fight's over. There's nothing left.
His way. He just thought this was going to be a big fight, but again, just not structured enough from Spirit. It's BetBoom finding the picks. It's BetBoom taking the initiative.
He doesn't even have the Chrono 2. He just has the Chrono Sven and the game's over.
Really, this is not a game that
especially if Sven ultis beforehand, because you can't even buy back and fight again then.
Find the enemy team and get to engage. BetBoom just isn't giving them opportunities. It feels like all the stray heroes that get caught in it, like...
Sven is not gonna survive it, dude.
Spirit 5 times in a row.
And if, by whatever off chance he survives the Chrono, there's an arrow flying out to his fucking head.
Barely died. You have 6-0-8 on the techies and 2-1-10 on Mirana. The support
I have to say, I know that they haven't really been playing clean overall. There has been almost no impact from Laurel though.
Oh wow, that hit. The arrow fucking zigzagged, man. I'm going low ground, high ground, low ground, high ground.
And now the Moonlight Shadow. Not sure if Spirit spotted that, but BetBoom can find something else, as the Cataclysm has been online now for a bit, so Chrono Cataclysm could be enormous here. The Moonlight Shadow not really being used in an offensive manner, it seems.
Max strikes do a ton of damage.
Hard game to play through.
This is just, it's not looking great for Spirit.
Toro initiated on. Here comes the Rolling Thunder from Lurno. He actually cancels it.
Oh, they didn't get the arrow.
We're going to back away. Yeah, not able to find the perma-stun.
All they committed was Kata. There's
not many good boss ones to pick against Faces Void, dudes. It usually comes more down to team composition and the way you play the game rather than a hero matchup. But you could pick heroes that are naturally super tanky, like Spectre or some bullshit. Even that, I don't think it feels nice to play. I don't know. Faces Void is a very strong hero overall.
So how are you going to find an entry point into this game? It has to come from, I think, either Blink Pulverizer or
it's a hero that almost always auto wins late game. And he does auto win late game if he has a little bit of help.
But the curse for
and Invoker is one of the better helps he can get.
If you're BetBoom in this game is you can't really go in until the Chrono's been used. It almost becomes this game of chicken, because if Sven pops everything, jumps in and gets Chrono, I think he can die in Chrono to Void Invoker and like a little
Void counters are usually not really directly hero counters. They're more tempo counters, you know, like you finish the game before he really gets to play that refresher orb plus 3 damage item Voids.
Like 25%. He's got to disengage. It's almost the same as being dead.
He's just fucking mass.
Toronto, Tokyo. Might run into Mira.
Oh no.
Spirit finds something. It's been forever.
Burst. Goodbye.
That's a nice kill at least.
Yeah, it has been a while.
How about split push? Well, it just so happens that Void is one of the best heroes to catch split push as well, because he has a BKB piercing stun. And it doesn't even have to be Chrono.
Yeah, it's been all BetBoom recently.
So split push also doesn't do well against Voids. Especially if they know you're trying to split push. And you have the heroes ready for it. Void can even go for Shadow Blade or Silver Edge upgrade even.
So they're gonna TP on this and use it as a contact point. Ooh. Reaction from Laurel.
If you really want to beat super late game Void, you need a fuck ton of damage, 5 buybacks, make him use 2 Chronos, and then go for a fucking win. Anything else is just so fucking hard, man. It just relies on Void fucking up.
Also,
like if you're not playing for that, you hope Void fucks up Chrono or hits the wrong target or some bullshit.
Feels like Spirit really want to try to put this to use, and BetBoom just not giving the opportunity. They'll let them have the top tier 2. It's not the end of the world. They're gonna glyph to make things a little more annoying for Yatoro. Might as well buy that time. He will get the Aegis refunded, or the Glyph refunded rather. Doesn't even get the last hit, that's unfortunate.
You can go for saves, but saves are hard late game because of how fast heroes die. And saves are not free. Like for a save to happen, your hero has to show. And you can only save once on most heroes.
Successful at this tournament, but that's been one of his old school.
You can jump Void first, sure, if you find him first.
You need to play around the God Strength. Such a long.
Void is also extremely tanky, and he has a natural jump ability.
Now that he has the
It just makes Void insanely powerful late game. But yeah, you can jump him first if you have the heroes for it.
Void and jump him first with their BKBs. There's no counterplay to that. Void
This game they could. If they somehow find Void first and he's AFK and doesn't press BKB, they could kill him.
If they jump on anybody else and Sven commits, that's
There's some fast jumps too.
Somehow find that Void.
Like Blink, Pango ulti, and Blink Hex on Lion, they're pretty fast.
They get the worst shard again.
It's unfortunate.
Well, it was either that or rock throw, so.
They'd much rather have rock throw.
Yeah. Not that that's particularly amazing. It's okay.
No, actually, would it have been the Pango one?
Oh, is he lower right now?
Very close. I don't know when they killed it, if he was lower or not.
Milan's pretty good dispatch as supports.
Quite good because Laurel is very stubborn, not buying it. Instead, going for the Eon disc, which is also understandable considering he's been kind of getting locked down in these fights. I feel like we haven't really seen more than a couple Rolling Thunders in an actual team fight.
He's 1-1 and 0, so it's a very uncommon scoreline for Pango this late into the game.
It's kind of strange. It's going to be taking apart the Eon disc so he can decide when it actually procs.
Yep.
You can only do that once, right? Or
yeah.
Did they change that? Okay.
This will be a temporary solution. Eventually, you imagine Void will get a nullifier to solve this problem. For the time being, it will work. The other item of the game for Team Spirit to somewhat recover this later down the line will probably be Wind Wakers. Looks like Collapse is planning on one of those. You need to have some sort of way of saving heroes that get Chrono into Cataclysmed, and Aeon Disc works for the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes, and then it will start looking worse and worse.
Moonlight Shadow initiation. Cataclysm is there, but the Eon disc being procced, and Laurel does get off his ultimate in time.
Fuck it, Chrono. Fuck it.
I'm not sure why he's going back in because they do have Chronosphere. Is it enough damage? Yes. Laurel punished again.
Yeah.
That's such a big kill too.
There was no one nearby.
There's no buyback. Oh, dude, if they take this fight now, Spirit lost.
Superman's coming for GPK as the pause.
The Spirit fucking lost, dude.
And what? The horse happens here.
4 versus 5. No Pango. But they might lose whatever hero there gets jumped. Oh, the Invoker. Is he fucking dead on Invoker?
He's dead, right? They can't save him, can they?
Is that Force Staff?
Members nearby.
Mirana can double leap into Force Staff.
I mean, this is where they can actually coordinate something, right?
This is the only way they save this, I think. Because Sven is going to pop God Strength, and I'm assuming... Wait, do they actually not have any follow-through here? Can he survive this on his own? I don't know. I think they might have to double leap Force here.
Okay, let's see. Gets stunned up. Miera goes in for the hook stop of the BKB from Yatoro. GPK gets Force Staff eventually by Toronto. Tokyo still has a leap to get away, but save is the casualty here for BetBoom.
Oh, the Techies randomly died. Oh, dude.
By that flame break, the lasso applied to Miero as Yatoro forcing his way onto Nightfall, but he's going to get disarmed. Deafening Blast destroying him.
Fighting without the mid hero. Let's fucking go.
From the Centaur. And now Spirit have to full disengage. That Deafening Blast was God tier. And BetBoom get away with murder.
Did Invoker die? No. Nothing happened to him. He just Force Staffed. Does Invoker die with the pawns? I don't think so. I think the bottom would have recognized that Invoker needed help. Since he has no defensive items besides like a blink.
Higher hopes for them based on the way this game started out, but they have just
and Invoker could have tanked, I think, 2 or 3 more hits.
BetBoom, better map movement.
I think it was 2 hits.
Really been the name
so he would have had time to leap in and then Force Stab him.
Strong timing that Spirit had. And this right here, I feel like it's just a flat-out play call mistake. Like, this is not possible to go on the Void like this. There's too much backup. I think even without Deafening Blast, they still win this fight. Sven has not enough in the tank. Void gets 1 time walk off. The chain stuns were not in range. I don't know if Mira couldn't find the Blink Hex follow or what was the deal there, but either way, That fight was very easy for BetBoom.
Shadows take us.
Another Moonlight Shadow. Such an annoying spell to deal with as Miero will show himself on the wave. He's going to get pulverized though. Laurel, Rolling Thunder's coming. Trying to get the lockdown on the center. He's going to pop the BKB, get force staffed away. So again, Spirit just, they can't lock people down for long enough. But BetBoom seem to have answers every time.
Can't believe it. Force staff saving heroes.
Same time, right? They get this blink pulverizer.
Would have known that force staff is a good item.
No immediate follow-up. The way this lineup works is that Sven needs to kill people during the stuns. It's not like the Primal is going to solo the Centaur. It's not like the Bat is going to solo with the Lasso. The combinations need to be crisp. They need to be
I
fast.
hated that argument, man. I hated
Uncounterable.
it.
That's the whole point of this Sven, is to kill people very quickly. And
Yeah, you can force staff teammates, dude. It's good.
We'll see if they manage here.
Oh, that's a good catch. How did they see him? Oh, the wards.
He's down first. We'll buy
Let's
back
see.
right away as Yatoro.
Yo, what halo is that? That was the fucking void!
Damage, but they find the void, and now Miero will go down the right clicks of Yatoro
Okay.
as well. This is exactly what Spirit
Why did the
needed.
void
Now
jump in
BetBoom
before
on the
seeing
run.
Sven?
And Roche is going to be up in 15 seconds, so I would think that they'll be able to clean that up as well. But they're not done here. Swatch not going to fully hit as Laurel continue to pursue onto Toronto Tokyo. Ada leaps though for 13.
Is this whole Lion support? I think the Lion support was already dead. Oh no, they're going in more? Wait, hold up. They're kind of low.
Spirit Vessel applied right now. The cold
Is he
snap
dead?
as well.
Oh,
He goes down to
dude.
the simple right click of the Invoker as GPK.
He can stay in fight almost, no?
Doing so much.
Almost.
Despite losing the
He
rest
stayed.
of his team. That is still a very valuable kill. It might prevent the Roche, in fact.
Yeah, this is a huge kill for GPK to find specifically for that reason. Spirit could have got that. I completely get them chasing here, and I think it's a good play call to go for more. Unfortunately for them,
Not sure what Nightfall was thinking. Just hoping they didn't have a vision there. Hope they didn't jump him. There's no way he jumps before he sees the Sven.
Able to stand his ground. But that was honestly leading into this. This was the first time in what feels like an eternity that Spirit strung something together that made sense, right? They get the jump on the Void where Sven gets to do the damage, they have the stuns, and they kill him instantly, and then they build a fight around that. And the moment the Faceless Void dies, it's blown wide open. Suddenly the Sven can start getting onto secondary targets. They don't have to be scared of getting chronoed on their Pango, and they build something up. But yeah, that one final kill that GPK finds will prevent the Roche. And as a result, BetBoom might just go there now. They still have Chrono. You know, it wasn't used because Nightfall didn't get to play the fight whatsoever.
That's right. Alacrity available.
Oh, this
Nightfall
greedy
will
bastard.
likely be the recipient of that
Travels
very
Midas.
shortly.
And he's gonna win with it. This greedy bastard.
Ancient Guardian on Pango. What? Nightfall. He's going to show himself on the wave as Spirit towards the north. Still Yatoro not for 5 seconds.
Oh
Comes
shit,
gonna
dude.
whiff. Moonlight Shadow now. Trying to isolate
Whoa, what is
Spirit.
this transition of this
There's the
game?
Cataclysm giving some good vision. Maposhka with the Yules. Mira gets off the double suck, but he will likely be cleaned up as the rest of BetBoom are just overwhelming him. And that's 76 seconds without the Lion. So now it's a 5v4.
It's over.
The eventual Roche take here. Alacrity on Nightfall.
Oh, they're still
They are
trying.
scanned up as the Rolling Thunder is coming.
Fuck
Laurel's
it,
gonna be
Kodo
spotted
it.
by Toronto Toki. He's going to find that nobody is in the pit. And now that is a wasted Rolling Thunder, essentially.
Call it back, dude. Call it now.
Getting so outplayed here,
Split. Split
honestly.
the map.
Like BetBoom are just dodging absolutely every risk. And the conditions are getting easier and easier. It's a 4v5 with no
They're going to
Pango.
spot Yatoro. He gets hoof stomped. There's the Chrono onto a couple teammates, but more
5-man
importantly,
Chrono.
onto the Sven. 90 seconds on the deck. Collapse even ends up in the Chrono somehow. Walks in casually, it seems. Tornado not going to hit, though. But he's going to wrap around and find himself towards GPK's line of sight. That is the death of the Primal Beast. As Laurel just trying to cut the waves, but this should now be Roche for BetBoom. And again, the Pango,
They're
don't want to put
panicking.
everything on him,
Even a
but
team
just
like Team
hasn't
Spirit
been
can
able to
panic.
have any impact on this game, which is a bit unusual.
There's no way
for
the call
Laurel.
was it to ever fight. They had to split push after the
But you have to give BetBoom
the
a
whole
lot of
field.
credit.
It had to be.
Because now the second Roche goes to them. Cheese and Aegis their way.
It's a bit hard to appreciate from a spectator's point of view how well BetBoom have played this, but if you rewatch this game with their Fog of War the entire way, you'll recognize how good of a map read this team has right now. I think Spirit in this game are very frustrated with how many of their moves fail.
People
where they
think
just
Lion
either
is
didn't
easy?
find anyone or they
Who the
got
fuck thinks
immediately
Lion is an
counterplayed.
easy hero?
And that seems to have been You know, that's
Lion is a super hard hero to play, especially in high MMR, because you're a #1 target for every single hero in the game.
Overall map awareness and game understanding just seems a notch above the rest. There's fewer blunders. Okay, Miero.
Casual hoof stomp.
Can't really follow up on it though.
GPK hunting.
Oh, that's too good for my taste,
Laurel
man.
getting this disperser. I mean, against Deafening Blast, pretty damn good. Against Cold Snap, pretty damn good. I mean, do they have a low?
Oh, you merciful. I was gonna ban him.
They do not. By the way, what do you think of the Ancient Guardian on Laurel? Am I missing something?
I don't know. I'm surprised as well.
I think it feels like it does nothing for him.
It doesn't strike me as good either. Because this does nothing for your swash, right?
No.
So
Shouldn't.
effectively, how much are you attacking heroes in the
The Lion is a really hard hero to play.
There are games on Pango
Because
where that's the case.
the enemy mid, in every single game if you're Lion, he will be hunting your ass. And you're gonna be 2,500 net worth or 3,000.
Maybe there was just terrible.
And enemy mid's gonna be like 6, 7k, and he will fuck you.
An array that's so bad that this is the best choice, surely, right? Like,
I would think not, yeah.
I'm trying to imagine the worst 4 choices for Pango.
Oh, he's finally gonna go for his shard.
There's no way I recommend Lion to Ohana.
Daydreaming that he's playing Invoker.
But also, Lion in lower rank games isn't so bad, because players there are baboons. They don't focus Lion, they focus whoever is in front. That's why heroes like fucking Wraith King and Spectre have high win rates.
15% spell amp for your Cataclysm, not bad.
But yeah, if you play like top 500 Immortal games and you're playing Lion, it's a horror game.
I love flowers.
Ember spots you for like 1/10 of a second in a minimap, you're fucking done, dude. Ulting on you, BKB chaining you, Sleight of Fist, you're fucking done.
And they still didn't get it. They wanted more banners that did nothing. Nightfall.
To be fair, the banners would have done something if there was not a PA. If it was any other carry, pretty much. Miero.
Oh.
See the Cataclysm upon the Sven. Do they have the damage? He pops the BKB, the Satanic as well, but now the Chrono comes out. And that should be the
the fucking Primo looked at it, it's like, nah, and blinked out.
And Collapse being
What the
pursued
fuck?
in the meanwhile. He's going to be able to get off the onslaught.
Oh, they're in hot pursuit. Yeah, they're not
Absolutely.
stopping here.
He's going to BKB TP.
Oh, even BKBing here. What did he think was going to reach him? Maybe afraid of a stray arrow? Either way.
It must have been Steve. Yeah, it wasn't me.
Death to his name.
Ember Lomo has not picked ever?
Fair to say, and I'm sure he would agree.
Really?
This has been, for him, a very disappointing tournament.
Can't you just look that up? Like, if I just go like Ember, Spirit, Dota buff, and I just go like what? Where do you see pick rates by brackets?
Watch teams and mistakes happen and players.
Oh fuck! It didn't show bracket here. I
A
think.
lot of the time, it's because the team dynamic and the team strategies and whatnot aren't working the way they usually do. So then, if you start losing your way in the game, it's way easier to fall into making individual mistakes because there's no guidance, right? And for Spirit,
Where's meta tab?
felt like there's been a little bit of a lack of guidance. I think that's just a good way to put it.
It is picked quite a lot, dude.
TP won't be there. One more double edge for the road. Arrow Company with a 13k lead. You can see Yatoro. I mean, even with all those deaths,
Hey, this game is so fucking over, man.
in terms of just pure farm.
Ah shit.
And
It was over at 15 minutes when I won that one team fight. Well, like 18 minutes.
Sven being behind though against Faceless Void, has a tendency to end one way. The win expectancy of this game currently 93% the way of BetBoom, and that doesn't mean the game is over. Sven is one of those heroes that can always, even in ultra late game scenarios, if you get the jump, if you surprise and you blast a core instantly and you build the fight from there, you can never count them out. But a really big part of the advantage that BetBoom, or rather that Spirit could have had, BetBoom kind of ruined that 20 minutes ago. Sven in this game is supposed to be 5 to 10k ahead of the Void and finish the game, especially with the start Void had. So now that the Void is #1 on net worth, BetBoom, job well done. Just need to finish it off cleanly without throwing the advantage away. I feel like, to put it into context, I feel like the advantage BetBoom has now is bigger than if Sven's team was 25 or 30k ahead at this point in the game. Because the amount of options that Spirit have for fights kind of just boils down to jump and burst void, I feel like. If they go on anyone else, Nightfall will just combo break them completely. Looks like his Linkens will now be completed as well, so the jump will be even harder. But Spirit, they've got to try something. I feel like if they just sit around and wait, BetBoom will catch them off eventually. So they'll smoke here.
Yeah, Toronto, Tokyo. Ooh, not quite in range to break the smoke. So both sides.
Mine will detect them.
Yes, the ultimate smoke detector.
Not sure if they noticed.
That's true, it's possible. Nightfall, he's going to be first in line. Spots Laurel, who swashes away. As Miero's going to get glimmered. Shiva's is popped. He's going to get the initiation off on the Laurel and does proc the Eon disc. Now they don't have to worry about that.
Instant smoke again. Gotta love that ninja gear, huh?
Oh yeah. And now Spirit, with the failed smoke attempt, will have to back away and just go for perhaps just high ground defense, but again...
Koshka gets found. No detection, though. That's not happening.
Yeah.
Okay, Cataclysm with also no detection.
Nice arrow.
A symphony of skills to be missed.
So, what did they get out of the Aegis? Feels like the game has slowed down, if nothing else.
Yeah, but sure, you did.
It's gonna be double chrono soon.
You know, they don't have to use.
They couldn't handle one chrono, now it's gonna be two.
Interact is okay for them to chill. Of course, if they could have found a good opportunity with the Aegis, they would have definitely taken it and tried to end the game, but there's no time pressure here that is forcing them to get it done with the Aegis. As long as they avoid disastrous fights, they should be fine. GPK closing in on level 25. Reckon he will take... what will he take?
Wow, this is a really good chrono game. Miero gets the initiation off. Actually, Mapochka will die.
But GPK is playing Invoker, so he can't take a chrono talent.
Do you suggest rendering here? No. I mean, it's still winnable.
He might do this in this game.
You could have the moment where you actually break Void's Linkens and you have 3 heroes that hit him and Sven is one of them with ulti ready. That you kill the Void before he gets chrono out. And then you kill him again in his buyback before he gets chrono out the second time.
Target that needs to be caught. Instead, he's just going to empower himself with ways.
Like, it's doable, of course. It's just extremely unlikely. And the Void play would have to be AFK in his fucking brain. But it looks like he's not, so, you know.
I mean, this is just too easy.
Chances are slim.
Spirit are...
Yeah, Nightfall.
It's hard to kill, because I don't think Sven... Does he have MKB? Because he's facing Backtrack and Butterfly now.
The next Roche. Which
it's gonna be super hard.
May or may not have a refresher shard as well, depending on when it's taken. Nullifier on save. Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen Nullifier on a techies before, but that... I guess there's a first time for everything.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is my first time seeing it too. So, sure we might get a stat on that. Maybe.
Fastest ever. Only ever as well.
Yep. Congratulations on the record save. It's probably going to stay for a while.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Because not only did he get it, he got it before 50 minutes. When would techies ever do this again?
Now here we go. First time this patch.
Pango's Ancient Guardian? That's weird.
Away, but
it's kind of a bad item.
Gets off the Rolling Thunder. Eon Disc procs. Miero kind of stuck in no man's land. He's going to get Sheep, but the rest of his team is nearby. Yatoro looking for an opening. He's stuck in the tree line here.
Void just has to wait for Sven to jump in and then counter. That's the whole game.
God Strength has already been activated, so Spirit are on a bit of a timeline.
Fucking random arrow. Oh, there we go. Oh, maybe.
They're just going to run away.
Yeah,
so now they can't contest Roche.
They're baiting Spirit here into thinking they can take this fight because the Void Refresher hasn't been revealed yet, but they ended up not
Spirit has to try to find openings. They're not playing aggressive because it's hard. Basically, the game boils down to them finding Void.
Absolutely no
like, Sven cannot jump before he sees Void, and Void is not jumping before he sees Sven.
where I think you could.
Normally, this is fine if you have equal late game, but you don't. Void has better late game, so he's fine never jumping.
I don't know what you prefer.
So you eventually lose if you're the Sven.
Refresher game though. Double Cataclysm.
That's why the game is so passive in this way.
I mean, he has refresher already.
Yeah, put it on Invoker because Nightfall can't use it. He can't afford it mana-wise, and it's too much inventory.
It's gonna come down. Oh, he has it now. It's gonna come down to this double chrono now. Now he doesn't have to wait for the Sven anymore. Now he can jump anyone first, kill him, get the fuck out, and then still have a chrono for Sven.
And GPK will TP away
Like
instantly.
now it's completely over.
Yeah, somebody will deliver it to him. Some butler type creature.
Put the banner onto save. That's the ultimate consolation prize. Everybody else is getting these cool new toys.
Yeah, I
Save
think
gets pocket lint.
we need the banner icon added as if it's the Aegis or Smoke or Cheese at the top of the screen. Very important to know who has the banner. And it should actually, if you have multiple items, it should overlay on top because the banner is more important.
Yeah, the thing about the banner, though, you're going to see it up there for 5 seconds, and then it gets placed in the lane. So it's not exactly as interesting as the Aegis and Cheese icons that stay there for minutes. All right, BetBoom. I think it's time for the killing blow.
Indeed.
So many advantages. Aegis, 2 Chronos, 2 Cataclysm.
2 Stampede.
Or rather, 2 Stampedes, I guess, for now.
Nightfall.
Yep, they have all of it.
Well, reverse time walk.
Look at the dudes on the left. The Sven and the Bat are kind of looking for a kill.
Next.
Invoke is a good kill too.
Gonna get initiated on. There's the chrono #1. It's just a casual Sunstrike.
Nullified by save.
GPK is dead.
He has his fucking refresher in his backpack.
Now is Nightfall pretty much out of mana.
Animal!
With the Aegis so he can get the second one going. Gonna time walk onto Yatoro, who's just trying to ignore him. Nullifier.
Where's that refresher,
onto the techies. Down goes save eventually. As Lara coming in with the Rolling Thunder still had that active apparently. There's the Cataclysm finally coming out from GPK who buys back and Nightfall.
Oh my god. It's fine still, I think, but fucking hell.
Poshka is going to be right-click down. Still 4 members of Spirit available. Make it 5 as that buyback comes through in Toronto, Tokyo. He's going to be completely surrounded now.
Dude, that is a throw by Void. Why does he not have his fucking refresher?
Completely out of mana.
There is no way.
Surrounded, still with the Aegis, will come back. But now numbers advantage on the way of Spirit as they take everyone out. Impale immediately pulverized despite the BKB. Has the chrono? Will time walk and attempt to TP out? Do they have any abilities? No.
They stacked Pulverize and Lasso.
So the Void gets out. It's a dieback onto GPK.
How does Spirit win this fight? Like, I don't get
I can tell you exactly how they won the fight. Void used Chrono, not Sven. And he didn't have the second Chrono already.
The advantages that BetBoom have, I feel like this is probably the only possible way that BetBoom lose this fight is that Yatoro solos the Invoker. How did they even set it up? I think this happened off camera. So I don't know how Invoker died to Yatoro. There must have been some sort of initiation from someone else breaking the Lincolns, but the way they're building up this fight, and now with Invoker out of the picture, this Cataclysm isn't particularly good. They don't get to refresh Chrono because Nightfall has it in the backpack.
And now Spirit.
You know, mana? Of course it's mana. It's 1000 mana. Chrono is 300, refresh is 375, and then the next Chrono is 300. So there's 975 mana plus 8 mana per second from regen. He's gonna easily have the mana for it. He just needs to press his fucking buttons.
This is a set of racks for Spirit for sure.
How are they in this game?
The initiation, they find the Void. Do they have the damage?
They might have to line lock them dry. It's double BKB, dude.
Really low, and yes, they get Nightfall. He has
I can't fucking believe it.
They'll be able to clean up this melee
All he
rack,
had to
and
do was
GPK
Chrono Sven. It was one job in his fucking life.
Gonna try to force out this buyback from Nightfall. There's a refresher.
It was one job.
As he attempts to run away. See if Spirit want to continue here. And this game just got turned upside down.
Yatoro is the winner for a reason. I still think they're gonna lose this fucking game. They just delayed it by like another fucking 15, 20, 30 minutes. I don't know.
Just lost a 20k lead in 2 minutes while having Aegis, Cheese, and 2 refreshers, or 3 refreshers. That every single possible advantage they could have had, except more banners, and still, Spirit find the one possible. This is what's so incredible about a team like this, and why this team you can never count them out. it's extremely difficult, even while watching. If it's while watching, hard to imagine how they win a fight.
That's so fucking funny too, that fight. You see the Void like desperately walking after people with his Aegis.
You don't have all the information.
Everybody ignored him.
And they still find the one possible avenue and the one possible moment to actually get into this game after BetBoom has been running the show for half an hour. Spirit with one major opportunity. I am blown away by the fact that this game is still going on. I frankly cannot believe it.
Yeah, 2 Chrono refreshes 950 mana, but he has BKB, dude.
Things are gonna start getting
and he has 8 mana regen.
There's a couple of items coming out now. There's a Wind Waker on Bat. This is a possibly
There's 2 BKBs.
Very big solution to the Void.
BKB's 50 mana cost, dude.
They have a Wind Waker on Collapse, so 2 of those. Collapse as refresher, so 3 of those.
Plus, he has around 1100 mana if he has his Lincolns on.
Quite the roller coaster we have going here.
Mira is close to E-Blade.
Plus Lion Sock. My man, he has 2 BKBs.
69. That's nice, but I think BetBoom would have rather had the W by now.
That's right. BetBoom games never fail to disappoint, it seems.
What fucking mana burn exists when you have 2 BKBs in the fight?
What?
BetBoom games never fail to disappoint.
Never fail to disappoint.
Yeah.
So they always disappoint. What?
Just focus on the game and not what I'm saying, all right?
All right. Shannon really doesn't like BetBoom, but they're still doing well in the tournament. Despite disappointing every game, they're second in the group.
His reason for losing that fight was because his fucking refresher was in backpack. So he didn't have second BKB and didn't have second refresher. And he didn't use his Chrono on Sven, so he fucking ran rampant.
Especially at the last tournament. They haven't done it as much this time. I feel like they've been a lot more disciplined, but BetBoom, they have taken enormous advantages and just thrown them away.
Yeah, but not to this extent in this event so
Not at
far,
this
right?
event,
Like, this is
right.
the biggest
That fight was Void walking after people for like fucking 10 seconds or 15 seconds even.
This team, you know, we've
Trying to
talked about
bash
this
them
in
with
the
some
past,
bullshit.
how they could be, you know, tilt prone or choking when it really matters the
Oh,
most.
Jesus.
Fortunately, they have quite a buffer in this group stage at the very least to still get top 4. But this is the kind of game that if you're not a very stable team, you could come to the wrong conclusions, you can make the wrong adjustments, start second-guessing yourself when, as a matter of fact, everything is completely fine. Just one moment you drop the ball really hard. Oh, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The game isn't even over yet.
No.
I think this game is still super hard for Spirit. Because Sven cannot survive the Chrono. He dies from Void. If one Chrono doesn't kill, the second will. And there's Cataclysm and Arrow. It's super hard.
We haven't talked about this. Collapse did not buy Ags on Primal. I feel like every other Primal we've seen this tournament really rates this item highly, even when the break doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
Collapse is opting to go for Swift.
They have Mega Yule. Mega Yule doesn't do anything, dude. They have fucking... Bro, are you watching the same game as me? They have Nullifier.
It is a pretty significant damage boost, I suppose, but...
Huh.
I can't help but feel like Axe would be better. That's a lot of damage, you know? But...
That is, maybe he's just opting. You know this is going to go really late, so those Aghanims on Roche will come through eventually.
It's also possible that the length of games in this tournament...
Oh, Miero looking for the opening. He's going to get Yules, though. Miero with a very long Claw of Death.
Maybe the duration of games, the players are experiencing some sort of cognitive dysfunction, because yesterday we had a Mars with 23,000 gold not upgrading his Blink. So maybe they just don't know what to do when they get all this gold. It's like an AI in training, and it hasn't experienced this system before. It doesn't know what to do. I couldn't believe it when I saw Whisper with 24k on his Mars and a regular Blink.
Book of Shadows could work,
so
yeah.
Funny to me.
If they get Book of Shadows on Team Spirit, like 2 or 3 of them,
It's like,
game could look
hell?
shit.
He could have bought Moonshards for his teammates. He was just literally just making a Dragon's Horde, you know? It's just not putting it to any use. And in this case, well, the gold is being spent, but maybe not on what you would think.
Oh, they forced the BKB at a Nightfall.
Yeah, that's good.
He's going to get stunned again.
This Pango is fucking mental. Holy shit, how did he go back another time?
He will have a second
It's
one
insane.
if the fight has to break out, though, with that refresher.
Yeah, but he wants to have the double Chrono as well.
Yeah. If he could somehow time walk into Chrono into BKB, then he could refresh.
Yeah.
But that is very dangerous.
All right, Roche
I have no
is
idea how
up
Book of Shadows works with
again.
Nullifier. I don't think I've ever seen
6
it.
seconds from tier 5 items. This is where you stack.
I think a
There you
precast
go,
of Nullifier
good
would
boy.
remove it.
Good boy.
But Nullifier is often
You're
reactive,
finally
so
grabbing.
if they're lucky enough, it might just not be on.
What does
And
he
you can't
want?
click it, so
Do you want
you really have to
Deso
preemptively
or
nullify then.
Giant's Ring? You want Deso.
Deso, very nice.
Yeah. So this item has been nerfed quite significantly, right? I think when it came out, didn't it give like 100 damage? Or am I remembering this
Yeah,
incorrectly?
it did get nerfed eventually. His force boots on the primal is. You can see BetBoom in the pit, so. they'll get
Well,
refresher
luckily
start
we're not the
again.
ones playing, so they just better have to know.
Oh yeah.
Because it's a pretty important thing to know.
Yeah.
All right, they will clean it up.
Genuinely perma-stunned there.
Roshan's banner, of course.
Why he took Aegis on Void
Dig up some
again?
bounty runes for the side of BetBoom.
Really?
That's.
I
gives
think
them
he
some
needs the
breathing room
item.
To be the ones claiming this Aegis, it buys them time.
Not often you see Book of Shadows on a pan.
Oh look, he is never putting the refresher in backpack again.
Not often. You
Not
see
once in his
Pango being
fucking
below
life.
60 in general.
That's not true.
Any chatters want to discuss mana
On
again?
this patch, half the games go.
Yes, 1065 mana, 16 per second regen, 300 cost for a refresher, and 350 for Chrono, or the other way around.
Good luck.
Yep.
Does he or does he not have mana?
Google it.
I mean,
Fucking
it says on the
animals.
spell, actually, it says on the Book of the Dead. If you read the text, it says
50 for BKB, 50 for another second BKB.
5 seconds. I think that's good enough.
They updated it.
It doesn't explain what Necronomicon units are at all. So if you're a new player, you have absolutely no clue what you're getting your hands into. When you
A
pick this
small
book.
mana
But,
line
you know,
sucking it's over.
maybe
Try to
that's
sucker faces
part
void
of
in
the
late
charm.
game
You're
with
like,
Lion and
"Oh,
see
I
what
wonder
happens.
Yeah, it's not overwhelming.
Good luck.
Oh, you can alt. Okay.
That
a little bit more.
That tells you how much the int
The
and strength
stats.
gives you.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot to read, just not
That's
about
quite
the
good.
units.
No.
Well, you want an entire wiki to show up in the tooltip? What are you expecting? Stampede.
Might get him.
Poshka.
Ooh.
He has Wind Waker and he's very fast. He will get out.
Nightfall continue. Oh, they're going to spot him. Gets off the Wind Waker. Collapse on the other side. As Nightfall comes in with a time dilation, he's going to use the Chrono. Finds the Primal Beast. He's nullified.
How'd they get a
as
bigger
well.
kill somehow?
Down goes Collapse. Buyback is
That's such a
there,
random
goes
thing.
Laurel.
What the fuck? He just dug up a rune in front of his face.
Are you fucking serious?
So
What is that?
digging for a bounty as Laurel.
He just time walked in front of Laurel and started digging.
Can we get a highlight of that one, please? I'd really love to see that again.
We were joking
Mirror
about
shield
min-maxing earlier.
on Centaur.
This is the most
Yeah,
min-maxing
okay,
thing
man.
I've ever seen in my life.
Casual mirror shield against a lion in the game and Primal Beast. No biggie. Shit, how does it work against Primal?
I time walk high ground. I must
I don't even
dig
fucking
up this
know.
gold.
Here we go. Oh, he didn't see him. He didn't see him, technically.
No, sure, but like...
Laurel could have stolen the bounty.
Why are you time walking up here if you aren't looking for something, right? You must be assuming you're gonna... There's a chance you find something, and if you don't, you can dig.
That was good.
He
Book of
instantly
Shadows
dug before
on
he
bottom.
even got vision,
Oh,
I
it's so
think,
good for them
around
too, I
it.
just realized.
All
He
right,
can put it on
well,
either Sven or the target he's hitting, and there's nothing he can do about it. I don't think they have a nullifier on them.
That's right.
Oh, GPK took the...
Smear should have saw in tier 5. It's actually quite a few contenders right now. Force Boots is really good, because they keep fucking buffing it.
That brings me back to a
Now it
certain custom
dispels,
game that
and the Force
everybody
Staff
loved and
effect
was
of it is
therefore taken
faster.
away.
That's right. Okay, Laurel. Initiation. Nightfall's Lincoln.
And some heroes can really benefit from the unlocked movement speeds. But that one's kind of random. It really depends on the hero.
To use his refresher.
Yeah, they keep buffing it, man.
Of course, Spirit
They buff like the regen, the cooldown, the range, the speed, the fucking effect itself, added the dispel on it. It's insane. It's a really, really good item now.
Miero comes in for the stun onto Mira, but the Book of Shadows keeping him alive. Nice usage from Laurel. Is Nightfall and company going to reset? They were trying to get the buyback out of the collapse, but he'll wait it out. Surprised that Laurel didn't go for a basher at any point this game. That's a bit unusual. As Yatoro trying to find a connection. Nightfall. Again, no chrono for 15 seconds. So that's
Oh, he's greeting it.
Pops the BKB.
Sven is scared. Sven thinks he has Chrono, so he's not going in.
10 seconds left as Laurel does expend that Rolling Thunder again. Arrow coming out.
So where's Sven right now? He's on the left, I think? Yeah, he's on the left. He's still waiting for the Chrono. I got fucking caught. BKB now, otherwise he dies. Yeah, the BKB does have refresher on Sven.
Still trying to run away. He's all
It's
alone
over.
right now.
It's fucking over.
And destroyed. does have buyback, and
Did he chrono at all yet?
Ult, so it won't
No,
be
he
that
has
bad
2
of a buyback.
chronos
And we
still.
have The Warhorse is here, Cinderin. Aghanim Scepter on Centaur, very important. Will he use it at any point? Chronosphere finds Laurel. There's the Cataclysm on top of the Eon Disc procs most of the damage. As Laurel's going to use the roll up.
Fuck, I chrono him again.
And eventually is brought down as well. So 3 dead for Spirit.
Better refresh for chrono and leave it cooldown? I don't know. I
buybacks.
think if you don't expect a fight, you can leave it for cooldown, because the chrono is like 60 seconds less than refresher or so.
It's a good axe. It's a very good axe having the backpack.
But it's hard to say.
It needs to consume it. It's not worth
It has to be a team decision, basically.
As Nightfall is going to take a rock to the side of the
That
head.
part's pretty funny though. Sven didn't do anything because he was scared of a chrono that didn't exist. They didn't time it.
Collapse. He's going to get chronoed. He still has his buyback from before. But he just
4
gives
buybacks
away
already.
his life,
what was
There's a win condition here, perhaps. If they all buy back at the same time and the battler jumps,
Chrono will be enormous.
and then there will be no chronos for a fight. And that could be a buyback force in the voids.
Making him chrono, so now you can take a triple buyback fight, perhaps?
Yeah, I think they want them to think that they don't have buybacks potentially.
It's a dog shit win condition though, because if they just back now after seeing one more buyback, it's over.
This will delay things just a bit. They don't want
I think he's not even buybacking on Sven. He's waiting, no?
But they have to be careful because their tower is
Oh, they're careful. I'm pretty sure they were ready to buy back there on both heroes.
Temporarily.
Alright, I rate Collapse's plan.
Because now it doesn't look that good.
If that was the,
90 seconds for chrono.
Or well, maybe it was an okay plan, but the execution was lacking.
Nightfall finishes off the tower. Mapushka in the trees. Toronto Tokyo, his arrows will not find the target. Mapushka popping the left, but he's going to get bursted down.
I think again.
Impale comes out, but not going to find any target. So that's 2 dead now for Spirit. But again, all buybacks up for those that are dead at the moment. And they're going to get the hoof stop up onto 2. Yatoro coming in with the God Strike. 3-shotting. Nope, they actually forced him to the other side. Nightfall able to take a lot of
What
damage.
the fuck, dude?
Gets a reverse time walk down, but he's all alone. GPK died during this engagement as well, as the Warhorse is activated to very little effect as always. Miero gets to the high ground. Laurel finding the stuns onto Toronto Tokyo. GPK actually buys
GPK
back
buyback?
here,
Why?
as Yatoro still with that God Strength off.
This is not a fight. I don't know why GPK bought back for this.
Laurel trying to find some meaningful connection. Collapses TPing on top of him.
There's no
as this fight
chrono.
continues to go on. And another dies for BetBoom.
If he dies here now.
Cannot lose his life here.
Oh my, right on the fucking forehead.
Stray rock. And it looks like he should be able to get out.
I'm telling you, man.
No TP
That
for
was a win
15
condition
though.
right there. All they had to do was wait for next chrono.
I don't understand.
And just win the game.
Mapushka? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He has 2 gems. One is...
Oh no. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, the flame
No?
break.
He's dead, I think, on Invoker.
Does hit. Not sure if he gets the vision, but they see that he uses Tornado.
Oh.
Blink is up in 1 second.
Oh, he blinked out.
Pango hitting a wall.
Oh, P travels
Needs his
too.
driver's license revoked, and that will be enough for GPK to get
Space.
out. This game is delivering on all fronts.
Yeah, the Seer
They're still looking for him.
They're almost finding the Invoker in the end, but he gets out. What is going on? Like, they used both Chronos to get these really nice kills on the Spirit cores for free. And then Spirit still somehow managed to force them to fight them?
Spirit didn't do shit, dude. BetBoom forced that fight. They're pushing no chronos.
Like, does Spirit's team only work when it's the hardest? They have to have their backs against the wall, down a lot, have to throw heroes away.
The difference is
And BetBoom only had to wait 60 seconds for chrono, and then the whole game was free right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this game is very winnable for the Dire. It's just.
Why invoke a buyback? I guess he wanted to make space or turn the fights.
I was saying, was Collapse dying?
It kind of worked out.
Chrono, so it wasn't ready.
I mean, I think it wasn't a good move, but it worked out there.
The reason I didn't like the idea was that, first of all, BetBoom got the laner axe anyway and could just kind of chill, but they could have just disengaged and taken that free kill and been like, great. But then they kept forcing high ground with 0 of their chronos ready. It was actually a super clutch save on the Void, but he couldn't capitalize on it because he didn't have, you know, the one spell that makes him a god right now. They didn't wait for it. They kept going high.
So everybody on BetBoom, other than GPK, has buyback, and Spirit know this.
Yeah, he is the target, if possible.
No, Spirit cannot push this. I mean, they're not pushing.
Collapse able to get out.
They're just poking. They're looking for
Well, they know that
people
Laurel
walking
doesn't
out
have it,
like an idiot and hoping to kill them.
and Naposhka as well. Obviously, Laurel
Well,
a bit of
Void did not get forced on his buyback, and he has 2
Book
Konos.
of Shadows, you can't
I think that the
target at all,
Invoker
right?
buyback
So
was
what if
necessary,
Nullifier
just
is on
looking
you
back.
first, and then you
Him
Book of Shadows?
TPing
You know how
in
that
and getting
works?
spotted
Is it
was nuts.
undispellable?
But he had to push
Yeah,
out
it should
lane,
be.
so the Void didn't have to buy back. Because it was going to be either him or Invoker, and Void didn't
But
have
it's a
buy.
unique ability,
Sorry,
right?
Chrono.
There's nothing like it in the
Oh,
game.
Roche
So I
is
think it
up.
was a good buyback at
And this
Invoker.
time, Spirit
So fucking
will claim
sketchy
it.
though when he got spotted by Batrider on bottom
their
lane.
Side. Of course, they don't have the greatest track record of using this. Aegis and Refresher Shard. I would assume that they keep this Refresher Shard for
Collapse.
I was going to say Yatoro because
But he already has Refresher. Yeah, I don't know. All right. BetBoom looking for trouble. Spirit
like,
looking for a way out, and they will find it.
Oh, he actually went Silver Edge on Nightfall. I didn't notice.
Yeah, so did the Sven. They both bought Silver Edge, which is,
Wow.
you know, not a popular item this patch at all, but in ultra late game situations for melee carries, it can be a way of accessing the fight. You know, just having the extra mobility, having the ability to go undetected.
I don't think Sven is
This is
allowed to
like-
play with
This is the
Satanic.
ninja gear now. You know?
I think he needs another damage item.
That is true.
That's kind of what it is. They want to get in undetected so they can find the surprise factor. It is worth
It's
an
not that
item
kind of
slot at
game
this
where he gets
point.
the life leech back, I think.
Prioritizing it over an item such as AC. Obviously a little bit of a waste to...
Centaur level 30 now.
And Satanic has damage, but if you compare Satanic damage output compared to any other proper DPS item, it's like nothing. Like you want to compare DPS from a Moon Shard versus Satanic?
And if you're BetBoom, you're just waiting. I mean, both sides, honestly, are kind of okay waiting for these buybacks. But you do have the Aegis advantage for Spirit.
I don't know.
Do you want to risk it?
He plays 0, I don't. So I'm not really sure.
It's difficult. I think.
And just looking how this game even plays, I just don't think he gets to life
Despite
leech.
everything that's happened, I still think BetBoom are in a good
Stunning
position.
dispel disarm? There's no disarm in this game. Attack speed's low.
Can they keep it
I think it does remove it too. Actually, there's tech is disarm.
Alright.
But that one's weird because I think if you hit again, it just applies again. But I guess you get one extra hit in.
Well,
is another dispel on this?
Yep, but that's bad.
Oh, there's a deafening
BetBoom
blast.
because it means they
I think
now
that one
have an
works too.
advantage.
Also, the game's over.
And advantages have been working against them. So waiting for Spirit to absolutely capitalize on this 4v5 against them. With their mid-hero dead 72 minutes into the game, they will
I
find
don't know
a
if we
great
can
fight
dispel the
balance.
deafening blast.
Used in the fog. Yatoro's in the tree line. Do they have vision? No. Oh, that's a huge chrono.
He still got them. Oh my god.
Not going to focus on the Sven first. They get the Batrider, who no longer has buyback. Mira is next, and Yatoro gets bashed by the Aghanim Scepter. Yules is going to keep him alive for
Oh
the
my
time
god.
being.
The other meatball.
Be forced away. That is the Aegis still intact, but Nightfall and company should be able to get the second lane Arax for free now.
Both Chronos
Backdoor
down.
protection. Nightfall kind of resetting a bit as he waits for this wave mid to show up.
This game got delayed by like 40 fucking minutes. Because of one Aegis.
Collapse with the pulverize. There's the cart from Miero doing basically nothing. Nobody's inside of it.
Telling you, man, if you have one more damage item.
And the Wind Waker going to keep.
I don't think he was allowed to play with Satanic.
Horribly surrounded. The hoof stomp is there, taking heavy damage. As Yatoro already pretty low with that Aegis still intact though. And Collapse. It's off the Shivas now, the E-Blade. But the Nullifier to counter it, and now that is the death of the Primal Beast. Basically no buybacks left for Spirit after that last one from Collapse, and Mira trying to fight this off on his own. It's not going to happen. And now it's a 5 versus 2 for BetBoom. How to throw now. Yatoro able to dodge out the arrows as the first tier 4 will fall. Yatoro Collapse gonna have to come up with some magical formula here as Nightfall gonna try to initiate. Yules is gonna keep Yatoro alive, but he's nullified again. Trying to do something, but he is overwhelmed. Aegis down. Buys the refresher, has to still bring it back to his inventory. Nullified now into Collapse, is gonna be able to force that to get away. Yatoro gonna have to try to fight this basically on his own, but he's getting bashed right and left by Nightfall. Yule's keeping him alive a little bit longer, but finally the blast off comes to finish him off. Has the buyback, but
He doesn't have ulti.
Unless he wants to use that refresher there, but Collapse.
Oh wait, does he have a refresher on
2 minutes,
Sven?
no buyback. Laurel is
No, it
next,
doesn't.
and it's just Yatoro on his own in a 1 versus 5. And this looks like it's going to be GG's called 74-minute
Oh, you
game.
refreshed it. Ah, okay.
BetBoom
Well,
wins
GG's.
Game 1.
Yeah, I don't know what people are smoking when they think Spirit has the late game to fight this.
I don't think
BetBoom gave them
feel good about
20k,
this. I think
and they still got
relieved,
destroyed.
but
Wasn't even close.
That became an absolute slugfest.
I just don't think you understand the game enough if you think they have a chance late game.
It took them long, and for Spirit, how many types of games of this are we gonna see from them? We had the Mega Creep game against Gaming Gladiators as well.
Thank you, THK, 418. To be done up, thank you. Oh, to be, thank you to 22. Tell Dylan, thank you to 26. And Rebound, thank you to 20.
But it's not
How
turning
do you beat
into
avoid late
victories.
game?
They
It has to be
ultimately will
buybacks,
fall
dudes.
to what
But their
arguably
draft was just
is
not made for
one
it
of the
either.
strongest late game lineups we've seen in the tournament with Void
There are
Invoker,
some
with the
drafts that can fight late game voids, and they're usually the ones that buy back really hard. Like Spectres and things like that. And good catches.
Get it done, but man,
Like sometimes you have random shit like what? Doom jumping into a Faceless Void and you just catch him. Maybe Zeus finding him with ulti. And Travels too. Everyone buying back, TPing in again.
Absolutely.
But not with Sven. Sven is like the worst one for it because he doesn't get his ulti back.
It's only game 1 of this best of 3. Shaver, what's up?
You stop doing that.
It's so hard as a Sven.
What's up is we watched a very back and forth game of Dota, but I do agree with our
Strongwood versus Voids? I don't think so.
About 20 minutes ago.
But I don't know.
But, that's why I got Jenkins and Effie here on the couch. They're gonna tell us exactly why this game lasted as long as it did. Jenkins,
I think if you have a Troll versus Void, the Void just kind of ignores Troll and kills everyone else.
I gotta study this. Like, I don't know exactly what it is. It seems like something on the patch. I've heard people say Vlad's being nerfed means that there's less pushing going on, but Dom 2 was buffed, and so heroes like Beastmaster and Lycan are sometimes getting picked. Obviously, that wasn't in this game. They really, is that the chef? I
That's
think
funny.
that's the chef.
Yeah, I believe so.
Dude, they're boys with that guy. That's cool. The fact that there are very strong hyper carries that always have a chance to, you know, win the game in the late game. There's like Revenant's Brooch, Rapier build. I think Refresher is extremely strong on a lot of these carries, like Faceless Void, for example, having 2 Chronos. It's I don't know. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say, but it seems like every game is either 90 minutes and insane or 40 minutes and boring. And I have no idea why. Just a do you have any idea?
Okay, so the way that I would look at it is, and it was also the story of this game, but there are a lot of heroes in meta that are initiators. Like, if you look at the offlane, the meta heroes are Centaur, Mars, DK, etc. Basically, these are the ones. I'm trying to think of somebody else. Timbersaw sometimes, but we never see that guy. And from the carry role in this game in particular, we saw Sven and Void Spirit. And these are, I mean, Faceless Void.
Sure,
Yeah, Faceless Void. And these are both initiating carries as well. So often, if the meta just contains a lot of initiators, you'll see the team that gets the jump first is the team that wins the fight. And the story of the game was, yeah, BetBoom's draft scaled a lot better, but Spirit did find opportunities where they were the aggressors. They were the ones getting the initiation, going on a target, which would extend the game by 5 minutes every time they were able to find the good jump, which honestly, Team Spirit are great at. They have a lot of grit. They can make situations that look miserable kind of hopeful, and that's what happened towards the end here. The fight in particular was the one near their cliff ward. This game felt like it was 4 games in one, but there's a fight near their cliff ward in the dire jungle, you know, the one by the lane. Because of that ward, they were able to get the double jump and get the invoker buyback into the invoker dieback, and that really did extend the game because before that it looked way too difficult for them to take fight. And yeah, I think that's why if there are so many initiating heroes in meta, the games can go on for so long depending on how good the teams are.
Whoever gets the jump, you always have a chance to get a kill if you're the one initiating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But kudos to BetBoom, theory crafting side. That was a game that they had to play very well in the first 20 to 25 minutes to pull off, because we talked about this 2 games ago and they were around minute 20. But we talked about how important it was for them to survive Spirit's tempo, and honestly, they did great. Spirit got off to a really good start in laning phase, but BetBoom got what they could where they could. They had a couple of really good smokes in the early game where they smoked bottom and then they twin-gated their heroes and they found Sven diving the tower. And it was situations like that that they kept recreating the first 20 to 30 minutes that allowed them to go into the late game.
Yeah, there was at some point, minute 10 or something, I look and I see Nightfall and he's 0-4-0 and I'm like, okay, Spirit got this in the bag, Jenkins. But some good team play allows Faceless Void to come back.
Yeah, part of it I think is the draft. BetBoom has done this since BetBoom Dacha. Like they were, at least in my memory, the team that popularized this on this patch. Like picking 3 heroes.
I don't think we need this guy in the chat.
All like combo together and go.
I don't think anything good comes from it.
The Centaur, the Techies, and the Mirana. That's so much damage between these 3 heroes. It's so much disable between these 3 heroes. And then they also have the Invoker Sunstrike to come in after that. So it kind of felt like even if they throw into Spirit, they can still like always get a pick off on some side of the map and they will always have enough damage. And then obviously you have the Invoker plus the Void as well. Like that was some impeccable drafting.
You didn't miss anything, dude.
These days, it is very rare for us to see a draft where it's like, oh, they lack stuns or they lack the ability to do anything like from behind or like there's it really feels like just based on the I guess the supports and the offlaners especially that are strong, there's like always a potential to get kills with like one of these like ganking trios. Both teams had it, but I saw BetBoom like popularize this at BetBoom Dacha.
Well, there's a lot to talk about in a game that went on as long as this one did. It's also, of course, only game 1, but
I do Midas mode? I don't know, man. Am I?
This game, we're heading over to Brian for our Ace of Predator head-to-head.
Thank you, Shiva, for the head-to-head of that incredibly standard game. I'd like to talk about the carry players. Shocker from my end, we have Yatoro versus Nightfall, and we're looking at the net worth at 15 minutes. Yatoro honestly almost doubling up Nightfall, and then we see the story of the game when we see the net worth at the end of the game, which is not so much in favor of Yatoro anymore. Obviously, I anticipated this to be like a 40-minute game when I asked for this stat, but it says it all. If we look at these clips coming from the game, we heard from the panel, early game was a bit rough on the side of BetBoom, but they had a few crucial rotations. This was a chrono kill on Primal Beast that led to an immediate smoke from BetBoom, or at least the 3 other heroes, then Void. And we're going to see, this is about 15 seconds later, the smoke's still coming. Miro baits Nightfall forward a bit, or sorry, Yatoro a bit here. And this is what I almost consider like undisciplined aggression from Team Spirit, as the rest of BetBoom has been missing since that smoke bottom. And this is going to be like the beginning of turning the tides in favor of BetBoom. Senderin during the cast had said if these kills hadn't been happening, the lead might have been insurmountable. And this is the team fight mid. You see that Team Spirit's up by 4K. Nightfall coming, or yeah, I keep messing up the 2 carries. Nightfall coming in with
fuck, I thought it was triple arrow.
Basically a little bit of an overextension.
That cosmetic is not okay.
Team Spirit here. And at the end of the day, when you have this Sven versus Void matchup, we saw this exact same thing where Yatoro was Void against 23 Savage's Sven, and the Sven won because Void couldn't kill him.
I'm not playing Horizon, no. In 2 weeks, it's gonna be Dragon's Dogma. I'm gonna be climbing dragon nuts and cutting them with knives. Just like in London.
Map, completely dodging these chronospheres in the late game, maybe cleaning up the backlines here and there, but at the end of the day, chaotic game. Usually favors Void if it goes that late. Refresher, bunch of chronos.
Yeah, then it doesn't matter if you have a Superman Sven, because you're going to be stuck in a chrono.
Yeah, his kryptonite is 80-minute games against Void.
Yeah, whose kryptonite is that isn't, or isn't that, whatever. You know what I mean. I want to know, that smoke that you're talking about, that smoke that you're talking about.
Have a class in mind? Well, I played the biggest swordsman I could find in the previous game, so I think I'll be a caster in the next.
And if they
I'll be a fucking pussy-ass backline mage.
Respectful of the movements of their of BetBoom, they should have had this game. Do you feel like they're the ones to let this game go this late, and they're their own worst enemy in this game?
I'll be hypercritical of Yatoro. I think this is one of his worst events that I've seen him play, because obviously we're holding him to a standard of Yatoro, which is like off this camera. But it's a situation where if the enemy team chose as a group and then they go missing, the way that most high-level players think about it is that how long has it been since they've shown?
I was playing with Thinning Vanishes too, yeah. Well, we'll see.
So it had been about 20,
time is
seconds when they were
very
still
limited.
Top, and if you know they're missing, they either went mid or they went through the gate to top. So you have to act like they're one or the other because you just don't know. They're smoked. They could be anywhere. And at the end of the day, he's level 10 on Sven. Like, Faceless Void was level 7 at that point in the game. He was #1 net worth, and those type of risks. It's just not like Yatoro. He's a very calculated carry player, and so I would say that was majorly a slip
I didn't
up
play
on the
Auto
side of Team
Gladiator.
Spirit, but at the end of the
I have
day,
a
like,
bunch of people. My friend is up playing Auto Gladiator all the time. It's like, I think Gork plays it, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Every
Team
time I
Spirit
log in
did
at
not
night,
win
I see him
that
playing
game.
it.
We do know
It has that weird
Team
thing in its
Spirit
title,
and
like the password or something to avoid bots.
an even game record. They basically always tie.
I'm not
or
going to
at least
Birmingham,
always
dude. I'm
go
not
to
getting
game
stabbed.
threes.
Fuck that.
And that means Team Spirit should win in game 2 if we want to have a third game to the series. But if that's going to happen, you'll have to just wait and see. Stick around.
Lekker mooiste fan voor de 43. I would not show up there without like a, I don't know, fucking chainmail. Hard leather armor and chainmail. I'm back. Oi, 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 oi. Two minutes to game. Should have time to check schedule. What's this? This can go. Oh, this is a pointless match, right? But these guys are out already. And these guys are pretty much in already. Ah. This one's pretty big. Is it a decider? It might be. Oh, this game too, yeah. This match here. I think this might decide who goes up or down in this. What a rough group stage. It's kind of weird setup too, to have double group stages like that and have so many teams drop out in it. How old is my chair? This was like 2 years now or something? I do want to change it. This one is too big for me. How many series do I plan to watch today? I don't know. I'll see. I think I'll watch until I get bored.
Welcome back. That was the PogGem Pandas, and you were watching DreamLeague Season 22. And I feel like I'm having a little bit of a deja vu here because just a couple of days ago, first game of the day was 95 minutes long. And Team Spirit was on the losing side against Gaming Gladiators, and the game was very long, and the series was long, and the day was long because of that. And Team Spirit, obviously, at the start of that, made a big impact on me mentally, and I'm sure it did on you as well. Guess what? They did it again. This time it was not a 95-minute game, it was a 75-minute game, still very long, but Team Spirit lost again.
And you know what? The second game against Gaming Gladiators was also 60 minutes.
It was, but I will say that one was a lot more... I felt more one-sided.
I think I'm just gonna watch the games.
Like
too lazy to switch back and forth.
I don't want to ever say tilt when it comes to Team Spirit because I don't think they're a team that tilts, but I definitely feel like it maybe got to them a little bit. Oh, look how the turns have tabled.
First pick Sven is a thing in this patch. Holy shit!
Analyzing why games are going to 70 minutes because I don't feel.
That makes sense, I guess, because the hero wins lanes. Although it lost last lane, but it still did well.
This seems to be the best carry in Dota right now.
And it's a very good tempo hero.
I really think
it's so rare that a carry hero can win lanes.
Often the drafts that
Sven is like 1 billion base stats on everything.
On either side of the team, and when
Sven OP? I wouldn't say it's OP. I just think it's a very comfortable pick.
Things don't always go your way perfectly. Like there are always opportunities presented to the losing team to get that one pick off that extends the game by another 5 minutes. It's like every pick off, you're getting 5 more minutes of gameplay in the late game, or that's what it feels like.
I will say, I believe, Brian, I saw you yesterday talking to Collapse.
Sven feels a late game, yeah. He gets kited.
I didn't really talk to Collapse, but I did
and
see
despite him having like a billion armor and HP, he still dies pretty fast too.
You talked about one thing in particular, it was his Mars.
Yeah.
And it was the Venn diagram of Mars.
I just think Sven sets you a nice win condition. It's not like other heroes that get demolished in laning phase. Like if you try to pick a PA for example in this patch, and you play PA against like say Primal Beast, it's fucking despair, dudes.
You know, he'll never forget. I feel like he probably throws. You know, everyone counts sheep when they're falling asleep. He probably just throws spears. You know?
Yeah.
He goes by Rhea now.
True.
They throw Rheas.
But yeah, when you do pick a Sven, you're forced into tempo draft.
Going into the second round of the draft,
because Sven does lose late game to almost every fucking proper carry in the game.
Like they picked it themselves, so the question is, do they think it's unplayable or like at least a favorable matchup?
It's very similar to like old Alchemist, you know, where you just kind of have an Alchemist and he farms 20 minutes and then he ends the game. And if he doesn't end the game in that time, then it's fucking game over.
So they don't want to put themselves in the same spot
Void
that
ban.
the other team was in.
Are we surprised that Centaur is still in the pool? It seems like such a strong hero right now.
I think BetBoom's gonna pick it up sometime.
When you
in the
play
second
Sven
round, but I
offlane?
think they don't have to.
Sven
pick it up
offlane
now
is rough because usually you want your playmaker on offlane, and something that wins lanes even harder too.
Centaur because they have Mars.
And offlaners, they don't have the luxury of disappearing into the jungle for 20 minutes and then coming back and winning.
One offlaner that is from the broken top 5 that are still available.
I'd be surprised.
And you could do it. You could do like a +1 offlane, you know, and then you have like a different hero on your safe lane.
Maybe like a Doomer Slardar if they can get a better game for it.
And before this Centaur
Can
comes
Spirit
out,
Troll versus Sven? I don't know. Is Troll good against Sven?
Strong 5 heroes in the pool, like the Murana or
I'm not
the Batrider
really
or
sure
even
about that
Lion.
matchup. I feel like they don't really care too much about each other.
The thing with these 5 heroes is like the pool is so minimal that you can't prioritize another meta hero or you're just gonna lose. It feels like 3 viable 5s right now. 4 maybe if you're counting.
Who was it we were interviewing?
It was Malrine. Malrine said that Batrider isn't played core simply because there's only like 4 good supports.
Yeah.
That was his reasoning. He's like, Batrider's like one of the creme de la creme supports, so it's not worth rotating him to core because there's like you're not gonna flex it where you're like, ooh, wham, like there's some other support we're gonna like win the draft with, you know.
Troll just feels like he gets countered by 2,000 gold.
Obviously, other than the Chen, Undying banned now as
He
well.
just got forced after away and he's like, ugh.
Crystal Maiden and Murana?
Yeah.
I hate that hero.
And, yeah, Undying I mentioned, but he's banned indeed.
Sometimes we'll see ET if you
Yeah.
need a 5 hero that can team fight, but it's much less popular.
Yeah, we see techies sometimes as well.
Techies as
But
well.
more, obviously, it's not
Yeah.
a 5, it's more a 4.
I haven't really liked techies though. Like I feel like it's
an XTD
I like
rat?
techies with
Pretty sure that's an XTD
I
rat.
like it with the right heroes. Like if you have a good lane for it, like a lot of the offlaners do really like having him just sitting there like poking the enemy carry, like especially if
that gives me nightmares just thinking about it.
Especially if the matchup like offlaner to carry is bad, like if there's some lifestealer, the techies can actually make the difference. I feel like Luke is in the same category. Those line.
I like it when Save plays it. He's the player who has most consistently impressed me on techies this tournament. Like, we saw him get first blood on Yatoro last game. Every time I see him play it with Miro, he's always enabling his lane, and they even won versus anti-mage with the techies.
You feel Dola's unbalanced late game?
I feel like Mars should be winning.
It kind of is.
It doesn't, no.
I mean, Dota has always gotten a weird sense of balance, like in terms of heroes and drafts. There's a lot of variations, and also from player skill and
yeah, it was Mars favored.
what do you call it, like hero mastery.
It's not too shocking considering the meta of offlaners right now. Like they're just going like Marses are just.
But actual imbalance has been almost removed. There's still like the side difference. I think there's like I don't know if it's still the case, but Radiant had a huge win rate bonus. I think it was because of Roshan being on the bottom side of the map on the first kill that they usually do around like 18 or something. But I don't know. Right now it's not that imbalanced, I think. Late game really comes down to drafts.
There's no immediate.
It comes down to which initiate is better.
But generally speaking, you always want a core.
Oh, you mean with the ult?
Yeah, like you want a core.
Oh, it's still the same? Yeah.
Like Mars utilizes the ink swell well, but
I see.
I don't know how much the. What do you even call that ulti?
I think Grim also, like,
if you balance all heroes, you get a really boring game. Plus, I think a lot of heroes are like really balanced already.
Maybe Spirit wants Pango.
That's true, and that's also the reason why Spirit went Lion again, is that they banned out the Storm Spirit last game, but this game they had to ban out the Primal Beast, so they had to make sure that within their draft, they have an answer to the Storm already, because that's a hero you always have to think about when you're playing against GPK.
Yeah.
Also, the double hexes and double fingers from Lion are actually going to be pretty impactful. We've seen a lot of early game fights be won off of one good
Does Nature's Power get nerfed? I think it did, right?
And if you want to get another 70-minute game in,
I don't remember what they did to him, but something got nerfed.
the Ags on the Grimstroke.
No Centaur. Wow.
Is of course great. Yeah, it's Gunka instead.
I guess that's a flex pick, so it could be mid or off lane. I'd say it's likely off lane. Nice setup for Murana Arrow as well. Either lane that it goes. This is kind of like a beefy boy with a blade mill.
Now Spirit has to choose. Do they face tempo with tempo, or do they go late game?
Yeah. Good against Sven.
And this pack is gonna pick is gonna reveal it now.
Well.
This pack.
The highest win rate hero in the game against that hero.
If only.
Batrider. You take off his napalms. Although the last was a bit annoying.
Every time we see a good Lifestealer game, the Lifestealer loses.
Yeah, that is true. They can just ban the Centaur then.
No, they'll go for the Lifestealer because they agree with you that it should be a good one.
I
This worked
don't
out really
know
nicely
how
for them
that
last time,
goes.
so we'll see how this goes.
It's a really good pick against Kunkka at least.
harshest critic of
Especially
Yasuo's
if Kunkka for whatever fucking reason happens to be
he has,
off
like,
lane.
9 Grandmaster tier heroes, and this one's silver. So
I think if you're Spirit, you.
I don't know about
ban out
Sven.
Slardar, because I could see BetBoom putting the Kunkka on mid and then Slardar
When I
off lane,
played a
jumps into the
team
lane
fight in my
stealer,
head, I feel like
Slardar
Sven
can't
just
help.
kind of kills Lifestealer with ulti out, but
because it's
I don't know.
Because it's a flex pick, the Kunkka, they should automatically say we picked Lifestealer with the intent of having a free game. We'll get rid of his bad matchups off lane. Beastmaster is a bit annoying. It's more of like a game thing though, where the matchup between Lifestealer and Sven kind of tilts in favor of Sven. If you have a hero like Beast who's got a BKB piercing disable, AoE or the aura for attack speed on Sven, so he's going to be buffed up extra. At the end of the day, there's very few ways that Sven will ever outman fight Lifestealer, but if he lives long enough and Lifestealer's rage is over, then that definitely changes when Warcry is active as well.
It's also just a ban in response to how BetBoom played yesterday. They had a last pick Beastmaster versus Anti-Mage, and it looked incredibly good.
Aghanim
I think they
Lifestealer,
would have
really?
operated in the exact same way, where it
Can't
just
imagine how
there's a
that really
Wars,
plays.
beats up the Lifestealer in lane, and then they just go win the game minute 25. They get 3 lanes
it's a
of rest.
timing thing, yeah.
Yeah, weird.
And Miro did mention
I don't know anything about this matchup.
on overall last pick, so
Gotta ask somebody who
that is what
plays more
kept them
carry
on
like
this game. And because of this
Steve.
overall last
He
pick,
probably
they
knows
can
exactly how
spread
it
up their
goes.
Kunkka very comfortably, because if it's a bad lane matchup mid, they're just gonna throw it off lane, and it shouldn't do bad. Versus
But since
Lifestealer.
they
Honestly,
fourth
Tidebringer
picked it
makes
into a
Kunkka
first pick Sven, it must
viable
be
in
good.
almost all lanes, even if
I don't think a
he's
team
shut
like Team
down
Spirit
later
picks
on
stuff
as people
randomly.
get levels, he'll still manage to get
At the
something
very
out of
least,
it.
it's very good
And
against
as the game
Kunkka.
progresses, you're gonna have the
Like just natural magic immunity makes Kunkka's whole
a nice
tool
form
set
of
just fucking
counter
useless.
initiation. You're also gonna have the Moonlight
And
Shadow,
it
plus
also
the ways
denies
to
a full
get them
lane.
to
Like Kunkka cannot lane
disengage
against
from the
Lifestealer.
arena or just make themselves
So
be put in a better
one option is gone,
BetBoom can
which
either get
means
the
it's
Slardar or
guaranteed
the
last pick
Razor
mid
here,
now for BetBoom.
now that
Well, guaranteed. I wouldn't say 100% guaranteed. You know, could be still be some bullshit Batrider mid or Apollo mid.
Collapse or BetBoom has played both. Miro has played both.
Unlikely though.
Because he is an offlaner.
Oh, sorry, it's Kunkka mid, and it's a different off
I'm
lane.
actually shocked they didn't
I think?
protected the Lifestealer's lane. I agree with you.
Interesting. Yeah,
There's
that's
like,
interesting.
I think Kunkka's 100% going mid now. 'cause
Unless they pick something that's very good against.
I was gonna say maybe like a Necrophos mid or some crazy shit like that. Just dumpster the Kunkka.
They could also just run back the Pango. Oh, the
Lash mid.
Okay, we
Okay.
did see Lesh's new build.
Kunkka likely off lane? I really don't think so. I think that lane is too hard for Kunkka. Lifestealer is gonna eat his asshole.
And give up his tower.
Yeah.
But is it good enough to force Kunkka out of the lane?
Slardar
I feel like
and Razor look really good.
Slardar, like Slardar destroys Lesh too. Like Lesh can't man up against a Sven Slardar. I feel like you Slardar, this game's instantly over. That's crazy. They didn't ban it.
It felt like
It's a hard Slardar game, dude. So like if they go Slardar here, I think the team fight's gonna be rough.
That was trippy.
And their initiator is rough.
It will be the Lycan.
Okay, this is fucking
and
weird.
He's talked about how he really wants to play the Lycan. He doesn't get the chance to, and that's the hero that if he
I
had
am
a
not
chance to,
familiar
he would
with
pick that more often.
how any of these
There's
matchups
no
go.
disable for it. I mean, it is a good Lycan game.
Yeah, that's a super weird pick.
Weird pick though to me. What are you gonna say, Mir?
Do you wanna?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, I
think
kind of
BetBoom
understand
is
it.
Really good at these summon heroes,
It's like
probably
super high
better than
tempo.
Any other player at this tournament right now.
The whole draft
I
is
think
tempo.
that even though you're against Lifestealer on lane,
Like they don't
we've
really
seen that with
counter
a strong
Lifestealer in this game, and they might not need to. Because Lycan fucks Lion and that other fuck.
Actually should be able to
Grimstroke.
pressure the Lifestealer before he has his rage up. And then once you get that Helm of the Overlord, you're gonna beat up these supports, dude. Have you ever played Lion or Grimstroke into Lycan? It feels impossible.
Any support, to be fair, Mir. Any
Even
support.
Lash? No, not really Lash. Lash is okay against Lycan, but it's not perfect either.
My three
But Lash is only one hero.
happy to
Is it
play
not because
versus
they
Lycan.
slow and they don't have an innate save?
I think laning wise and matchup wise, it doesn't look that great. But tempo and composition, it looks really good. They could just win the game before Lifestealer gets to play.
Be the anti-support hero in this game, and it actually looks pretty miserable because they don't have any saves, and they're gonna have to build items to protect themselves from Lycan, but they need
Game
to
1
build
in 20
items
minutes?
to
I think
enable
will be
their
decided in
ulti
20 minutes. I don't think it's gonna
and they
end
have
in
to play
20.
on, like, Grim's Shard, but then Grim's just gonna die every fight, so I feel like this Lycan is a really scary pick.
But how does
my take?
How does Lycan do in lane against Lifestealer? Because I feel like I've played that matchup and it's miserable for me as Lycan. And then when I get the Dom, he just infests my creep, and then I get sad, like in a fight, you know.
Like I mentioned, I think it's very dependent on how Save plays the lane, and I feel like they should be able to win the first 3 levels, but I'd like to hear from Brian on that.
I would like to be Lifestealer in lane, but in game you don't really deal with them at all until you get Radiance, but it's like a tempo thing where Lycan's usually running over your team at that stage, and Lifestealer wants the game to kind of stagnate while he hits that Radiance timing. So.
I guess also the new age Lycan would build an Orchid, which is good against Lifestealer at some point.
You can consider that.
Yeah.
But I would say I'd actually favor Team Spirit's draft this time around. I don't think the Lycan pick convinces me, but Miro, like Mira said, Lycan specialist.
And so far, you saw too, it has a 100% win rate here at DreamLeague. Only 2 games played, but potentially Miro will be able to uphold that win rate. We'll find out if this is a 2-0 or if BetBoom will be forced to a game number 3. Let's head over to Sunsfan and Sinred.
Game number 2 of this best of 3, and this game is super important.
Volatile game.
I should say super important for Team Spirit.
If BetBoom wins lane somehow, I think this game is going to end fast.
At best, and they have to rely on other people to lose, they could maybe tie for 4th, maybe.
Yeah.
So this is far more important. And if BetBoom wins this, then they've pretty much positioned themselves very nicely for that top 2 position.
Yep. I think at worst they would tie for 2nd. Yeah, they would, because the worst score they can get is 5-2 at that point, and the 3rd place team currently has 3-2 in OG. So, yeah, everything to play for both teams. Let's talk Lycan, shall we? We complimented Miro on an outstanding Beastmaster performance yesterday when they last picked that, and this time around they go the same route where they leave the last pick for their offlaner as something that not a lot of teams have been doing. And this will bring out the Lycan from him this game. I think this is an awesome pick for the game. The panel was talking about Slardar, which I think would have been great for a completely different reason. But yeah, the Lycan is going to do fine in the lane. I don't think Lifesteal is the type of hero that can truly bully you out, so you're going to get your early CS and probably Humble the Dominator. And the supports are going to suffer. And the Lesh too. I think Lesh actually doesn't fare particularly well against Lycan either. You can run around him, you're hard to hit with a stun.
That is a lot of that feels like a bad manners pause. GPK has been getting these, what was that, 2 denies so far, but I think both on range creeps, and both Laurel tries to last hit with the Lightning Storm.
Yeah.
Very rough. Very early though.
Looks tough for Kunkka. Yeah. Let's just very strong. They keep buffing, let's just lightning damage,
good,
man.
But sometimes players, they just want to.
But if you also look closely, he is doing really well still. He's just taking a lot of harass damage.
To your offlane.
You might have to buy like an extra set of tangles or something, or early what's it called? The raindrop.
This is
Do-do-do-do.
having these like little tricks up your sleeve or aces up your sleeve is what can get you to a grand finals in the end.
Like an X mark too, yeah. When you get this bottle.
Necessarily, it's like very uncharacteristic. It's something other teams won't be thinking about actively during the draft. So it can win you an important game here or there.
Mage Slayer is super good against Lash, but BetBoom doesn't really have a good Mage Slayer hero.
Arena is one of the best ways of handling this hero. You
Kunkka is not
in an area.
ideal.
Rebuke hits all of Lycan's stuff at once, so it can do some meaningful damage.
It's been nerfed, but it's still really good just to have one appliance on the hero for the damage reduction.
Type of game. So
True.
That's really strong.
That is also a possibility, of course. Just amping him up. I mean, Helm of the Overlord Ags, probably fine, right? Unless you want to go a right-click route where you get BKB so you can counterplay the arena. And then you focus more on your hero than your summons, but I think that's...
I think Kunkka's almost always water park right now.
Well, it also doesn't fit Miero's playstyle. He doesn't play like the greedy, right-clicky type offlanes, right?
It's like some Aghanim, BKB, I don't know, like Hex or Refresher, Shivas kind of build.
We'll go to Laurel though.
Yeah, Laurel, after a bit of a lackluster performance, I want to say, on that Pango.
It's a good build.
Game. Didn't really find his footing at any point. The odd
I
thing
think my
is that
sound is like weirdly delayed.
as a viewer, like, okay, you must not be farming well. His farm was actually quite good, but
I don't play Kunkka much, because the hero kind of switched to that build. I prefer the Kunkka that, you know, one punches when Coop Wave and you delete a Morphling.
Nightfall gets off his war cry, but Mira is the one to fall as Toronto Tokyo gets aggressive.
Very fortunate for Mira, though, that he dies to the Warpine Raiders there. That would have been first blood for the Mirana. Instead, he gets a quote-unquote free refill. It is a long respawn time, of course.
Kanda Kuga doesn't work, sadly.
Rather that than giving away first
How
blood,
do you block the Kanda? X work?
Door collapse will be
You get a second one if you
exploited a bit here.
manually cast again.
That they have.
I don't fucking know.
You know, I never liked that when it creep denies you.
I don't think that works because it doesn't target the enemy.
Text on the screen. There's no impact. It should say something like denied, you know? Like right in your face. Heroes of Newerth, shout out to you. R.I.P.
Your second favorite game of all time.
No, that might be my first, actually.
Really?
Maybe. For a 1 year period, it's probably the best game I've ever played. Yeah. Super good. And Miero, like,
I don't think second X mark matters because you don't click an enemy.
Okay. So.
So it's just not gonna go
It's
off.
gonna be. Oh wait, who are we just clicking on? Okay, that was the life stealer.
Yeah.
Never mind. Carry on. I was very surprised.
I would be a little bit worried if my Lycan went Armlet Radiance against this team. I think that would be very stupid.
Well, I thought it might have been Armlet Nullifier. You never know.
I guess, yeah.
I've seen that before.
That is a thing.
Well, Courier's going to be sniped out by Save as the first blood is still yet to come. GPK in that mid lane. Oh, Mira. Gone on by
I like
Toronto.
FF7,
Like
yep.
someone's going to die.
I finished it entirely.
You got it.
Yep.
Oh, well,
nice
still
impale. Collapses here as well. Gets off the spear, but...
Just kidding.
Yeah, nice job, Cinder.
You gotten it.
Of course they can. Yotaro is all alone, though, so he's going to take some heavy harassment here. Has the Orb of Corrosion now. Which seems to be the go-to item early on here for Lifestealers. And what do you think of Lifestealer as a hero right now from the games that we've seen?
I think he's pretty good, but specifically very much as a counter pick. It doesn't seem like you can really run this hero unless the core-to-core matchups against, I want to say 2 enemy cores are good. Which is the case in this game. You picked it into Sven and you picked it into the Kunkka.
He thinks Leipzig's good against Sven.
That's reasonable. Yotaro.
I wonder if Steve thinks the same because he plays Sven on Stevio.
That Firefly, no mana to work with, but the Wolves are helping him out. He's going to have to pop Rage from Yotoro's side, turning his sights onto Save. Yotaro limps away as so does Save.
Save had a buffer of a Lotus there.
Mid lane actually pretty damn even overall. Flame Break finds Yotaro as the Wolves continue to harass.
This is another problem about the safe lane against Lycan. They can't kill the wolves.
Yeah, that's true.
They're quite bad at it. Lifesteal can hit 1 wolf at a time for absolutely fantastic damage. And Grimstroke can cheer him on. Bring out your best pom-poms. You can do it, Lifestealer. And Lifestealer says, I can eventually do things. I just need 15 to 20 minutes and then my hero is good against something. Obviously, if this was a Kunkka offlane, this would be a totally different story. That lane matchup is quite a different beast for Lifestealer. But BetBoom avoided that by putting the Kunkka mid.
That's the beauty of the flex picks.
Cleverly solving that problem. Incoming Power Rune, GPK and Toronto Tokyo will cover bottom.
Yep,
GP kick.
Off the Impale. It will be a damage rune, and now Mira
is dead.
Let's see if Cinderin's right this time.
Hiding for the Hex.
Torrent and first blood.
Hey, look, Mega doesn't go for the ball buster sucking skill.
All right, not really a Keck moment there. He's been doing very well this game so far.
Yeah, he finds his moments every game. That's his style. That's what makes him such an entertaining player to watch.
He's an entertainer first and foremost, and a competitor second.
Yeah. As a viewer, I'm fine with that.
Laurel will be hesitating here, wisely so.
Remember the
Mirana was
BetBoom in the area.
flanking, and Save is nearby too. Yeah, Mira will come in with the bottle refill. That should be the end of that. Miposhka, oh, he's
gonna
getting
go
scouted
Vessel?
out.
I don't know.
He's in trouble already. He just doesn't know.
I don't think I know the popular Kunkka builds right now.
Inkswell, Flame Break brings him back. Can they kill him in time? The Inkswell is
Although
there.
looking at the game, I don't think I would go Vessel here.
That's big.
Doesn't work on Lifestealer. Be nice against Lesh, but you would assume Lesh is gonna have some kind of dispel.
Well, like surely he scouts it, but he doesn't have any stun or slow for the bat. to cover with. So Grimstroke just going to run the whole way down.
Long time player since Dota 1 days. That's fucking crazy, dude.
That's the first good news for Spirit this game. 7 minutes.
2009 player, 2008.
The level advantage on their supports most likely from this. I say most likely because these side lanes are going very well beside of BetBoom.
I can join 2B later. I don't mind just watching this solo too.
The silence is there and the Pulse Nova cleans him up. So Toronto Tokyo overstaying his welcome a bit as the Inkswell now will not find its mark. Tier 1 tower though did take heavy damage, less than half HP already.
If Lesh loses tower to Kunkka, that would be something.
To be fair, there's been 2 supports close by for quite.
Sure, I'm not saying it's Laurel's fault.
I didn't hate that many heroes in Dota 1.
You were expecting.
I was too bad to really realize what heroes did. I just played my own things and killed them. Or died.
Dude, Lifestealer is just so... until he gets armlet, man. It's just there.
Yeah, he is a creep. He's an absolute creep, which is ironic because in Dota 1 he literally was the creep model. The dire
just a
melee
bigger
creep.
version.
That's right.
And he had a great ult, giving him 18 seconds.
I was an easy mode player, yeah.
I think that'd be pretty good these days.
APEM. Every game, dude.
I wonder if that was in the game before BKB. If BKB was actually inspired by that ulti, and then they reworked him.
I think you've been playing a little bit longer than me, so you know that. I think BKB was always in there. There's Yatoro. Gonna dodge one spell, but the torrent into the Centaur stomp. He has Infest. Takes over the Centaur now.
Oh, fuck.
He took it back. Where are we going, boys? Where are we taking the Lifestealer?
Oh my god.
Where are we
Is
taking
this
him today?
Happening? I mean, if he waits long enough, he'll have the Rage. TP. He's gonna get chased now as Miero pops the shapeshift.
I don't think you can rage TP, can you?
His rage. Now the X will bring
Because I think the rage is too short in level 1.
Arms and Miero just chomps him down. Meanwhile, mid lane. All of this just to try to get Toronto Tokyo, but he's gonna live. And now GPK.
That's good.
I think even level 2 is not enough. Oh, it would be
I mean,
fucking...
what do you do there, Yatoro? I actually think... Like,
What level rage do you need?
You need to respawn.
Yeah, but Toronto Tokyo.
You need level 5 or level 3 fucking rage, man, to TP out.
So much. It's gonna cost Lesh's life eventually. At least he gets a little bit of XP in the way.
Is that even enough?
That's a double kill.
Did Toronto stay in the edict?
No, that's not even enough, because you can wait for the TP. You can wait at,
GPK trying to run down Miposhka. One more, no. The Lotus actually keeping Miposhka alive. The Inkswell connects.
Is level 4 even enough?
And he'll be able to get out of dodge as a result.
Level 4 is enough, I think.
Death Diabolic Edict.
No, even 4 is... What the fuck? You just can't fucking TP from a Kunkka. That's insane.
It's that it was like 5 seconds after.
The fuck?
It took so long. He must have forgotten, or I don't know. Maybe he died on purpose. I'm gonna entertain that idea as well, because Lesh being
that's fucking insane.
No experience, and it's a
what's TP? 2.5 or 3? It's 3, I think.
But I don't know. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch. He could have gone and died to a neutral camp as well.
He just cast it on the last second.
GPK got the nice stun animation applied to him. He will be running very fast without moving his legs.
It's the
top tower is under attack.
Almost
not so much Kunkka right now. It's the cursed pirate captain.
Yeah.
Walking on 0 legs.
Taro.
I never knew it was so rough.
Just a moment. So there's the shapeshift. Yatoro runs to the north.
Fuck it. By S and Y.
Likely will be the sacrifice.
Make the X shorter.
As Yatoro tries to TP out, we'll be fine.
I finished FF7 Rebirth, yeah.
He goes as the tier 1 tower falls at the 11.5 minute mark in BetBoom's favor.
Who controls the creep when infested? Well, Lifestealer gets it when he infested, but you can take back the infested creep with Dominator, and then the person the Dominator can control it with the Lifestealer inside.
To say the least for Spirit that Yatoro's game is this bad on Lifestealer. We've seen Lifestealer from other teams.
It's very
do quite
fucky.
well against heroes like Sven, but that's been with a better start. Sven can.
That's what happened there just now. Lifestealer took the Centaur, and then he walked fucking back. And he took back the Centaur with Dominator, and they walked him back. That's why he was so far out. But I think he was gonna die anyway, though, because no one TP'd.
4 in the game is 1,000 up, basically.
Yeah.
All around the same thresholds. Toro's the one left behind for now. Almost done with his armlet. Just the recipe away. And I mean,
This Lifestealer pick looks like fucking dog shit.
I mean, Lifestealer does have the advantage of, I mean, he doesn't have really infest bomb target until Collapse gets blink.
Not really.
Participating in, oh, as I say that, okay.
He can use it as a save though.
I like how Lifestealer has percentage-based lifesteal on max HP.
Even if you're behind on
And Lycan is a hero of high max HP, and he still loses to Lycan just hitting, because Lycan has fucking insane stats.
Yep. It's possible.
There's no cares.
Trying to potentially set something up onto Yatoro, but he's all alone for the time being.
He's 3 levels ahead. 2, I guess. Yatoro's about to crack 9.
Trying to force him out. We'll just farm and back. And Spirit still looking for...
I'm not convinced about the Lifestealer and Sven matchup.
Expedition as well with this smoke. So
But again, I don't know this matchup well enough.
Immediately by BetBoom, it seems. BK still
From gut feeling, I don't think it's good for Lifestealer. Just average at best.
There's the Moonlight Shadow.
Well,
This was,
I think BetBoom here has some insane potential for some tempo plays. Lycan is a fucking monster at this rate.
Got the Wolves as well.
It's gonna become a bigger monster even.
We didn't talk about that. That's actually quite important against Mars. In this meta that we've seen, Mars is getting so many key jumps.
How do you play Sven? Sven is played almost the same every single game. AFK, 20 minutes, come out with 2 items, and you try to win the game there.
Has played both the Beastmaster and
The hero farms extremely fast. He's basically the alchemist of the patch.
So this could end up playing a key role. You combine that with Moonlight Shadow, the Wolves find something, you Moonlight in, your entire team comes in invisible together with the Wolves and just jumps on some sort of opportunity. And it also forces the side of Spirit to invest heavily into detection, which means their supports in turn are going to be really poor. Seeing some of the effects of it right now. Both Mira and Miposhka well at the bottom of the chart.
Yeah, this could be an opportunity for BetBoom as well to get kind of an early Roche. Lycan, pretty damn good fighting that. There's a tier 1 tower in the bot lane.
Not as good as when the Overlord gave the Vlad's aura though, but still.
Yeah, that's true.
Still solid.
Toro will be working on the Radiant, so this has been pretty much the build of Lifestealers at this tournament thus far. And then eventually S and Y.
I wonder if this is a game
People playing Dazzle Cook as OP, but they nerfed it. Dazzle's ulti used to work on items, and now it doesn't. It still works on neutral items. And I think I remember reading a patch note about that it didn't work, but it just simply does.
I think having AC is really valuable for your team against the tons of physical damage the Radiant has. And the Desto will allow you to burst with Infest Bombs with Mars onto someone like Sven or the Lycan as well. But maybe the risk-reward doesn't favor it enough. And considering the average game time that we're seeing in this tournament, maybe if you're ever in doubt, just pick the farming item.
Of Collapse. Gonna use that Blink Dagger to full effect as the Finger of Death there to finish off save, but little to his knowledge, BetBoom was there already. So they're gonna clean up Collapse and Mira on top.
Yeah, this Lycan is too strong, man.
Nightfall. This would be an enormous kill.
This Lycan is way too strong right now.
Actually being cancelled now. This Nightfall will TP out, so the only trade is the Bat Rider.
I didn't know Lycan was so strong as Lifestealer in lane 2. There's no cares.
Early shard, by the way. It's funny how that item has actually gotten to the point where it's worth buying.
Yeah, this hero's been through some different phases, hasn't it? Lycan has changed quite a bit. Where's the shard? He's going AC.
Okay,
I trusted you.
No, he had it there. He will be going for the Ags, though. That's exciting.
Yeah, after AC first.
Yep.
I think that order makes sense. Getting the AC gives them this really powerful mid-game timing. It's super good for the Sven and even for the Kunkka to have the AC on their team just as much as we talked about it for the Spirit side. It's Good for
It's gonna be crazy when he gets the eggs.
When Sven is truly online and just turn him into an
Like
absolute monster.
Sven's weakness is that he gets kited. But,
As
you
if
know,
Sven needed that.
with Lycan ulti on him, he's not gonna get kited. And he gets a natural crit. It's insane.
And then likely the Ags to follow. It's been relatively cookie cutter. But he wants to get involved before that BKB comes online. As GPK is
Fighting
still
before
in that
BKB,
animation.
500 gold.
That's been like 10 minutes or so at this point.
They must be feeling super strong if they want to do this.
Bug on BetBoom, or there would have been
Kunkka as well. Kunkka fighting about BKB like 500, 600 gold, whatever that is.
Maposhka will ink swell himself. Now on the retreat, Laurel getting the hell out immediately.
Wow, are they getting...
They're getting nothing other than, well, even Maposhka getting away from the tree line.
0 kills there. What?
What the
God
fuck?
Strength. They might just go Roche, though, with this God Strength up.
They have
That
no
was
initiate.
such the amount of fogging going on there from Miposhka was super clean. Wow, that's surprising that BetBoom don't find someone. All right.
Because they thought he was already stunned. They weren't expecting him to walk away. And into the pit they go.
At the very least, they prepare the area for themselves.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I
attack.
wonder what triggers those animation things. I feel like we've seen a couple of those now. A little bit more common than we're used to.
Yep.
There's the Aegis for GPK, and he's not far away from Torrent Storm as well. And that might be lined up pretty nicely with the AC on the Lycan and the BKB on Nightfall.
The AC is quite far off, but that would also be an insane timing to have that soon. I'll tell you this much. It's not fun being a support on Spirit this game. Now you have to navigate Torrent Storm. Lycan eats you alive. You get one shot by Sven. There's plenty of problems for the side of Spirit that they're going to have to solve with good positioning and play calling. And realistically speaking, because of the nature of the lineup that they have, they're not going to take very much initiative right now. They still need to wait for Yatoro to at least get the Radiance,
but he does get the Rage off. That's some damage, but now he's going to get X'd. Trying to get the Infest, and just in time on a
barely got the wave there.
Mira not going to be so lucky. Starstorm finishes him off. So BetBoom.
Oh my god, the draft is so much stronger in mid game.
Right away. He just gets
He just can't do anything.
And now the arena coming out from Collapse. You talked about this early game. This is a
Actually, they got one.
in fact, Miero's reign will end here. We can see BetBoom still very happy to fight. X.
Oh my
arrow
god,
actually
cannot
misses.
miss that arrow.
The BKB now. BK,
Oh no, dude.
getting off the God Strength as Save gets eaten
Tomato
up by Yatoro.
Tokyo.
Stormhammer onto Yatoro. Armlet toggling will actually get away. Laurel getting very low on the mana, but he also ends up getting out just fine.
Damn.
Big missteps here from BetBoom.
Yeah, that arrow miss is just... Oof, that's a big one to miss. Collapse gets the BKB off and it ends up losing them. Their Batrider afterwards trying to go for the chase. Bit of a mistake there.
Look
Nice
at the
response from
networks
Spirit.
on Team Spirit.
Something back.
It's like you're playing this line, right? And you walk into a lane to farm some creeps. Two Lycan wolves on top of you, and now you're forced back.
Nightfall's farm is actually surprisingly low here, sitting at 235 at 21 minutes. I know it might sound ridiculous to some, but we've had plenty of games in this tournament where Sven is rocking 300 right now, or even more. So maybe it's because of the core combinations that they have. Maybe Lycan is taking some of Sven's space.
Yatoro was 4th in net worth on his team, and that's why he got the shard, and now he's top in the game. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, that is funny.
That is hilarious. And open wounds. Very good shard. Speaking of shit shards, Save. Feels like Batrider always wins that 50-50.
The Batrider shard is so fucking bad.
Save is going to be worth more money now that he got that shard. Collapse is very happy with the enemy Tormentor.
The arrow doesn't miss because of the target being airborne. It simply hits from where you got torrented. He just misjudged his positioning, I think.
My fault. We'll start the work on the Aghanim Scepter.
How is he not richer than this? Maybe BSJ can go over this after the game. I would be curious, like how Sven managed to
No, he just missed it.
advantage off of this early laning stage.
I'm not sure if the arrow could have made it in time.
1500 up against Lifestealer. Like
It's hard to say. We're doing really close.
And Sven in this tournament generally has been ramping up like crazy, so it must have been something about how BetBoom played the map and distributed their resources that's different from other teams.
Yo, this Lifestealer is ramping.
Sven is not that scary if we're looking at these farm numbers or this net worth.
Yep, certainly not yet, but...
Imagine being a support player.
Is he actually just gonna die to creeps?
Yeah. Have fun. That's great playing Grim against Lycan. I love this matchup.
Demon ult.
Oh my god, that looks miserable.
He has to buy Ghost Scepter. It's the only item you can buy.
Yeah, for sure. And then it's going to open you up to more torrents on your face.
Yeah, but you got to pick your poison. I think both supports in this game should be thinking about it at least.
Laurel, lasso initiation, but Collapse was there for the counter initiation.
Oh my god.
He's going to take an arrow. GPK
Collapse is ready there?
getting off the Torrent Storm, doing a lot of damage to Laurel, but it looks like he's going to live. The Infest keeps him alive. Extra HP to boot as GPK might have to back away.
He kind of wants to use the Aegis.
Nightfall coming in with the God Strength and the BKB takes out Mira quickly.
It's like the first time I see a lion die like a fucking dog.
That was close.
Felt that deep in my bowels as Laurel.
Somehow Toronto closer to hitting that one than the previous one.
Yeah. That's how it goes sometimes.
Yep.
And after all that, a 1-for-1. Support for support. But we are very close to some gigantic items, Cinderman. AC for Miero.
Yep.
Nightfall halfway to the Ags, as we've talked about ad nauseum. And Yatoro, what is he going for after the rating? This is probably the SNY still.
The line is easy to play mechanically.
Yeah.
You know, all his spells are very straightforward. Point and click.
To eventually get AC in this game,
Except for the stun. You can aim that one a bit for extra range.
I wonder.
Yeah, it's just the better players you face, the harder line becomes as a hero to play. Positioning is just
handle the supports.
It's not something you learn overnight.
What's going to be deciding for this game is who supports get to play the fight more. On the side of
you have to play with the idea that everything in the whole world is out there to kill you.
But at the very least, they need to be spotted, and then Collapse needs to find the angle, get
the entire fucking world is out there to kill you.
For the side of Spirit, if they just envision, Lycan can pop his ult and just run them down at no risk until they have these Ghost Scepters. But at that point, Sven will have Ags.
Yeah.
And then he can just fly across to the Wolves scouting for him and just one-shot them.
GPK, is he building a BKB right now?
What is that?
Yeah, he is building it. I think for now, the open wounds, something we didn't really discuss, is actually God tier against Kunkka.
Yeah.
Not only because he's such a high strength.
His name really should change from lion to pussy.
Lifesteal that you get, or overall lifesteal for your
fits it much more.
Nullifies so much of the damage of the
blade. Oh, that's how. Looks so weird.
Actually stop hitting him. We'll see if they put that into effect. But of course, once that BKB comes on, the open wound's not going to be nearly as effective until it is gone.
BetBoom looking. They have their Ags on Sven.
I'll be like more Helldivers, but probably after
the Echo.
ESL. Or like if they have break days, I'll play on doing that.
Rebuke. Gets off the spear, finds a connection onto the Sven, impaled the
Oh god, the lion's been found. The whole world is out there to kill you, and Grimslock is the other target, of course.
Both supports dead, in fact, for Spirit, is now they're on the run.
This is how it is, man.
And Miero continuing to chase. Spear will connect, Nightfall shadowing him. BKB finally popped by Collapse, but now the focus is onto the Leshrac, and there's the arena. Just the 3 cores of Spirit. Laurel loses his life, Yatoro has
This is exactly how I imagined the Lifestealer in fights. Like you're Lifestealer and you hit the Sven, and Sven loses 1/50 of his HP, and then Sven takes half of yours in one hit.
They don't have vision though.
Oh my god, it's invisible.
So the getaway
ain't no fucking way he survives that.
Still 3 lives lost for Spirit. You can see he's still trying to potentially find somebody here. Toronto Tokyo does not have any leaps. This would be a kill.
Oh,
down goes the Marana.
How does he do it? How do you just get a kill like that? You steal the enemy Lycan's wolf with Infest and you find a pawn with no leaps. How the fuck does that ever happen?
Dust, so that he can dust when Lifesteal infests his wolf. There's no other invisibility on the Dire side, right?
Huh.
What a genius.
Dude plays a different game from us.
He already used one, I think. But then I wonder why he used it prior.
Can he respawn? I don't know. Does it work?
I don't know.
I don't know if a stolen dog dies from a respawn.
For any sort of glimmer cape or whatnot.
It's high cooldown too, so he might have just not had it.
Maybe he thinks they have a
It doesn't? Yeah, okay, then it just stays.
How would you not? Yeah.
That's absurd.
Because it's super next level to have the foresight to think Lifestealer will be in trouble and he's going to infest my wolf and then I'm going to dust him. But then he wouldn't have used the dust. So why does he have it?
I don't know. I can't.
Maybe misclicked it. There's a lot of buttons on Lycan. You're controlling a lot of stuff, so.
True that. And Yotaro, top net worth right now. After such a miserable start, it's just crazy to see that
he's recovered really well.
And Miero's AC's there, which means Aghanim Scepter next on his list.
It's a hard game for Lifestealer.
Octarine here.
Like, imagine a team fight, just how it goes. If anyone BKBs, you can't hit them.
Just wants to keep
two of the other cores, they have infinite move speed. You know, Sven and Lycan, they're both dogs. You can't catch a pollen because the bitch has like 4 leaps or whatever. 3 leaps now.
They know something's coming here because they see the way you.
Where did he go? Where did he kill? Bad Rider?
Anticipating his team is smoke
He
behind
might have
him.
force staff even. Oh no, he went blink. I don't know what the fuck, BKB or some shit.
The Wolves will scout things out. Maybe it's Sentry, so they know they've been scouted out.
I don't understand the Lifestealer pick.
20 seconds for Roche. Who will find
I just get the feeling that there was just anything else that was just
Roche
better.
has to come down to Mars initiation. But like you said, these Wolves are going to be very annoying to deal with. Basically requires a smoke from Spirit to not be spotted here. And they're going to see that Roche is now up.
Elden Ring DLC build in mind. I'm gonna go 100% Faith build.
Craziest fast Roche for Yotaro.
Yeah, they get cold feet. They don't know anything
Axe fixes the builds.
What BetBoom are
Well,
up to. And BetBoom actually.
if you say Axe fixes the builds, but it's 29 minutes in, he doesn't have it on quick buy, and he doesn't have it in his inventory.
To get new information, and they will see Roche
Is that really the answer?
Another arrow. They do have good scouting.
If Yatoro doesn't buy it,
mid-range.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the day Roche, which is funny because BetBoom,
Then who
if they
would?
saw this coming, could maybe try to sneak Roche before he gets to the gate, but instead they'll TP bottom and prepare for the Roche off on the other side of the map. As Yotaro actually leading the way, they want to get an initiation
Nightfall's being
onto
spotted on a
Nightfall.
ward.
There's the arena
Oh, Jesus.
onto 2, but the
He
quick
BKB'd
BKB
it.
from GPK to be able to get off his Torrent Storm as a result.
They really did kill the bat first.
A little bit longer as Mapochka and Mira get deleted by Nightfall.
Oh my
Yotaro able to
god,
invest
dude.
inside of Laurel.
Oh, turn!
3 heroes. Look at the damage now. The Rebuke ends up killing 2 basically as a double kill for Yotaro. The
How does it
only
work?
member to get away from that engagement was the Lycan.
I guess triple studying course
Burst
helps.
damage from both sides. First Sven.
I need to rewatch that. Let's see what
Spirit
happened.
falls through as they win the team fight in the end.
Sven one-shot both supports, and then they won the fight after Spirit did. They're gonna clean up Miero here as well eventually, you would imagine. Collapse.
Yeah.
Keeping him busy.
Rebuke is there. Miero forced to
Assistance
kind
is
of try to
coming.
fight this off. Split Earth will hit. And the
What? How did that go through?
Wow.
Valve?
Give me that replay. That one Sven swing. My goodness, look to the bottom right here. So he Stormhammers in, and then he ends behind the trees, which is unfortunate. Boom!
Holy shit.
Disgusting.
And Lesh gets off. If he doesn't get off this Bloodstone Yules on like 5% health, they just lose.
Oh my
5-5.
goodness. Oh, that. Oh,
5-1,
Jesus
basically.
Christ. That's some more Dota shit.
Oh,
Shard on Lesh is absurd.
It's the little things. Like, imagine Lesh has slightly less health and you just lose the fight horribly. But they're playing on the limits. They're Laurel with a huge moment. They will get the Aegis now on Yotaro as well. And of course, the thing is, as long as Lesh gets off Bloodstone and Yules, when he lands on half health, they also have the Infest for the boost. They're keeping Laurel alive just long enough to outlast the side of BetBoom. And this is starting to look very healthy now for Spirit. Aegis in hand. Sven is 3rd on net worth, which is definitely not a good look.
Lifesteal doesn't feel like a keep anymore.
Yeah.
It's like a banner keep now. Panic with barracks down.
For BetBoom here, that's going to help him.
We have not seen the wolf bite yet.
It's free real estate, free net worth for the Sven. That he doesn't
Soon.
usually have access to. Doesn't usually need it either,
I
though.
think he has a damage item now, doesn't he?
I honestly think this is maybe an even bigger item. The
They're all like
Bet
hybrid
BKB
items still. I think this is the
gonna
only
open
proper
some
damage
doors
item.
For BetBoom now, he will be able to reliably initiate against this team. It's been quite difficult. You need to always account for the Hex. You can get counterplayed by Mars Arena. You get Ewelled, but now he can 100% jump on the guy he wants. But who will that be? Who can you kill? It's ironic to say that when you're playing together with Sven, but Lesh probably a bit too tanky right now for the Sven to eat. Lifestealer you're not killing probably either, and he has Aegis, so at the current point in time that's not an option. So maybe you try to just... Mars is tanky too. Who do you go on? The supports you don't really want to lasso either of, because they should just be dying to Lycan anyway.
Yeah.
Wonder what target Save is going to end up selecting in the coming fight, or if they even take one. Maybe BetBoom will play keep away for a while.
Well, there are plenty of towers in the top lane they can bulldoze with this Aegis advantage. Now that they got this tier 2 bot, there's only a tier 2 mid, and then the untouched top lane. They have plenty of time as the Infest Bomb available for collapse.
They're TPing top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, the Wolves scouting out again.
Oh, PS Wolves.
They'll see the corpses
Yeah,
of the Wolves,
they
though, so
will.
Collapse will know that he's spotted at the very least.
They'll know that they know that they know.
Yeah. And that's the end of that.
Now the third blink on the side of Spirit as Mira picks it up. And Yatoro will be going for BKB. So being able to rage BKB, then I'm not sure how much downtime there is with the following rage, but not much. But if you use the Infest, then you should have plenty of
If you use all of your tools, you will have a second rage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just going to go for the back door.
Nice and easy.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Thoughts on this game? I don't know. It mostly stems from my knowledge that I don't really understand how Lifestealer and Sven match up in late game. In general, I don't know much about Lifestealer. I don't know when to pick him except for Kunkka. I know he's good against Kunkka in lane and overall in the game.
Does cost him his BKB.
But I don't know how they actually fight. You know, when you pair a Lifestealer against Sven and then Lycan. Lycan was nice against him in laning phase, but I think it's come to the point where Lifestealer doesn't care about him anymore.
Lifestealer looks so stupid with this high attack animation. The way the arms just
Man, look at his build too. It's 0 DPS.
Put crest on him and he's
But maybe it
so
doesn't need
fast, it looks
DPS?
like
Maybe just live. You just play like you don't have supports because they're dead non-stop.
The split earth.
Off we go.
Onto the high ground. Tidal wave stopped immediately thanks to Rage. And Spirit, they're going to get this tower. It's going to be a fortification though. As a split earth, so annoying to deal with. And Yatoro will finish the tower now. Does BetBoom want to fight? Or do they just give this up for now? You can see Miero and company not really interested yet. As Yatoro kind of scared off by this second fortification.
Yeah.
They're scanning behind them just to make sure they're not backstabbing.
They're anticipating a move from BetBoom. They kind
Oh,
of
there's
can't
the wolf
believe
bite. That's what they're waiting for. So we're going to see the
This lane's
Sven
gone.
turn into a wolf. Oh,
Good
the arrow hits. This is the Aegis still for 30 seconds, though. Inkswell, just in case. And the Rage take out their first lane. All right, Miero has not shown this Aghanim Scepter yet.
Radiant are scanning.
Let's see how powerful this is. Remember back at TI-10, this was this was quite the item. Usually reserved for a tiny.
Yeah.
Is Laurel being pursued? Save. He's gonna find the jump. Doesn't have the vision yet. There he finds
Fucking
Mira.
supports.
Laurel shadowing him though.
Diablo. Perfectly in between.
Looks like that's gonna be the cleanup of Mira. Nightfall had to use his BKB
Oh.
for this.
Yeah, worried about the counterplay from Mars. From our point of view, obviously completely unnecessary BKB, but he does not know where Lifestealer is. So that one will be expended, and honestly, not a bad trade for Spirit. That's a That's a BKB plus Sven ult to just kill the Lion. Now this opens up the map for a while for Spirit to push out the lanes, maybe start thinking about setting up for the upcoming Rosh. I know it's 2 minutes away on the early spawn, but you can at least play some very early vision. When you have this good control of the map, it can be very valuable to get deep enough in place wards that the enemy team are unlikely to de-ward for that fight. And you know for a fact that the Rosh will be bottom. Because his entire... Actually, not true. I guess if he spawns very early, he could be top. He'll be there for like 30 seconds.
As now Miero desperately needing a beak. He still has the dust, by the way. Still no glimmers.
These pesky wolves.
But the BKB for Miero will help him survive in one of those arena combinations.
How looks so weird now. I never know what I'm looking at.
But Collapse with the double arena available.
Radiant are scanning.
As there's a damage rune in the top.
And it looks like Gork's profile picture.
Spirit will have the best chance.
Okay, Monkey King from Han.
At finding it here.
Dire are scanning.
Now Lincoln's picked up for Laurel. As Nightfall and company are smoked up. Where's this wolf bite at?
GPK's movement quite telling there, actually. He should have just cleaved out that wave instantly if he wants to move with his smoke teammates.
Well, lasso initiation. There's Nightfall. Gosh, he's actually
it's
back to the
really
high ground. That is
unfortunate.
very unfortunate. Now the Soulbind follows, and Nightfall's in a lot of trouble. Lycan's stuck to the wall of the arena, still stuck to Nightfall himself. And just like that, it's going to be 2 dead in favor of Spirit. If they can catch up to Nightfall, that is. Impale follows him as Mira gets to the high ground.
Gay.
2 dead. They just call GG straight up. Wow.
Yeah.
No buybacks for them, so Spirit would have bulldozed the towers.
Wow, okay, that... I feel like I can't say this anymore. I can't keep saying we're getting some weird games. This is just Dota now. Every game is strange in its own way. Wow, okay, that was a very sudden and anticlimactic ending, I have to say. They get the wolf bite, and then they engage and don't bite the Sven, and then they die. So they didn't even use it.
Right? They didn't use it once.
They didn't use it.
Yeah.
They went for the smoke play. They tried to jump the Mars. The Stormhammer.
This game was very strange. I agree.
Whilst Mars is on the high ground being pulled by
I think they had a chance to win with Sven and Lycan when they were strong, but they didn't do anything with it, and then they lost.
Disastrous fight.
I mean, for what it's worth,
Lycan is so shit when you don't get a big lead from like the first 20 minutes.
Mars would have survived the initial burst, got off all his spells, and BetBoom weren't even together there.
And I don't know why this Sven was so poor this game.
We saw him pushing out the mid-wave,
I think he was 1 full item behind all game long.
3v5. Yeah.
It's weird.
BetBoom just looked completely desperate to make something happen, and that was just not it.
And Toronto Tokyo ends up with the tier 4 item in his...
Becky Cullen driver to 39. A mummy covered in chocolate and nuts has been discovered in Egypt. Archaeologists believe it may be the pharaoh. Oh, sure.
But Yatoro, I mean, the story for him...
Mongol Empire, Fang 62.
Dumpstered in lane.
Draft XM, Fang good free. Final Fantasy 7 was nice, dudes. Yeah, I wanna avoid discussing that game though, because there's people in my chat who avoided my stream specifically to avoid spoilers. So I don't wanna spoil them with any discussion of the game. Gasly, Fang 22. Yarek Boy, Fang 32 as well. Milan Eater, Fang 4. And Oblivion Enable, Fang 34.
These are teams. And what else would you expect? I will say, I don't think we were expecting it to happen in the way that it did. And I know that there's a lot of things we want to talk about, but I feel like maybe Effie, we could say
They just didn't see the stun, huh? They tunnel visions.
About the all
like Ooga Booga, low HP, go.
Support players, because I do feel like Mira and Miposhka.
Oh, there's one thing I'll spoil you for Final Fantasy 7. It's that Tifa has fat tits.
Mira and Miposhka are
The fattest tits of the whole game.
Fight, but
it peaks right there.
Really just clutched with the exception of this one, of course, where Collapse pops off. But Spirit clutched a lot of fights, 3v5, or they would get the double support kills. But they weren't able to get any key pickoffs or kills on the Lifestealer or a Leshrac or any of the important targets. And I think we just saw the highlight of that really beautiful fight down bottom where the supports get exploded by Sven, just double shot, but then the Infest on the Leshrac saves his life through the Sven burst, and it just follows up with a 3-man Leshrac splitter. It's like very well done by Laurel, and yeah, it felt like the entire game BetBoom just did not have the damage to take down the core heroes on the side of Spirit.
Once again, that is what winning versus Lycan looks like for the support. So rest in pepperonis to those guys.
I think I'll order some food.
Went down valiantly.
I'm way too lazy to make anything now.
Won in the eventually, but Collapse. Once again, this guy is showing us why he is. You know, he doesn't want people to be talking about a Mars. He wants people to be still talking about the Collapse Mars. He has like 2,000 games on it. The arenas were absolutely superb, setting up for his Leshrac. Laurel.
Okay, looks like I'm sitting on the couch like this.
3-man stun in that one team fight with the setup from the arena. That was beautiful. But the most important thing about that game, Yatoro is learning. Last time he was against Sven, he didn't get
so close.
BKB. He went Ags, and we were like, okay, we get it. This looks horrible. It's not going very well for him. And then in retrospect, the BKB looked better because then you can rage BKB and then rage. There's less opportunity for them to kill you. And sure, the Ags.
He doesn't look malnourished. He looks normal, I think.
BKB, you're sticking on the target, right? But it
He
doesn't
looks
give you
good.
the defensive potential, and you just go down.
He looks like he's
He had a
fucking
BKB
mountain
in that
climbing,
game,
man.
And he could just man up
And doing calisthenics 2 hours a day.
Against the Sven, that's what you need to do. You just sit there and you hit him until his BKB is down and he's dead.
Yeah, I also had the presence of mind to just be a little less net worth than his other 2 cores.
Really genius.
You know, he convinced Maposhka, you're gonna need to have your shard really early here this game. And then they took the Tormentor, and because he was 3rd on net worth for his team, he gets the shard. See, you just get yourself an extra 14 gold, and it worked out. Lucky for him. And yeah, overall, I will say, I mean, Team Spirit, there were moments everywhere I did not think that they were gonna do, but they were able to clutch it out in these fights.
Yep, I'm trying hard not to sneeze right now. It's too cold.
Push your tongue to the roof of your mouth.
Yeah,
Yes.
Mew.
Never say that to me. Stop. So Yatoro didn't have a great laning phase, just due to how well BetBoom play their offlane. I mean, Save is such an exceptional player in that he will always find a way to shut down the enemy carry. But I think that all he had to do was go into the jungle and wait for the correct fight to take, because when you're playing Dota and the carry-to-carry matchup in this patch is in your favor, you don't feel pressured to be running into the enemies. If they run into you and you can join an opportune fight, you're in a good place. And we saw that happen when BetBoom chased Team Spirit into their triangle for the first time. They got the double support kills, but they weren't able to get anything else. It felt like that was happening so often this game, where Lifestealer was just walking.
I'm fucking asking Steve right now. What is this matchup?
Chasing him down. We also saw him infest Miro's wolves and go invisible, and they didn't have anything for that. And I think in those 2 scenarios, BetBoom needed the kills on Lifestealer, but they just weren't there because they were committing their stun to joining these early fights, and he wasn't getting anything out of it.
Yeah, did we ever figure out, by the way, if
I'm just asking him straight up. He probably knows because he plays both.
Under the bus like this.
I'm throwing Synderen under the bus. Brian, did you ever figure it out? Or was the replay not caught up yet?
He bought it after.
Synderen!
I told you, Cinder was trying to cover for himself. We all do it, you know. Don't throw him under the bus like that.
Leave Synderen alone.
Yeah.
Everyone.
He gets enough shit from Sunspan.
Okay, never mind. Instead of that, I'll give credit to Synderen for noticing it and credit to Miero for having the presence.
Yeah, the foresight. Having the foresight, yeah.
And you.
That was a rage buy on the dust. Like, it's not happening again. Like, goddamn wolves.
That's the side. It is nice to see Team Spirit win this.
Steve has a lot of heroes. His hero pool is insane. He's got like, what, 8 heroes that are Grandmaster tier? It's fucking stupid. Absolute 0 life.
To counterpick with the lifesteal like that and pull off the win should instill a lot of faith.
He's very, very good on matchup knowledge.
Better for him than they looked in all the other days.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just the inter-regional matchup of playing versus BetBoom. Maybe this is where they feel most comfortable, actually.
Maybe, but also, both games that we've seen so far, we had Sven first phase picked, and it was on the losing side. And to be honest, we normally, or at least for the past week and a half, we've not seen a lot of teams first phase pick their carries, and maybe Sven's just not at the place yet to be prioritized like that? Or is that unfair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
I don't think that we can... I don't think we can go off of these 2 games because it's not that the Sven team didn't have a window opportunity. Like, if the Sven team was getting rolled...
Yeah,
and
yeah.
was
I
getting
mean,
first
both
pick,
games were close. I'll say
Yeah.
that as well.
If the Sven team was getting rolled, then that would be a valid criticism, I think. But I do think conceptually, picking Sven versus these tanky offlaners should... Because if you see the offlaner first, you should be able to pick your carry next. That's just how Dota's been. I mean, in the patches, I mean, before the draft order changed, when offlaners were meta, they would be picked, and then we'd see carries in the first phase. We'd see anti-mages and Terrorblades. And conceptually, that hasn't changed. If you see a Centaur, you should be able to pick your Sven.
My only thought towards that is that, like, I feel like we talk a lot about the carry-to-carry matchup on this patch and how that matters a lot, and I think what makes carries overpowered in this patch is, like, knowing that you have a good game for it. Like, you get a Naga Siren against a Mars or something like that. It's a free game. You get, like, a PL versus a Mars and a TB, something like that.
Shit. Choice paralysis. I don't know what I want to order for food.
Whereas something like a Mirage
Unlucky.
or a Batrider is just, like, overarchingly strong or overpowered. Like, I feel like with how the carries function right now, they're good against particular
I don't want to
lineups.
get kebab.
And so that's the only reason. Like, I'm glad to see teams try picking it in the first phase, because there's no way you can just break all of this down. There's too many permutations of things that can happen in a draft. So I'm glad to see them try it, but there's
Guess
a
I could
real
get something I
possibility
eat at the
they
table
try it
instead
and
of my
then Sven
desk.
just drops out of the first phase again into the second
So
phase.
many
It's
things are too
happened a
messy,
million
man. I don't want to eat at my
And the
keyboard.
question is, will it happen? Will this lesson already be learned for Game 3 of this series? That's what we'll find out very soon. We'll be back after a break for the series.
Okay, IBRB like 2 minutes.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo.
Okay, I'm back. I ordered food.
Kiss her heated lips. She purrs like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command.
I ordered Moximetti. I guess I'll eat after this game ends. I don't want to eat this on my PC. It's too messy. What is that? It's like a mix of stuff. I don't know if... Let me check Google results first. Oops. Don't move this one. It's like this. It's like you have noodles and then it's like 3 different cuts of meat, which is usually deep fried pork belly, char siu, and roasted chicken. It's good shit. But yeah, not something you get to eat on the fucking PC table. And Chinese food? I think it's like a mix between Indonesian and Chinese food. Is it even outside of Netherlands? Is it just a Dutch thing? It says here Suriname Chinese. I don't know. Suriname is a place. Used to be colonized by Netherlands. So we have lots and lots of food from there. And it kind of got like, merged with other food cuisines. All Dutch food now. Man, I've been really liking Syrian food and Lebanese food lately. It's like these herb mixes they have for salads and stuff. They're so fucking good. And the little dishes they have for I don't even know what it is, like falafel kind of food. So fucking nice. But it's so rare here, man. Yeah, Lebanese food is super rare here. I fucking love it too. I had like some weird eggplant, like a cold eggplant dish with tomato and bell pepper or something. And it was so fucking nice. It's hard to find. Ugh. They're pretty expensive here, yeah. I've tried some Syrian dishes, but I found that they're pretty similar to Lebanese food. At least like the grilled dishes I ordered. I mean, it kind of comes down to the same thing mostly, right? You just grill food over charcoal, salt and pepper, and all the random spices. It's just like the, like I said, like the herb mixes were so special to me. I cook sometimes, but I'm lazy. I had this Lebanese thing. I don't know what it's called, but it's like kind of like a Turkish pizza, like very thin. And they had like this this fresh herb mix put on top of it.
And well, the score is
and that was so fucking good.
You knew this. We should be in the draft momentarily.
Like triangle-shaped pizzas.
Effie and VSJ and Brian going into game number 3. You probably heard we had a tiny bit of discussion on the couch just earlier about Sven first phasing, because we hadn't seen that before until this series. This is going to be the 3rd game. If you were to, you know, be a gambling man, would you say do it again? Or don't do it again?
I would say
too
that,
late. You're too late to
The
choose.
Chen bending
I
it.
think it's all about buying.
I like how Magnus is always first Ben. And now they're bending Mars too.
Him too high. No, they're not going to do it.
They're not going to do it.
I think like I think what people are doing in pubs as well is they think this hero's first roundable, this hero's second roundable, and that's the same way they treat professional matches where people are picking Sven first because they think it's really strong, and most teams are now banning it second round. So if you're either getting it banned second round, or you're not going to get to pick it, or you pick it first. And I think at some point people, like a lot of heroes end
Well,
up
it's
just
Steve
being
saying?
second
I don't know
round
if he
bans
responded
because
yet.
they're not good enough to be picked first, but they always
Oh.
win when they're second rounded.
He
And right now, I
says
think that's where Sven's at.
Lifestealer
I hope
fuck
everybody was
Sven.
able to keep
Sven is to kill
continuously
Lifestealer in stuns, and
the second
Lifestealer
and
obviously
first
doesn't
round
farm.
things.
Sven's a second
So if
round hero,
Lifestealer
that's
loses
the
lane,
deal.
Sven wins.
We'll see if
But yeah, it
his
seems like
teams
Lifestealer
both,
fucks Sven in the ass.
leave it be
If it comes
for
down to
now,
an even game
or
in
if they
mid
wanna
game.
run it back. So far, Team Spirit is putting a lot of thought and a lot of thought into a first phase ban. This is heavily taking up their bonus time so far. They're half a minute in. Unusual.
Yeah,
What are they
Lifestealer does
debating?
counter Sven, but it's weird, you know, because the counter of Lifestealer is physical damage, and Sven doesn't take physical damage.
Okay, so
And the counter also, a counter to Lifestealer is overwhelmingly high physical damage, which Sven also has, because, you know, he's magic immune, not physical immune.
Yeah.
Sven was pretty on the farm that game, but he was super farmed early on, and then like 20 minutes plus he started falling behind for some reason.
teams that are willing to experiment with the 2 viable first round carries are
Nike's W is magical damage?
they're
Am I
pretty
fucking
ahead of
tripping
the
here?
meta, because if you can find a draft advantage like
Am
that
I
and just
fucking
stay
tripping
in the
here?
tournament, it could
Wait,
be the
okay.
extra step that elevates you. So both of these teams trying it is no surprise to me.
Yeah, we do have the Sven first phase ban, so that we don't even get to see anything planned towards it. But they do go.
Fuck you
once
mean
again
it's
for Dota.
magical?
Which means I think they would have gone for this Sven again, and
Seems like
I really think it's worth experimenting. I think that after 2 games, 2 sample size, that's not enough to say that it's not first phaseable.
Yeah, fair enough. And BetBoom agrees with you, so they remove it from the equation altogether for now and leave it for another
This fucking
day.
guy.
That does mean that Team Spirit go for the Primal Beast instead. as
Oh, I
an
don't know about
answer to
open
the
wounds. Does open wounds also take like 2% of your HP per hit or something? It's also physical.
Like, obviously, yes, this can be flex to mid, but we saw
It's
in
all
game one
physical
how
and a
much
little bit
Team Zero
mental.
were able to do on that offlane,
But
in
mostly
transition
physical.
to that to dominance and map control. I wouldn't be surprised if they follow up with just another Lion for Mira.
I will say, I think part of the reason why these offlaners can be first phase picked like this is because the pairing of them with these OP supports is enough to win almost any lane. You mentioned the Lion. I feel like a Lion Primal Beast will lose lane to pretty much nothing. Like, at the very least, you can 50-50, and you're most likely to
I think his
killed.
ult is magical, yeah.
Grimstroke,
It
similar.
should be.
Hoodwink, similar. You probably wouldn't want to put it with the Primal because you kind of grief the tree, but these sorts of supports that people are picking are extremely good at winning the lane if they have just a beefy, tanky, stunning guy standing in front.
Usually Primal's bad against the mobile carries, so if you pick like a reliable lockdown with him or like a burst damage so that they die in the pulverized, then that alleviates a lot of his matchups, and a lot of times the common 3-4 duos like cover each other's bases in terms of the scaling in the late game and stuff.
Could still see the Faceless Void at some point for a BetBoom coming out. It did fairly well against the Primal before. I would.
I'm getting a drink before this
starts.
starts, BRB.
4 picks rather than second pick. We'll probably see a support coming out from BetBoom. Probably techies, something along those lines.
And BetBoom take out the Lion. That would have been paired very nicely with the Primal Beast. Grimstroke also taken out. That basically leaves Batrider, Undying, Crystal Maiden of the strong supports we've been seeing these teams favor.
Oh yeah, Spirit could get Undying versus the Centaur lane.
Oh, yeah, not banned out this time.
They ban the Void. Yeah, that's reasonable.
I think the second most viable carry after Void versus Primal on lane is Morphling. And now that Lion's taken out, Team Spirit should be thinking about a potential Morphling coming out of BetBoom. Maybe they want to take it themselves this game.
I wouldn't mind if they pick it on 3rd, 4th, because they have 2 more pick. They have this pick, and then I don't think BetBoom will want to pick Morphling in the before they see 2 more heroes for Team Spirit, because there's just too many like gotchas. But once you see the supports plus offlane, I'd feel very comfortable picking Morphling if I'm Team Spirit. So I think what you're saying, Mira, is most likely going to happen here.
Still Marana and SD in the pool.
Yep.
SD has been getting like pretty consistently banned.
Phoenix.
This is the extreme gaming specialty. I think that Phoenix, on paper, is exceptional against the current offlaners simply because Sunray will always give you the damage needed to deal with them since the damage scales with percentage-based HP. The issue with Phoenix, though, is that he is weaker on lane than the other meta supports, but if you can withstand those first couple of levels where you don't give away too much, Phoenix does hit a really nice power spike on lane around level 3 that you can actually use to set up for kills.
I also think if you're going to pick Morphling on 3rd, 4th for Team Spirit, that you're most concerned about PL and Naga.
My body's ready.
Carry matchups. So Phoenix, I always hate
Illusion
playing
heroes,
illusion
yeah.
carries into Phoenix.
Sure.
Just they don't do anything to the egg, and Phoenix will usually be able to disrupt the fights for you and win the long fights. Basically, most illusion heroes want to win long fights, and Phoenix forces those.
I didn't check his PA game. Is it PA dog shit hero?
Coddle, is that a mid Coddle? We think.
I have friends that love PA and they don't play him anymore at all. It's
I'm
dog
not
shit
sure how
hero.
comfortable they are going Storm here, but
They
maybe
cry every
seeing
patch
Primal
too. It's like,
plus
but
Phoenix
PA
alone
is so
enough, or
bad.
maybe they just want to keep the Coddle flex open.
They've had this before,
absolutely-
though, right?
They are
This is a
super
Storm
setting up for a
Spirit
Storm. If you're Spirit, you're almost like just
Picks themselves?
picking it to block it, yeah.
That wouldn't even be bad because you're playing against Keeper of the Light.
And
Storm Spirit's
TM,
one
two
of the
heroes that-
better heroes.
Seems okay against you because she has the root, but
Yeah, I mean, you want to jump both of these heroes, though.
Well, if you get a fast
Backliners.
Orchid, both of them will die.
And the reason, by the way, we're saying it's an obvious Storm game is both CM and Coddle can pump mana into him like none of them.
and they've picked it 4 times. in
And
this group stage,
GPK
too.
is fantastic on it.
Yeah.
Thing is, if you steal the Storm Spirit here, you're also the Morphling that BetBoom could be taking could be their 18 pick if you take the Storm Spirit. So you're in a weird position where you have to choose between the two. or just give up on the
It's a lot of
Morphling.
mana.
True.
They could also just be trying to concoct an anti-storm
Like
double pick here.
preemptive? Yeah.
Maybe something like an Ember plus Marana.
Yeah, that'd be good. Marana is still the... Okay. Tiny instead.
I like Tiny because it's like a flex mid and save or or support pick, and then it wouldn't lane poorly against Storm.
It actually lanes quite well versus
Yeah,
Storm, and
yeah.
it has the stuns needed to like be able to jump him first.
I've seen Storm die a lot to Tiny, actually. Like getting tossed into tower on the creep wave before level 6.
Storm's effectively a melee hero in
Yeah.
lane, so
And-
Tiny can definitely get those.
And any rotation to mid can kill the Storm. Like, I still like the Marana here, although that would reveal the Tiny's position, but you're going to do that regardless.
Life Stealer again.
Huh.
Hey, it worked out okay.
It's very different.
This
when you don't
time
see
they
the carry
picked it
matchup.
before seeing
It's
the
very
carry.
different. Like, I would love to just see. Okay, they just go Storm anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Whoa, Storm Spirit with 2 mana heroes? No way.
Morphling.
Surely.
You don't want to play Lifestealer into Morphling.
No, that's a terrible.
Or
matchup.
Tiny into Morphling.
Yeah, it's a very good Morphling game. I almost think you had to pick the Lifestealer counter there, but I guess they invested 2 supports already into this Storm, so they just fucking pull the trigger.
Yeah.
And still, it could also be potentially a mid-tiny, because mid-tiny versus CM Coddle supports is really good too. These are very burstable, very squishy heroes. Mid-tiny suffers if he can't burst enemy supports and get those like kills after his blink dagger timing. Possibilities open. What about Terrorblade? I mean, you are playing versus Phoenix if you're BetBoom, but that would give you a hero versus Lifestealer and the potential core Tiny. You could relegate it to position 4 if you pick the TV.
Pick Viper and counter
My
Storm?
only issue with TB is
That would work if you could finish the game in 25 minutes.
This entire game,
Depends on your draft and enemy
I just
draft.
get ran at by Primal. So I would lean more
Spirit's draft is
towards,
not set
like,
up for winning in
Morphling
25
or
minutes though, so the
Weaver
Viper
or
would not work.
Something like this that's really hard for Primal to chase around and kill. Like, yeah, he may be able to like slow down your farm, but like Terrorblade's early game is the portion where he matches up very poorly against Primal. So that would be a concern for me.
Well, now the Morphling is out, so what's the next best carry? I mean, Weaver,
I would choose
honestly,
Weaver.
Does not look bad.
I would personally choose Weaver.
Kills the egg. Great against Lifestealer. Lots of physical damage, minus armor. Good against
Pocket
Primal
tier.
lane as well.
Yeah, it's pretty good, yeah. For
Spark's
Spirits.
okay too. I just really want them to be a carry that doesn't.
Is Puck even available? Oh, well, Puck made it to last pick.
Spark is definitely okay, but seems like bad hero territory. I mean, I guess Troll is also not
Tiny
bad.
mid is not a bad
I was thinking about
pick here.
Troll as well.
Like you can just
the issue is
put it in
I've
there.
seen a lot
It's
of
fine.
Trolls just lose when they get pulverized by Primal Beast. Especially if you're going to the ultra late game and he gets the pulverized talent, the game starts to feel kind of unplayable for Troll.
Yeah, Troll's not a Lincoln Spire either.
But they could play Troll for that earlier
I
timing.
feel Spirit is in a very vulnerable position here. not seeing enemy carry and then picking lifesteal blindly into it.
Controller Weaver. I think those are both good.
I'm curious what their in-game or their like in-team comms here is, because when I'm carry, I'm just thinking I have no support help for the first 15-20 minutes, but that means they might also want to hit that mid-game timing that Mira's talking about. So these heroes like Terrorblade, like Troll, like they could be just okay, we'll let you play passively on the map while we run around.
Is Juggernaut just completely dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
think
a
so.
shame.
And I also like Ursa, but I feel like picking Ursa on 23 versus his heroes is you're begging for some counter pick.
That's risky. Then they can like primal mid and counter the lane, just dumpster him.
They choose Raiden and die with coin flip in this.
Well, at least for their
And the one that wins coin flip usually gets to pick either side or pick. And then the other team gets to pick the other one.
That they would be more worried about it. Oh,
Oh.
that's a meepo.
Okay, that
Oh.
is risky though. That is risky.
Are these heroes on Team Spirit?
Zero meepo count. Actually, is lifestealer a meepo counter?
The lifestealer, they're all good against meepo.
It does have percentage HP steal for the big meepo.
Yeah, you can
I don't know.
I feel like you can.
I think you just beat him up with fucking Penta meepo.
Earthshaker, if they want to play that, which they have not. There's like a lot of meepo.
Did you just go Elder Titan here, man? Fuck it.
Yeah, and with the flex that they do have.
Fucking Elder Titan mid.
Elder Titan as well. There's always the ET last pick.
Or Puck.
Okay.
So Puck is...
Puck lifestealer is a classic combo.
Backliners, it's also an anti-storm hero in Coil, even though I've seen GPK beat up on Puck's mid with Storm. He just gets Orchid before they do. He also out-CSs them on lane. But maybe they just wanted a
If lifesteal is good against meepo, I think it's a free game for Spirits.
Encore versus meepo would make it too difficult scaling-wise. And they should be able to scale just fine with this Puck.
The way that I feel about this Puck last pick is that they're not like overcorrecting for the meepo, which
Also,
could go either way.
it's a pretty good Puck game. The only hard counter would be a Storm of Orchids, and that's like an early Orchid, like first item Orchids.
Or pick a Wyvern, try to hard counter the meepo. The game just goes terribly because you're fitting this weird hero into the draft that doesn't exactly slot in. I would guess that Puck with the Ags.
I think the meepo pick feels a bit too forced. It's like they planned this early on and they just went through with it instead of picking something that's really good against lifestealer.
I have pride as go ahead.
But I'm not sure.
I was just gonna say as a
I don't know how that
player,
matchup goes.
Lifestealer
It's so
is a carry
weird.
That's counterable. And 2 games in a row, they've seen it. They've had picks, and they just said, "We'll play game plan stuff that we want to pick, and just let you have lifestealer in a free game." So I think it's another free lifestealer game. I don't like the way BetBoom's crafting these drafts, personally.
I think BetBoom's idea was that they wanted
Lifesteal
a
gets
carry that
wrecked?
could hit
Really?
them, but they didn't want to play Troll or Ursa or even Weaver in a game where he could get caught out. They also saw the potential mid
Well,
Tiny flush,
if
and they
meepo
wanted
claps
a
lifestealer, then it's a
last
really
carry
good
that
pick.
could deal with Tiny as the game scales. And
I'm just not sure about myself if it really plays out like that.
The issue is
Like I'm just playing the scenario out in my head, and I think meepo presses Mega Meepo at some point, and lifestealer hits it, and it's just gonna melt him.
With meepo as the game scales, I also think meepo got hit super hard by that disperser nerf. Like it feels genuinely bad. The last time I saw meepo do well, it was actually BetBoom that played it, but they had it with a Chen, and Chen was buffing up the meepo with auras, and they don't have that this time around. So for me, BetBoom's game is like, can GPK carry this on his Storm Spirit, or will Spirit
Puck
just
good against
win because
meepo
the heroes are better?
doesn't really interact with each other. Puck and meepo, they ignore each other in fights. Puck jumps backline and catches hopefully Storm or at least 2 supports. And meepo will do the same. Puck will jump backline and hopefully catches 1 or 2 supports.
And 3rd and 4th.
And he tanks and gives vision.
Upper bracket. It makes a big difference. So they want to win this to have a shot at that. Where at the other side, Team Spirit is still trying to scrape by to even make it to the top 4 to begin with, because they're 2 and 3 right now. And tomorrow they'll face OG, which is also a very tough opponent. So they really look to win this one. Will they have a free lifestealer game?
Meepo of Hex is not that scary for Puck because Meepo's burst damage is not like super high. Like it's average, you know. You could probably get away with like 1 defensive item on Puck.
Meepo was selected. We've seen it a couple times, actually 3 to be exact. I believe the record was 1 and 3 Suns fan here with Cinderin. That guy's Cinderin.
That's me.
BetBoom versus Team Spirit, game 3 of this best of 3, and as
It's gonna be changes everyone team fights. I mean, it depends.
And I would say
It really depends. Could be maybe a Storm following up. But even so, it's not easy.
To keep their hopes of upper bracket potentially alive. If they lose, then it's all dependent.
You're talking about chain stuns. There's also saves, right? You can interrupt the combo.
They want control in any capacity. They're gonna have to get out.
In this game, you can get tossed away and you can get any of the items, you know, Glimmer Cape, Force F, whatever.
And I can't blame them. So it seems like a really weird pick.
BetBoom definitely have shown that they know how to play with it, because they have the only win on the hero this tournament. It's 1-2, and the win was the game that Miro was referencing with its Chen. But yeah, this one caught me off guard as well. I feel like there were other options that were more obvious. I really liked the Weaver suggestion. That one looked quite good to me, but maybe I'm underestimating how much you can
there's
get
no
destroyed by
way.
Tiny in the game.
There's no way go Weaver
has
against
got
fucking
quite a distinct
Lifestealer.
hero over the years, though, so
Lifestealer puck.
I wouldn't have been opposed to
Shit's
that.
unplayable.
But let's see how this all plays out. GPK on the Storm has not lost in this group stage. I believe he's 5-0, so that's the kind of hero-player combination you want for the deciding game.
That is fair. As a blood grenade onto Maposhka, as Miero continuing on. No hoof stomp, but Phoenix will be forced out of lane for the time being. All right, we can talk about some of these heroes. Let's go back to the Meepo, of course, as we have a pause. So
Every game. Discord lag, 5 on the ping.
To BetBoom. They haven't paused in a few days, though, so they did have one in the bank.
See?
Their Discord, I swear to God. Something with their Discord's messed up. But yeah, the Meepo. The way that I look at it, it's definitely good at killing egg. I remember when
Egg.
Every time I see a Meepo, I think of Weehaw. Back in the day, Synderen. Got very close. And Meepo is kind of a double-edged sword to some degree when it comes to, or Phoenix is double-edged sword for Meepo, because it's a good egg killer, but Sunray is actually quite good against the Meepo. Provides that mischance.
Yeah, that's new.
A ton of HP, a ton of percentage HP. What do you mean it's new?
Back when Weehaw played against Phoenix, that wasn't a thing.
I'm not saying it was.
No, but that was your reference, right? But that counter, or that interaction between the two heroes is it a year old by now?
It's older than that.
Sunray blind?
The admin that asked for reason for pulse after Saturday got disconnected was fucking Sniff, I think.
Let's say you start against the Meepo and
He said later that he didn't realize he was DC'd.
after 2 or 3 seconds. 20 to 30% mischance can make a huge
He's a
difference.
schnoofler.
And on top of that, Primal Beast, not too bad against them. Tiny, I mean, it is a support Tiny, but still. Got some AoE to work with. And Lifestealer, very good at solo killing heroes in general. And then even if you get open wounds, it spreads to the other
Oh, this play is so cocky, man.
So, not sure what the pick's all about, but Nightfall's going to show us.
Or not.
Something up our
And it's so
up their
good.
sleeve. Especially when there's the Mega Meepo. Open wounds should destroy him.
Yeah, I don't think this hero is particularly good against Lifestealer, but I'm ready to learn something new here.
Or not.
Especially based on the way that Lifestealer has been built, right? I think this Armlet Radiance is actually super good against Meepo.
Yeah, that's true. More mischance. That was buffed in the last patch as well. 20% evasion.
Yeah.
Or mischance. Yeah, we'll see.
Meepo 8
Maybe he's got
CS.
a new build for us today.
Nope.
Or maybe they just misclicked. That's also a possibility.
Meepo and Weaver, they're right next to each other. Could happen to anyone. Meant to pick Gyro, as a matter of fact.
What is Meepo's Dota Plus level? I don't recognize that icon.
This hero seems to be rising in popularity. Typically has been picked as GPK is going to get really low here. Typically has been picked as a counter for Sven.
Bronze?
We're not seeing a Sven this time around, and they pick it anyway.
But bronze is scary though, because bronze can be level 5 with 500
Maybe the read is
games.
just that this hero is
Or, you know, he's just straight up bronze with like 20
it's good
games.
against Centaur, right? It's one of the best in lane against Centaur, so that was the part of the information that they did have access to. And the enemy 2 supports do absolutely nothing to you. So maybe he figured this is good enough. Let's put the challenge to BetBoom, try to find a counter for this hero. I guess Lifestealer against Storm is also a little bit of an oddball, because Storm, you know, he usually has freedom of who he jumps, including cores. But Lifestealer has an inherent counter that isn't one you need to buy. So, and they were anticipating the Storm pick, right? It's BetBoom and they pick Coddle. I mean, come on, what are they gonna do?
True.
So.
Sutoro has to rage away for the time being. As GPK, uh-oh.
Fucking support players think they're so good.
The first blood still comes. We'll go to Mira. on the support Tiny. So you talked about GPK not losing his lane, or I guess it's the games you were referencing, but he hasn't really lost lane either as the Storm, it feels like. But Laurel getting some help this time around.
Yep. And they could turn this into a bit of a snowball play, because obviously Puck will now hit level 6 first. And if you get level 4 on Mira before then, you can come in with the coil plus toss, making for a very quick second kill on the Storm.
This matchup looks miserable for Tiny.
As Miposhka gets taken out by Save in that top lane. But all eyes on Nightfall. Does he change his build? Does he stick with the status quo that we have been seeing, which turns into the eventual Mega Meepo? Last time I saw him on this
Do they have a good answer for Storm late in the game? They do. Storm has pretty much counted all game.
I think he did.
There's a Puck. Puck is the answer for all slippery heroes forever. You get some respite when you get a BKB, but then, you know, level 25 happens and then it's all gone again.
Primal Beast collapse, coming in to try to save his teammate, but he was way too late. Just feeds away his life to GPK.
I think this move from Collapse actually makes sense, because he was likely trading for the Maiden and then he could have TP'd out against the Meepo or just run away, but did not expect GPK to be down there. An unexpected rotation from the level 5 Storm ruins that play. Now he's 6.
Yeah, and he's got the Invis. Coil expended. It's just for the CN. They should be able to clean up Toronto, Tokyo. But GPK gets out with the rune.
I don't know how Meepo takes advantage of a gold spike in a game like this.
First for Nightfall.
It's not a 1v5 Meepo game. Well, Meepo's not a 1v5 hero anymore in general. Meepo's like a weird hybrid tank that gives vision and baits. Unless he's super far ahead and he's stomping, he doesn't actually kill heroes.
Was a thing that game? Don't remember the exact order.
Storm is the killer this game. In fact, the whole draft is set up around him. Meepo gives him vision, gives him the targets for him to choose. He gets mana, and the Centaur tanks for him too. It's a Storm game all the way through. And Meepo will simply follow up and hit whatever is close.
Yes, he will. Will Save dive first. 3 seconds until it's time. The dive in, there's the blinding light. Save does grab it. Will likely cost him his life, but well worth it. Mira able to get the opposite one, so it is a trade in the end.
Oh, wait, what? What is this?
Man, we have been seeing, I feel like this series in particular, the position ones getting dumpstered by the offlaner.
Not a kill I was expecting given the start of this lane, but
3 and double.
I don't know if XP Rune is worth death. Don't know. XP Rune is like what? A third of a level? Isn't that death also a third of a level plus gold? Is that fucking worth? I guess half the rune also goes to the other supports. Or well, like lowest level, it doesn't have to be supports. I often feel like it's not worth, but I'm not sure. We'd have to look at the numbers.
And the question is, what will Laurel go for after the Witchblade? Might be that Yule's as the Avalanche is there. Laurel does get the illusion rune though. Yeah, Mira almost done with that veil. And I'm sure Yotaro is going for the exact same build as always. Yep, Armlet.
They don't go for the sacrifice, man. They go for the play, hoping to survive. It's just often they don't survive because it's a dangerous play to make. One nice thing though about stealing rune is that sometimes you force heroes there that don't want to be there, like mid players. When I play mid and my support asks me help me with the fucking XP rune, I mute and go for fucking jungle camp, you know? Like fuck that bullshit. It's not my problem.
Well, trying to get the Orchid.
You just don't want to play on that side of the map.
Open up the map.
It's too far away. Too far away from farming camps, too far away from action runes.
Feels like an overall pretty good Storm game. You'd think Spirit would be prepared for, considering they gave it away against the team that hasn't lost with it in such a manner. I'm still curious to see what the solutions are going to be from their side. I think the rest of the bases are covered quite well, but the Storm is only really solved to an extent here by Puck, especially when GPK gets a BKB eventually. Don't really have anything to control him with. Pulverized, can't really trust landing that. But at the very least, the one kill they got him slowed him down a little bit. This early portion of the game when they did the tiny dive. Fusel about to be completed now on Nightfall. Will be quite telling.
It's a new Dio song.
I mean,
Of like 250, I can't really listen to songs while watching this, but I'll keep it in my
It's gonna hit several targets onto BetBoom.
tabs.
Stampede is there. Coil not really gonna be turned into much though. As the puck, Laurel getting really low. Phase shifts off a lot of the damage, and Miero almost finished him up, but Laurel will be finished off instead by GPK, and now Miero on the run.
The Primal move speed with the W upwards.
There to try to save him, but
He's like just stamping on the spots. Oh
to
god.
finish the job. Turns into a 1-for-1 for now as Mira will be diving the tier 1, the Avatos into the arms of Collapse. And now this is a 4v1 scenario as the Ghoul Frenzied Yatoro shows up. Help take out the Maiden. After all that, a 1-for-2. BetBoom still probably pretty happy with that mid kill. The zipping onto Yatoro, the instant rage.
Yeah, they're probably especially happy because of how much space
Avalanche
people got
Oh,
bought.
the Phoenix! Oh,
No, dude!
That is really unfortunate. But Poshka has no egg to work with. Meanwhile,
No fucking way,
surrounded
dude.
and killed. It happens sometimes.
Sometimes you're just unlucky.
Unlucky, what can you do?
Would be if toss was, if you could choose your target.
Yeah. It used to be a random target.
Yeah.
That was miserable. Absolutely miserable.
That was a huge quality of life change for the. I don't know if you could call it quality of life. It's just flat out above, right?
It's still quality of life.
I suppose.
I complained to Icefox so many times to that. The fucking random toss. Oh my goodness.
I think it's kind of even. I think the main things that you want to come to fruition for both teams is happening. All
There's
the
nuns
wars are
nowadays?
decent
I think he
farm,
might be in his
decent
chat right now.
pretty small.
He's usually spamming ranked games.
I would say overall.
He's an aspiring pro player, so he has to put in his pub hours and
like,
get
my
good.
read on these centaur lanes just seems so off sometimes. It's like you really thought Lifestealer was going to do better in this lane, so maybe Miero. But if this is how it's supposed to go, then he shouldn't be particularly happy, right?
Collapse getting gone on. GPK comes in, uses most of his mana to catch up. Coddle is there to try to help him in the mana department, and Collapse.
How's Storm balanced with 2 mana batteries?
The credit for that one. And GPK Orchid not too far away. And
Arcane Moon Storm too.
the question is how many conversions will he get? How many kills onto the puck specifically while this Orchid has its advantage?
For sure. It's the most important part of the coming 5 minutes. Orchid is about to complete if he gets this camp. Should almost have it. Save will just follow him around the more sophisticated butler. This one is on a horse.
That makes you more sophisticated.
Look at that!
Oh yeah.
He's allowed to spend mana like that on a Storm.
Yeah.
In current patch.
If it was like
Because there's 2 fucking bots giving him mana non-stop.
That's just a literal dead horse.
It's the Storm show.
GPK, a cornucopia soon to come.
Just needs the courier to fly over there. So Orchid coming out, 13 minutes, not too bad.
Now they're gonna smoke up. And this will be the Orchid reveal. The tier 1 tower will fall in favor of Spirit.
Oh my god, that's a puck.
Comes out, but no defense.
I thought it was Naga.
See what they find on the top side is Spirit are gonna smoke on the bottom side of the map. And could run into the Meepo in the jungle, but towards the top is where that Orchid reveal will occur, and the Lifestealer would be such a juicy target, but Yatoro, Spidey senses tingling, TP's out in time. 1300 into his eventual Sacred Relic.
Dire's top tower.
Both smokes not really resulting in any kills. Nightfall will be opting for the Ags, already halfway there.
Yeah. Actually gave me an idea with our tiny talk earlier. If that hero ever needs a buff in some capacity, you know the toss requires no target talent?
Yeah.
What if that instead was toss vector targeted? And you select your target and then you draw where you want to toss them to. That could be like a 25 talent or a 20 talent if the hero gets too weak.
That's a pretty large vector targeted UI. I don't know if we have one that big, like Swashbuckle, because toss is really long range.
Swashbuckle is quite long too.
Not as long.
Oh, sure, but I mean that sounds like a player issue.
Okay.
Just up your mouse sensitivity. It's just a problem for you because you have CS2 settings and you're like, oh, I need to have it really fine-tuned so I can hit my op shots. You're not hitting them anyway. Just raise your sensitivity.
Wow, how would you know? Huh?
Just assuming. I've heard you're struggling.
Yes.
You always say, I used to be good, so I'm assuming you're not good.
Yeah, that's probably true. Amira almost done with his blink. It's just the targets that stand still are the hardest to hit. If they're moving around, flying around the screen, it's easier somehow.
That was the problem SingSing always had on Mirana.
Oh,
actually. Yeah? The more people juke, the better. Because you're at a certain level of play, it becomes this mind game of people are anticipating your arrowing, so they're going to sidestep. And then a lot of the time, just running in a straight line is the best play.
You can't predict bad.
Yep. But is it bad then?
Exactly. It's a full circle.
Yeah.
Previous level plays could work out as BetBoom. They're going to run into Team Spirit. Damage rune onto GPK. Coil to follow, though. Hoofstomp's not going to be there because of the silence. And the Centaur will die. GPK might be next. Getting stunned up, finally zips away. The egg was placed high ground. Not quite enough damage to get the Storm Spirit. But Toronto Tokyo going to be greeted by Yatoro, who jumps out of Collapse. And now the focus is on Meepo. You can see
Sinan mentioned me? What do you say?
Nightfall as now GPK completely out of mana. The double kill for Collapse and 4 dead overall for BetBoom. As Spirit putting their stamp on this game. They will be the first ones to lead it in some
it's a fucking risk.
Spirit, we're so ready. This is the tail end of the fight here. Toronto Tokyo going to use the shortest ult of all time. Maybe not. He had it for half a second, but the jump onto the Tiny was instantly responded to by Spirit. They had all their heroes ready to go. They get the coil. They combo break the initiation from the Storm as well, who somehow found a way out of it, but ultimately will die in the very end. And Meepo showed up and didn't really do much. So this seemed like it was not the timing.
Fuck man, it's too messy.
And here's the other problem with
But
Meepo.
I'm
We
hungry.
talked about, okay, how strong is this hero really? How are the matchups? This hero is very punished when you make a mistake or two. It's not as bad as it used to be, where it's just like, okay, Meepo messed up the mid game, it's over. It's not that bad anymore. The hero scale is better. It has more potential with the Ags and stuff, but it is still, for all intents and purposes, a quite snowbally hero. So these mistakes, as I'm going to chalk that one up to from BetBoom, a little bit too quick to jump the Tiny next to his tower and then get all the heroes involved. 1 or 2 more of those and it's going to start looking really rough. Spirit's lineup scales incredibly well across the board.
Absolutely.
All 3 of their cores are monsters in late game.
Oh, GPK spotted out. Avalanche toss.
GPK.
And destroyed. But the counter initiation is here. Maposhka's still alive. Doesn't have his egg. Doesn't need it, it seems, as Miero getting chased by Collapse. Showing off that newly picked up BKB. He picks him up just briefly with the Pulverizer. Now the Avalanche into the Sunray again with Yatoro coming to fruition. But you can see the Mega Meepo activated. The stun from the egg is there, though, as Nightfall surrounded. He can fling. He can throw out Earths. No, it's not going to matter. Earthbinds don't go through the rage any longer. Toronto What was that? What was that? Can we get a replay? That is...
We get a replay of the initial fight first. So this is the combo we talked about. Oil toss back. And yeah, that Collapse onslaught saving the Phoenix is actually really crucial. The Pulverize here is a bit of a waste, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, yeah.
All of this happens because of the onslaught. Otherwise, Phoenix is dead on the spot. But Spirit get to reset. They get to get Miposhka back in, use all of his spells. Get a beautiful sunray off.
Wait for it, wait for it. And... it doesn't get old. That's so good. As Mira, okay, this is live action GPK. All right, he's not going to die this time. Mira explodes. A little bit of a close call considering how this game is going. It's already a 9K lead.
Yeah, it's
for
enormous.
Spirit. My God. Filth.
Yep, they're winning the fights convincingly. They're also finding the farm in between. All three of their cores are doing very well this game. And scaling is not a concern. So the problem here is, let's say BetBoom somehow comes back in this game and equalize it. You get to minute 45 or whatever. The scalability of the entirety of Spirit's lineup is huge. This is a dead maiden. They can just infest bomb. So, let's see if Miposhka finds a way out of this. Looks like it.
Indeed. Now Collapse trying to chase. Mira from the other side gets the Avatos onto Save, who will eventually
This gaming's pretty over.
Nice blinding light.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Really well
out.
done.
Surprisingly enough, he gets away, but GPK using the Orchid onto Laurel, but now he's out of mana completely. Yatoro won't chase as GPK does have enough to TP.
How many late game pucks individually have we seen pop off? And how many late game primals? And this time you have both of them.
Yeah, that's true.
These heroes, when you get to this 45-minute mark and they start being 5 or 6 slotted, become true scaling
I thought this said
carries
cock.
in different ways. Like, Puck is more of
It's like what, late game cocks?
I mean, honestly, Primal Beast can also be a monster damage dealer, but a lot of what he does is just giving tons of information at very low risk. He just walks in front, he's mega tanky, and if he has Ags, the damage can definitely be there. Puck, on the other hand, we saw Malrine in particular in one game, I want to say 2 days ago, get the Rapier and just completely take over the late game.
Oh, yeah.
Rapier and Shard. Puck is a true late game hero nowadays. Used to not be the case. Used to kind of fall off.
Those were olden days. Toronto, Tokyo inside the coil.
Freezing field.
Eventually we'll die.
Yeah, he did it.
All right. Well
but he
done.
waited too long. If you did it earlier, it would have killed the whole wave. But he waited. Like, am I really gonna do this? And then he does it as the bus is coming in.
It seems the first time gave him a little bit of PTSD, perhaps. But
I was gonna say he's learning, but this was worse.
What's the opposite of learning?
Going old.
Oh, that's definitely not the opposite.
He's olding.
Okay.
Radiant's middle
Mira
tower.
infested now, so another blink.
This Meeple pick is too forced. There's no way.
Radiant's courier.
Yoink.
Gets a nice little courier for his trouble.
Eagle song.
Oh yeah, you're right. So that was going to be the disperser. Well, he still doesn't have the recipe, I suppose, but yeah, that's 3K net worth essentially missing from BetBoom's side.
Top tower is under attack.
So in some ways, is I couldn't do the math there for a second. 12K lead. Cinderin.
Because
the Eagle song is on the courier and it's dead.
Okay. Do you think it's worth its weight in gold until it's a disperser?
No.
It's
It's not.
Well, there might also be some dead gold on the side of Spirit, so it might even out. But yeah, this lead is quite monstrous.
But we've seen crazier comebacks at this tournament. It seems to be the meta of crazy.
Radiant's middle tower.
What's a crazier comeback than if BetBoom win this?
Save. Okay, he's spotted.
Shannon, answer the question.
What did you say?
What's a crazier comeback than if BetBoom win this? You can't just say we've seen crazier comebacks and then have 0 up your sleeve when it sounds like you have more than 1. All right, we have not seen crazier comebacks than this, ladies and gentlemen. This would be a crazy comeback for BetBoom.
Well, we've seen
truly the craziest comeback of the tournament if they do this. None have actually come close to this.
We've seen crazy.
Easily the most down a team has been.
Well, here's the thing. I don't remember the games from yesterday, for God's sake. I don't remember anything. Okay, that's what part of being old.
Yeah, that's the
I'm
opposite
learning.
of learning.
Yeah,
there you go.
Exactly. It's me. Thanks.
Wow. A moment ago you said it was not the opposite.
The Roche will go the way.
So maybe it isn't. You did learn something.
That's true. That is kind of counterintuitive.
Eating hair feels good, man.
If you will, this Roche is very dead. Yatoro will be grabbing a nice second life that he probably doesn't need unless he gives it to Laurel. Nope. He will take it for himself. Oh, boy.
Trying to farm. He dies.
He is farming more death timer.
Yeah, this has snowballed to a point where it might be too hard to come back.
Yeah, but we've seen crazier comebacks.
Well, we have. I just don't remember them. Like, you know that you've seen something. You just don't, it's like a movie. Like, oh, I think I've seen that. Yeah, I don't really remember it, but
No, that's my secret. I don't think I've seen that movie.
because you haven't seen movies.
There
That's
you go.
the difference.
That's the
See,
secret.
I remember seeing movies, but not what they were. You see?
What's worse?
Your face.
That's actually a very good
That's Team
retort there.
Spirit have 11K lead. All right, BetBoom are not letting this snowball more than this for the time being, and they get the disperser finally.
Yay!
So they're able to keep the net worth deficit around the same mark.
Meepo is hitting his peak. Unfortunately, his peak is lower than the peak of 3 enemy heroes in this game. But you have to...
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so Storm with the BKB, how do you initiate a fight? Like, what's the target? I think Storm has to go on... That's tough. Both of the enemy heroes that I was going to suggest, both have Yules, and I don't think he can solo kill them before they Yule, the Phoenix or the Puck. And who's going to jump with him? So maybe Storm plus Centaur somehow found an opening together on Phoenix or on the Puck. They burst one of those, and then Meepo can come in for the cleanup crew. If you open on any of the strength heroes, I think it's going to end pretty poorly. So you need to be very selective how you approach the fights.
Oh, Mira showing a lot of restraint there. I thought that was maybe a kill. And Spirit going to try to use this Aegis to go high ground. As there's the avalanche and the toss back right into the arms of Yatoro, who rips save a new one. There's the buyback though. That's GPK. Okay, Miero gets a nice slow stomp onto 2, but the pulverize comes through. Sunray as well, just decimating. Yatoro has to jump out of the Mira target. Toronto Tokyo getting trampled down in the meantime. BKB already used for collapse, so not sure if Spirit want to continue on here.
Not too bad for BetBoom, given the circumstances. Wouldn't call it a win, but they're at least buying time against this Aegis.
And he actually did buy the open wounds shard. I don't know. They just have so many answers to this. I'm trying to understand it still. What the purpose of this hero is this game. And so far, the Sunray has done exactly what we thought it would.
Yeah.
It is owned. And Maposhka, of course, with the shard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And once Collapse gets this Aghanim Scepter, although he just bought a Blink, it looks like. Aghanim Scepter will be next.
BetBoom, you're losing your base.
Yeah, so I just keep in my bottle.
Just trying to get a little bit
I
extra
mean,
farm.
you know,
They're not defending.
Thermos Flask with
It's not worth it.
And maybe not the barracks
ice in
either.
it is
I mean,
nice.
if you're just giving that tower up for free and you're not
Like
close
stays
to
cold for such a long time.
GPK is dead, and that's no buyback. 50 seconds as Yatoro just bulldozing down.
Gay.
Second game in a row that BetBoom have no answer for this lifestealer, it seems.
GP
Even
kick.
less so this time around. Yatoro will get the full lane of racks at 27.5 minutes. This is shaping up to be a really fast game, which doesn't really align with how this patch has felt so far in this tournament.
The secret
Just shows how much they're up by.
is for the enemy team to pick Meepo.
In a non-Meepo game, yeah.
I mean, there's been other issues with this one for sure. Things just went very south very fast for BetBoom.
Are they just giving up 2 lanes completely? They are not even... Man, how dejected are they? Toss back, pulverize. That's the death of Miero. I mean, normally if a team's going to give up racks in this fashion, they just call
Dusa could have been a lot better than Meepo in this game, yeah.
They don't die around the map at the same time.
Yeah,
Now they're losing
Like I
racks
said,
and
I
those
think
nice
in this
freezing
game,
field not
they
used there.
chose to
This
pick
is
Meepo before the draft started. They were just like, let's play a fucking game of
If you were
Meepo.
covering up the names,
Let's just do
team
it.
this was, I would tell you that this team is not tier 1 from this one game. They have not looked good at all.
Oh, Dusa even banned this game? I don't know.
Should be in the guess the MMR game with Lacoste.
Yeah, literally. This is so bad. Jeez. Spirit's getting everything they want. 2 lanes completely theirs.
Looks like they just broke them with that last game somehow.
I guess so.
It's, yeah, not really much good to write home about. The only thing that really came online in this game was GPK. And even he didn't have that great of a game compared to what he could have.
GP kick.
Spirit just kind of broke them in the draft.
Arrow
it feels
shows himself for a brief moment, but now gets tossed out of the coil into destruction. 2 dead for BetBoom as they approach for eventual megas.
Is this game going to end without BetBoom taking a team fight for
might.
a single barracks?
Legitimately might, as a Midas is purchased by Toronto Tokyo. Are they trolling? I don't understand.
He's just laughing, okay?
All right, well, at least their
belts of
spirits are
strength.
high. I mean, again, for this, BetBoom still is going to remain in second place right now, as Mega Creeps will eventually come.
There's the
And
team
there's-
fight.
Yep, there it is, and Meepo's getting destroyed. Gets the Mega Meepo off, though. Earthbind onto several heroes, and GGs are called. What the fuck was this game? What? Was this a game of Dota? I don't understand what I just watched. What did we just witness? All right.
Meltdown.mp4. I think this was Collapse just looked to his right. He was like, why didn't they defend any lane? They just Poshka's like, is life even real?
Toronto Tokyo ends with a Midas and 3 belts of strength, by the way.
Yeah, he needed that health to get his ult off.
Okay, well, Spirit just
okay. Well,
weird game.
Some games you just get run over. At the very least, Toronto Tokyo could have like a laugh at it, buy the Midas and whatnot. I mean, the game was over, so it's not like, oh, he went these items, that's why they lost. It's just, it looks funny. It's a talking point because for BetBoom in this game, there was barely anything to talk about. So, you know, they didn't really manage to string anything together in the times in the game that it mattered. The Meepo last pick fell completely flat. Ends up having the lowest hero damage in the entire game, as a matter of fact, on 6.5k. Yeah, just
yeah, and
not what
honestly,
they asked for.
well, Team Spirit
hell
get
am I
a
looking
much-needed
at?
win, 2-1 victory for them, and this might have been one of the maybe the weirdest game of the tournament, and that's saying something, Sheever.
It really is saying something. Weirdest game, but the series overall, I enjoyed it actually. I feel like we learned a lot. It definitely feels like a series between 2 teams that have intimate knowledge of each other.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, this game showed as well, because I think if BetBoom was against any other team, they might have continued trying for a little bit longer, but they knew the writing on the wall, Jenkins, on this one.
Yeah, I hate to blame draft, you know, but it did feel like...
Well,
yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that. The Meepo was kind of useless. One thing that I wasn't thinking about in the draft is, Effie, you were saying Lifesteal is actually very good against Meepo. I was thinking because he can dispel the net, he can focus the little Meepos. You know, I'm thinking like old Meepo, right? So I'm thinking like Earthshaker, Wyvern, which I do believe those heroes are still good against Meepo. You know, so is Tiny, Invoker for similar reasons because they have AoE stuns. I'd prefer Tiny on a support role to use the AoE stun, and that's like kind of it. And then, you know, if Tiny dies to Meepo, whatever, so be it. But the best hero currently against Meepo and Dota is Troll. And the reason for that is because, number 1, he can make all the Meepos miss, but number 2, and more importantly, is when he Mega Meepos, you can kill him with the attack speed through the Mega Meepo, like 6,000 HP and 40 armor. Lifestealer is very similar. You have this hero with a massive amount of HP because of the Mega Meepo, which he has to get the Mega Meepo because he's playing into Tiny Phoenix, Puck, Primal, all AoE heroes. He has to get the Mega Meepo, but then you have a Lifestealer who's playing into a hero with almost 10k HP. So he just munches through the Meepo. We saw the Mega Meepo one time that game, and it didn't do anything.
Yeah, the Meepo didn't work out. Unlucky, unfortunate. I respect that they tried it.
Yeah.
Maybe because of what you were saying, Sheever, that these 2 teams know each other so well, there aren't really any surprises between them, and BetBoom wanted a surprise pick on overall last. I did see their idea there. There was an idea that they wanted to play on like early Aegis timing. They wanted to play on a fast carry timing and just
What time
take
is next
advantage of how
game?
strong Storm would be with all of those mana batteries. But unfortunately, BetBoom did not get enough out of the laning stage for this kind of idea to work.
Huh.
And when the net worth was about even, they did their first smoke in the mid lane, where they wanted to play on Storm's timing. They found a double damage rune, but actually Spirit read that smoke very well because they had 2 hero tops, 2 hero top, 1 hero mid, and 1 hero standing behind the hero mid. And then when BetBoom smoked, they TP'd in both heroes that were top, so they were ready to counter that first smoke, and that's where the game fell apart for BetBoom, right? Because all of a sudden you're just planting a supernova, and you have AoE stuns to defend the supernova. You have a primal beast to chase. You have a lifestealer who's going to work with people, and BetBoom could not take 5-on-5 engagements, but Spirit had a really good read. They forced an early 5-on-5 engagement, and rest was history after that, because you're playing with Meepo.
That was Collapse again.
Yeah.
He's the one that TP'd in. He's one of the couple of heroes that TP'd in, ready for that play. In the previous game on the Mars, I feel like he was doing a very similar thing where he was either starting the right fights or being there ready to disrupt the team fights preemptively. He's the unsung hero of this team. I know that sounds really weird to say because it's Spirit, but they're not doing that sick, so I feel like people are forgetting about this team. They're forgetting about this player. This is honestly such a good Collapse patch. I hope this team can make it through the top 4. I hope they can squeeze by.
I will say, though, this is one of the few times, I think it's the first time actually here at DreamLeague that we see GPK not winning on his Storm Spirit. Did we feel like he was particularly countered? Was the puck just enough there, Effie?
I think Laurel played a really great lane because I did see GPK beat up on pucks before with Storm Spirit. Laurel fought back very valiantly. They had equal CS on that lane, but it wasn't more so about him being countered. I think that they just didn't have a means to fight as 5, and Team Spirit brought the fight to them. And when you're playing Storm Spirit and your carries Meepo and you have inferior team fight, you don't want 5-on-5 engagements. You want to play for a pickoffs with your supports. You want to play the map. You want to push as much as you can and try to get early Aegises. And that didn't happen. I'm surprised how quickly it snowballed out of control, though. I think that also the pickoff that Spirit were able to get on Storm made a huge difference. Like after that fight I talked about mid, Mira, I think it was Mira on the Tiny who finds Storm Spirit, tosses him back, and they managed to kill him. So they really did a good job at slowing down his timings.
They really, really did. I believe I have the honor and pleasure to talk to one of, well, the carry in the world, the #1 carry. Toro, how you doing?
Hello, I'm fine. How are you?
Doing good. Congratulations on the series, of course. It was a pretty long series, so we won't keep you too long. But I was curious to hear your opinion on seeing, especially, I mean, this is the first series that we saw it happen, have the Sven, the carry Sven, move up in priority, see it first picked on both you and on BetBoom as well during the series. What's your thoughts on that?
I think it was a good draft on the first map. We picked Sven in a good lane stage, but we just made a mistake. I just died for first blood. That's why they was good at lane and I was not so big. And they just took Void as well. It was good to carry matchup for them. And when game goes late, we're gonna lose. So we do some couple of mistakes about early game and mid game, and they just return to game because Void was a super bad game. So I think it's good, but we didn't play it enough good for win first game.
Fair enough, and with that as well, I mean that was a very long game. Obviously 75 minutes, and I know a couple days ago, you guys in the first game of a series went for a 95-minute game, and I can only admit, like, it sucks to lose games like that. And I know yesterday we talked to Collapse, and he's like, I just want to forget that game ever happened, right? You don't want to. But do you, as a team, like, can you learn something from games like that go that late? Like, do you have to look back on it, you feel?
I think we just understand some problems what we do in the early game, what gives us to this so long game, but also in these long games we can understand something new about hyper late games. So we just understood some new tricks what we're gonna use on the super late games. So yeah.
I guess there's not that many experiences you get with games like that. They do go super long. I also have BSJ that he'd love to ask you some carry questions, of course.
Hey, Yatoro, Lifestealer is one of my favorite heroes, and I had seen you hadn't picked him in almost a year before this tournament. Now you've played him 5 times in these group stages. What do you feel like's changed about this hero? What do you like about this hero?
I think just other carry heroes are trash. And now in game we have like Sven, super meta hero, some Gyro maybe super meta hero, and like I don't know, Luna Luna, Naga, all of these heroes, Lifestealer Ijin, and we didn't see like meta like Viper or Razor at offlane. So I think it's good hero about his stats, and he can just out-carry the most heroes of this patch. They got some couple of counter picks in the meta, but it's playable, I think.
So in your every other Lifestealer game in history, you'd never built a Radiance up until these last 5 games, and I'm curious like what you think the difference is, the playstyle of like the right-click Lifestealer versus like the Radiance Lifestealer.
I think with the right-click Lifestealer, you should just run and hit enemies, go chase them. But with Radiance, you can just farm, you understand what time on your side. And also, Radiance just a broken item. It gives 35% chance of miss and also burn enemies. So I think it's just much better than Desolator.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Etoro, for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck at your series tomorrow against OG, and congratulations again on the series, and we'll talk to you again later.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are moving forward because, yeah, that series went the full distance, all 3 games. We were expecting that with these 2 teams. We also have certain expectations on our next match, but if you want to hear those, you better stick around for Aurora versus Falcons.
Thank you, Jarvis, for the 21. Mecha Fang the 2. I never heard of Glass Beats or the bands. Philip Fang the 31. Gam Fang the 63. Real Knight Fang the 37. Mecha Panda Fang the 45. And Drayden Fang the 20. She was pretty easy to train. You're just gonna find something they like to eat, and most dogs are easy to train. I'm gonna finish eating. BRB.
Stars covered in gold, covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams, we will shine, only believe, only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go.
I'm Bach. We're game. Scatter up. Thank you for the 62 months, man. I don't want to watch the clip. I'm too lazy to open it. Do I like cats? I adore cats. Cats are very cool. Another new Dio song. Oh, dude. I can listen to it until the game starts, I guess. What the fuck is this, though? It almost sounds like Shiver singing this. look at the mouth. The expressions too. I'll finish this later. Next pulse. Oh, the timing was so good.
It is very sad, but Aurora is actually mathematically already eliminated. That being said, this is also a team that I don't think will stop playing because of it, because they'll still try incredibly hard. I'm joined by Purge, I'm joined by Effie and BSJ as our tech analyst. What are your words for this series?
Well, I think it's kind of obvious that Falcons is the team to beat here throughout the entire tournament. And I'll just say, these guys play poker with their hand face up. Like, you know exactly what you're going to see in the early picks of the draft. They're going to slam the Mars. They're going to slam the Razor. If you don't first round ban them, they have the DK. They even have the CM and the Mirana from Snake King. These guys have their staples, but what happens is they show you your hand, and then they somehow bluff you by swapping that hero to some random role, because they have a lot of overlapping heroes between Malrine and ATF. They have a lot of like flex between the supports and core for like heroes like Tiny, and they have the Huskar cheese, the Lina last picks. Malrine's been absolutely owning mid, so I'm just highlighting them for this series because it's on Aurora to solve this puzzle.
Yep, that is what we're here to find out. Can Aurora leave with a record that is looking a little better than what it does right now? Again, 0-5. They did take games, though. They did not win series, but they were able to take games. And I think we're going to talk about yesterday's game, of course, as well.
Thank you, Excited 27. My rebirth rating was 7.
Look at the Wisdom Rune by the US Air Force, as Skeeter is featured in that one today. With the fewest average deaths so far in DreamLeague this season. And GPK Nightfall, both from BetBoom that we just saw lose, that will probably maybe have their stats altered a little bit, but both on there as well. But Purge Skeeter has been very stable, very good tournament for him so far.
Yeah, he's been extremely stable. He has just really leveled up as a player. We all know he was good at TI, but he just looks even more consistent at this point in the game, and it's very impressive to even one-up Nightfall and GPK, because these guys also are regularly in the lowest, the best KDA or the fewest average death stats in their tournaments. So yeah, Skeeter's just a monster right now, and he's routinely getting like 15+ kills at his carry games.
Yeah.
It's just funny to watch Skeeter go from being a boring carry to watch to an entertaining carry to watch, because he himself is the same player, but because you put him on Falcons, then it's an entirely different style of team than dominant Tundra was. All of a sudden, Skeeter's entertaining. He's joining fights and playing different carry heroes.
I thought it was entertaining in Tundra.
Playing for lane dominance, and it's just, I think it's very, very amusing that all it takes is the players around you to make you look a certain way, because he's still playing the same way. It just shows differently.
He really is. I know that, Brian, you are a big Skeeter fan.
Oh, absolutely. My highlight of my Dota career was at the Berlin Major after party. Skeeter coming up and telling me that he watches all of my meta update Mondays, Shiver, and that may account for why Tundra didn't have a very good year last year.
Oh, no.
Because I have not been making those for the last few months. And Falcons is absolutely owning. So, in all seriousness, he's a really funny guy. I know he's good friends with Blitz, and they talk a lot about Dota. And I hear nothing but good things from him, from Blitz. And it's just... when you have a carry player or a mid player specifically where people don't dislike them, because that's usually like the ego-filled roles, I think that just says a lot about them as like a character, and this team's been all about the vibes, and this is a guy that's willing to play just DK every game if he has to. He's willing to play the active Svens and the Alchemist that Mira is saying, more like a new play style for him that fits in with his team. Seems like he can do anything.
Yeah, I mean, the team record shows for itself. Not a single game dropped group stage 2 so far, which is different from their opponents as we focus our attention on Aurora here. This is a team that, oh my, it's so frustrating to say that they haven't won a series because they came so close, Purge.
Yeah, the way you talked about their record before, I think didn't quite do them justice, because when I was looking over their replays against OG last night, it looked like they were poised to win all 3 games. Like literally all 3 games by 20-some minutes, they had like 5 to 8K gold advantages. So this has kind of been like the story of their team in Group Stage 2. Group Stage 1, they definitely overperformed to get here in Group Stage 2. Group Stage 2, they've shown to not be, they've been the weakest of these 8 best in the world teams. So not a bad place to be, and they've had so many games where they've been up or playing fantastic, but they just lose anyway. So it's a bittersweet thing. Good for them for the future, but for this tournament, yeah, it's close to the end.
Yeah. Aurora an interesting case, because even though they're 0-5, they feel like they shouldn't be. And every time that I've watched them play, they have come out of lanes with a net worth advantage. They don't lose lanes. They play lanes well, they play the early game well, and then they'll just have this one team fight where they throw away their net worth lead entirely. And I guess their biggest problem is not being able to identify when to not take that fight, because somehow it feels like they always find the fight that gets them out of the game or extends the game to minute 50 or 60 or 70, or as we saw yesterday, 88 minutes versus OG. So hopefully even though they're out today, they can still try to be actively working on their play. And if they do, this team is competitive. Like, I see the series going 2-1 if they can just correct that one team fighting error that they do every single game somehow.
Now, I know, Purge, you want to spotlight in particular the offlaner for Aurora. Jabs, of course, one of the most veteran members in the Dota scene, has played every single role at Valve events as one of 2 players that have ever done that. And he's playing offlane. He's sticking to offlane, it seems.
Yeah, he's very talented. I mean, there's been some watch of him where he's one of those chaos players that does goofy stuff in the offlane, picking anti-mage offlane in previous patches. But this tournament, he's been playing all standard heroes basically, and he's been playing fantastic. His series yesterday against OG, he played extremely good on Primal Beast the first 2 games, and then it got first phase banned because it was just way too impactful. He's definitely a big piece of the reason that they've been doing good in the early games. So definitely a bit of a targeted player, and I think his stability right now is a really good asset to the team because he doesn't bring chaos and weird things out anymore.
I just like watching the evolution of jabs. Like every tournament, every meta, you don't know what kind of jabs you're gonna get, because typically Talon or now Aurora were always a team where he last picked his hero, and he was the guy who brought carry from the offlane into meta last year. Bothered a lot of people. I remember when Vanguard was broken, he never wanted to pick Vanguard heroes, but you know that this patch feels pretty cemented in terms of offlane heroes when even Jabs is first picking the same offlaners instead of leaving his last pick open for himself.
Yeah, he's given me a little bit of hipster vibes over time, just like where everyone was building Vanguard, he was the one building Echo Saber Magnus the patch before, then literally everybody started building Echo Saber Magnus. So I think the fact that he's buying into this meta might be talking about, or might speak to his development as an offlaner a little bit, and kind of realizing that, yeah, you can have your own flair, but you also gotta kind of be a slave to the meta sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's happy, because there's a lot of just bracers in the offlane. He's like, I can go bracer into anything, and so he can still have fun every game, you know? Doesn't feel as pigeonholed.
It's a pretty
into
fun
one play.
offlane meta right now. Like, all the heroes are very active, very playmaky, no, like, summons, walk down lanes kind of stuff.
Yeah, it just feels kind of empty when you're not seeing the Jabs offlane Coddle, or the Jabs offlane Rubik, or the Jabs offlane Naga, when you're not getting these heroes. It's like, what's going on with Dota? But where the meta took us, unfortunately.
To be honest, I'm not unhappy. we don't see the jabs offlane Naga. Definitely have some nightmares on that one. We are moments away from the draft for game number 1 of this 3-game series. And I want to know where it's going to take us because we talk a lot about offlaners, but I feel like maybe the previous series has also shown us a little bit of a development. Maybe, like how much do you look at a series like we just watched, Brian, and Falcons and Aurora are going to be like, oh, this Sven, why do they first phase it? And should we?
I mean, Falcons have literally played Sven 5 of their last 6
I know,
games.
but they were able to get it at last.
But no, they're getting in their second round, to
Sure,
be fair.
but not first phase.
I think Falcons have so many heroes. I said, like, in my pregame analysis, like, they'll just jam the same heroes over and over again. And it's because not only is it, like, a Mars specialties, but it's also heroes that usually can play on multiple roles. And they are winning. So for them, I think it's good for them to keep tabs on what other teams are doing and maybe be prepared for it. But I see absolutely no reason for them to swap up what hasn't been beaten yet.
Yeah, the thing about Falcons is that if you're focusing on their Sven, you're going to give them their Naga, and that's a huge problem. But I can see Sven being a heavily contested hero because Aurora love to play that hero as well. They also love their Terrorblade. They first phased that yesterday. They flexed it to position 5, so I do expect some very strange compared to other games first picks coming up here.
We'll see.
The only thing I might be unsure about is Aurora still going to go like
Chen is not getting
tryhard mode
any
like
play, huh?
they are in the tournament, or are they going to be a little bit more flexible picks?
They're
My
always that
hunch
good
is
in this
that
patch.
They are still very hungry because they were very close to doing well in group stage 2. So I assume they're still going to try hard, but we could see some weird stuff as possible.
Televised scrim, you know?
Yeah.
They could just treat it like that. I think every team wants to take this opportunity because you're playing in the same region as all the other teams. That's part of what I think is the best thing for DreamLeague is that all these players are able to scrim, able to pub against each other, and even if you're out of the tournament, like when are you going to get a better opportunity?
I don't know why Chen is broken this meta. I think it's the same reason as always. He picks up a bullshit creep and you can't play the game anymore.
It does. Hey, it gives you a
Like
little bit
that
of energy
stupid
versus those last
Harpy
couple
of the
series.
Chain Lightning, for example.
They might really be like, you know what? We're going to be the team that takes the game off of Falcons.
There you go.
That'd be a good accomplishment.
Yeah, but how much can you affect Falcons' future at this point? I feel like they're...
Yeah, probably
I was going to check that. I think with BetBoom's loss just now, they might actually have secured themselves the upper brackets. Because the only reason they weren't locked in yet before is because there's obviously...
Didn't change lately, no, but Chen has been good for a long time, I think. I just didn't realize it was still good now.
Today, then Falcons would be guaranteed upper bracket. Right now, they are guaranteed minimum tiebreaker.
Yes, and I think if they win this series, they are guaranteed upper bracket.
Oh, yes, they will be.
Yes.
Yeah, they'd only have one left after that.
Yeah.
So they've got something to play for. It's not like Falcons is going to start experimenting on us now.
I think Aurora should still play like they're in the tournament because Falcons have shown that they're the best team in the DreamLeague, and this is very valuable experience, especially if what we were hypothesizing about a few days ago, that they picked up Lorinov temporarily while Armel's away, is true. Were you there when we were speculating, Brian?
I think I was. Was that the panel that we were talking about there being his mistress and stuff?
Yes, that was
okay.
that one.
Yeah, that was me. I was there for this one.
It was the exact same panel. Good point.
Okay, Timbersaw first pick. We've got like Centaur, DK in the pool. I think they've prioritized DK historically, but it's also pretty bad against Timbersaw.
They also prioritize a lot of 5 heroes in this first phase on Falcons. They'll pick their CM or their Mirana.
I'd prefer CM if they're going to go there, yeah.
What do you like CM better?
The root against Timber. You actually have pretty good magical damage with like a +1. Get the 1/4/1 skill build, +1 with your ult. You should be able to bring down a Timber. Maybe you need 3 heroes, but when I think of Mirana, it's like somebody else is supplying the damage. So then that kind of pigeonholes what heroes to pick with it.
Yeah, they might need to cover, like if you're Aurora, you might need to add a ban here to cover for Timber, like something like taking out a Leshrac early on, and you won't be able to take out both Centaur and DK. So you're going to leave one of the two, which makes it easy to just pick your Crystal Maiden here.
I like the Gyro Ban from Aurora. That's something that Falcons has run. It's a carry that has mixed damage, will definitely aid the CM in killing the Timbersaw alone, meaning they don't even need a rotation necessarily. So that's cool. Maybe they'll go for something like Luna Ban too, just like these mixed damage carries against Timber.
Yeah. Oh, and Leshrac's already out. I didn't even see that, but Leshrac got taken
Weaver.
out by Falcons.
Weaver stonks going up. I think Aurora's a little bit scarred from that Tomato one-shotting terribly.
Yeah, I think so too.
That was a shocking moment.
That's
It is kind of interesting in the state of Dota, though, that like you need to buy a rapier in a game that you're winning to just like end it. Although if you didn't have,
He
that
was like
rapier,
11-0 or something, right? Like Tomato hadn't even died that game.
He played extremely well, but the fact that he bought a rapier, I was a little bit surprised.
Well, that's what I mean. You're not in some desperate scenario where you managed to like throw once or twice and the game got crazy. He's literally 11-0 at the end of this game.
But if they didn't buy rapier, I just don't know if that game ends there. Probably
that's what I mean,
doesn't.
yeah.
It could be another 20 minutes or something. you
True.
know?
True.
Or 60. You never know. These games are gone long.
At the moment, you have no idea. It might be just the next 2-hour game we're seeing. We are seeing the Shadow Demon ban into the Dragon Knight pickup. I don't think that's too surprising here.
It was either the DK
hate
or
this
the
Dragon Knight
Sunlight
hero.
for Falcons, and they've already
Hate.
talked to us about how they prefer the DK for themselves, which actually leaves Aurora in an interesting position of potentially flexing the Timber to mid and maybe picking up the Centaur for themselves on 18, depending on what two heroes Falcons draft.
The power of this DK for them is they play at all three roles. So by the last pick, they have overall last pick on Falcons. No matter what happens in this draft, it will be a flex pick. They can put it anywhere they want. So that opens up their last pick to be, you know, twice as large, three times as large a hero pool. You'll see Amar randomly get Bloodseeker offlane. You know, it'll end up being DK carry with some actual carry in the offlane, and it's just this is the kind of thing that I think is just really hard to draft against, and it makes it so you have to have your own identity and know what you're doing, but it also has to somehow line up well against what Team Falcons is doing. So it's just so hard nut to crack.
Also, I keep seeing Elder Titan. I mean, I know Aurora loved their Elder Titan on Ollie, but I keep seeing it versus heroes that don't get their armor reduced by ET's natural order.
DK, Sven. Yeah.
And I just feel like it's such a shame, but a lot of teams do prioritize position 5s that can team fight, and in this situation, they wanted the melee 5 to probably pair the ranged laner, something like the Luna potentially, but it was either Undying or ET, and this is probably just a player preference thing.
It could be safer because you don't know who the offlane is going to be yet. If you pick someone dying and then the offlaner's not as countered, it could be frustrating. But at least it lets you like scout Roshan and, like you said, team fight very well. Set combos up for Timber. It doesn't amp Timber's damage either, so that part I also don't like very much. So, but they like the hero.
Also, Falcons just stole the Luna that Aurora were very clearly setting up for. I really like that. I think that's an incredibly heads-up play. It also does the same thing that it would have done for Aurora on Falcons. It would have given them a safe lane hero that can lane into the Timbersaw offlane flex.
I think part of what makes the Lunas stronger here is in the past you'd get like Viper offlane or something. It just feels like every offlane has to have a point-click stun or it's Timber. Like those are the only options. So there's no like you're gonna get screwed in the laning phase as a Luna here. Pick that comes out in the meta. I feel like you have to go you have to deviate too far from the offlane pool. And since you have Timbersaw, if you were to flex him to mid, your offlane that you replace him with definitely has to have a stun. And those heroes Luna doesn't generally mind laning into. At very least, she's jungling level 5 and chilling.
And the nice thing about Luna versus Timber is she's a mixed damage carry where you can depend on her right clicks to scale in the game, but you can take advantage of her Eclipse early on and get some key kills on Timbersaw.
I was wondering if he maybe goes for like a 2-0-3 build with Eclipse. You know, that's
Medusa?
something that Lunas do consider depending on how the lane is going. Medusa has traditionally been a bad matchup for Luna. 1-to-1 carry. I don't really know how it plays out nowadays. I know the Medusa builds do go like Mana Boots, Manta, Butterfly. That's like the usual route that people are going for, but how these two heroes timing lines up, it lanes well with the ET. Mira, you were saying they were setting up the Luna like a ranged carry with the ET, so now that they took the Luna, they take a ranged carry that matches up well. I just feel like there's a lot of do-nothing lack of stuns on Aurora, and when I'm playing Medusa, my worst nightmare is people just never fight me. They just run away from me and out-tempo me, and I think that's what Falcons has lined up so far.
Yeah,
They banned Anti-Mage off lane for Amar.
I know.
I'm like, wait a minute, there's a Luna already.
They have to. This happens so many times now. In this tournament, the last like 3 times, somebody picks a Deuces, someone else picks an AM, and they just lose every time.
And the Jabs did that first or something,
Yeah,
right?
he
was
did.
the original
I mean,
player.
if there's any carry from the offlane that he can get, he'll
Classic.
go for it.
He knows the threat.
Yeah.
Gotta ban it.
I would
fair
like
enough.
to see repositioning on Falcons, because what Medusa suffers from the most is when she gets displaced in a fight.
Yeah.
And like Brian mentioned, she outranges the Luna, which can make it kind of hard for Luna to get on top of her. So Falcons are in a position where they can choose to just put DK on Malorian and pick something like offlane Tiny or offlane Magnus for Amar. And I actually would very much like to see it in a game like this.
I didn't even realize that Magnus was still in.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Definitely would be valuable. The only thing that can interrupt you is a Yule Scepter or a Rubik right now. So it just feels like if you skewer any of these heroes back and RP them close to your team, they're going to die.
It may be too like standard, but I think you always want a Diffusal builder against Medusa, if possible. Like those are the two routes, Displacement and Mana Burn. And I just think they'll take Pango, like if I know Falcons. Like that's their last pick unless it's
He's missing a third route.
If
And that's killing the team.
Pango,
and not
then
Dusa.
I love the idea of just isolating Medusa or just taking the chaotic fights with a hero like Mag. You can also just pick off the supports, but you're also against Rubik, so maybe that's enough.
What
like,
are the 7 Grandmaster heroes that Malrine was saying?
Lina, Huskar,
Batrider.
Huskar, Bat, Puck, Razor. He said 7 Grandmasters?
Yeah, 7.
Lina, Huskar, Puck, Razor. Like, I'm gonna open this hero pool real quick. Hang on.
Because I feel like there's a lot still in the pool, even though obviously a fair number are.
Primal Beast, I think.
Primal Beast is
no,
master
Primal
tier.
Beast, he was level 29, because that's
Yeah,
the
he
next
said
one
he's
he
almost
Why does he
was.
look so dead inside?
Is this Leshrac Grandmaster tier or his Storm?
Yep.
Puck. No, Puck is a Grandmaster.
Puck is
We
Grandmaster
didn't
tier.
count Puck.
Yeah, Puck's in there. Storm might be. I don't think Lesh is.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of Grandmasters.
He's got a lot. I think
This guy plays a lot of Dota. He said his way to the top was playing 20 games a day. He said, I will be better than these players.
Hey,
that was
they
his,
do
that was
bet
his
on the
interview
Primal.
yesterday. He was a cool guy to interview.
Yeah, he was. And I will say, I do think it should have effect, right? You're queuing into a game, and all of a sudden the person against you, you know he's a Grandmaster tier of a hero. Doesn't that scare you?
It does. I mean,
Inherently?
that's the new meta for these younger players. They just say, like, we're going to have 5 or 6 heroes that you have to learn to ban, and then we kind of get to pick whatever we want in the meta. Like, these aren't even the best heroes in the meta, so now we get to just practice the best meta heroes, and you still have to ban our shit.
And he's got 7.
Yeah.
7 bans right there.
And you add 1 per patch, you know? Like, Primal Beast is only like a year and a half old or something, like 2 years old, and he's still level 29. Like, this guy just beans Dota and plays whatever.
I like the Wind Ranger pick a lot. They needed way more damage. They need more lockdown. She provides both of those things. That's probably going to be their mid hero. Gives them kill potential against the supports. I like it a lot.
Maybe it's preemptive for Pango as well, but I still feel like Falcons just jams Pango here.
Yeah.
Would you Pango versus Wind Ranger? I feel like you're just making the game harder for yourself. You could just pick anything else, really.
Would you rather just go DK mid and talk about like the offlaners you were mentioning?
I like that, but that's also just funner to watch. So I want to see.
True.
I want to see
Selfishly,
this.
yeah.
But you could still just go for Malrine Lina or something. They don't have very much gap close on Aurora.
That's true. And you can only focus fire 1 guy, so.
So, 1 more pick, 30 seconds to go. Question is, does he have any input in it himself, or will he just get told what to play?
This team's all vibes. They're definitely like, you know, when Amar had last pick, they're like, what are you feeling against
That's
Undying?
true.
Just give me Centaur. It's fine.
And the question is Amar then talking, or is Malrine talking? You know,
Amar the fucker!
As well, regarding where Dragon Eye's going.
I mean, he could also like Pango offlane on purpose too.
True.
Well, it will be the Pango, and in a second we'll see where, and it will be going mid. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, they like it anyway, I suppose. They don't really care that Wind Ranger is going to focus fire it later. They're just very confident in the way that they play it. They're going to be confident in their Luna DK timing, which is very respectable. I like when teams stand by what they play. Yes, it is more boring, but like Brian mentioned, an early Diffusal buyer versus Medusa is probably the easiest way that you solve it. It's a good rotating hero. The Rolling Thunder, there's not much to prevent it. Like Rubik and ET can't do that much. So yeah, makes a lot of sense.
I really like it paired with techies as well because it provides so much teamfight disruption. It makes your mines so much more likely to go off. And then if they do, your Pango does more damage too. So just feels to me like Falcons has this great cohesive draft. They can jump in together, back each other up, and they have way more ways to catch.
If I ignored the 2 teams that were playing, I still feel like the ET just, I don't understand his plays. Like, what's his aura amping? Like, Medusa's not like a ton of damage. Timbersaw is literally pure damage. It doesn't get amped. And then Wind Ranger's mainly physical, I guess with Maelstrom, but I don't know. It just feels like both drafts make sense when you look at all 3 individual lanes. But when you look at the whole picture, I just like the way that Falcons has set them up better.
But Wind Ranger on lane beats Pango, no?
Pango's deceiving. I think he'll lose slightly, but somehow that hero, the shield crash changed to a flat amount of block instead of percentage, made his laning stage way more reliable, I
You
feel
can
like.
always focus fire him later on, and then he's just dead while he's rolling around.
I don't think he loses on lane, really. You don't really lose lane on heroes unless they're completely countered 1-to-1. It's more so that Wind Ranger is a really good hero at dealing with them because any hero that can kill him in Rolling Thunder is consider it a counter. But I mean, I've seen Mallory win lanes that he shouldn't be winning. So
Or
I'm not
crush
worried.
lanes that he should kind of win.
Yeah, so I'm not even worried about this matchup. I'm just worried about Aurora's ability to take their Medusa to the late game, because DK Luna is a lot of map control. It's a lot of early objectives, and they have an ET Rubik dual support. Like, how are these heroes gonna fight back?
Yeah, and even if his lane goes bad, he can always gank and rotate with his teammates. So I feel like he'll be able to have a good game no matter what.
Okay, well, there's always a chance in Dota 2. It's painting a very grim picture for Aurora here, but they're going to show us exactly why Rubik and ET were picked, right? Guys, surely they're going to have a good game, but we're finding out together with Sunsfin and Syndrome.
How'd they lose every game, man?
0 and 5.
Where's the SCA teams? My chat said they're super good. That matchmaking SCA is the hardest of all regions, so it makes the strongest players.
Yeah. Predicting the 5.
But I never see the teams. Why is that?
It seems. Of course, Aurora already eliminated from DreamLeague, but they of course have to play it out. And you mentioned this, and I agree to some extent, of course, that once you're eliminated from a tournament, there's no more, you know, you can kind of play free, which sometimes helps. Sometimes it doesn't, though.
Check him ass.
But I think Aurora they'll take anything they can get at this point.
I'm surprised that Ward can see the cliff. What the fuck?
Great taunt, Skitter. Thanks for that. Yeah, I kind of expect to see Aurora put up a decent performance today. I don't think they're going to get absolutely rolled. Of course, they're not favored. They're playing against the team of the tournament so far in Falcons, but
This game doesn't matter for
will at least give us a somewhat competitive
Aurora.
game here.
They're pretty much out already.
And I think
But
that they've got in this draft gives
they
me
have
hope.
an
I think
opportunity to play
Timbersaw is
against
really
what is
scary.
now probably one of the better teams in Europe,
And
so
it's been banned against them quite a lot as well. But
it's a
they've-
very good
he's looked
learning
good
experience
on
if
this
they do
hero
take
for
it
the most part, I would
seriously.
say. They've got 23 on his Medusa, and this time he doesn't have to play against Anti-Mage for once.
Yeah, but you got the Pang.
There is the Pango, but that's definitely not the same as Anti-Mage. It's two different heroes.
Yes, that is. I mean, didn't we see? Wasn't that the game that Medusa lost? But the AM really didn't have anything to do with it. Are we thinking of the same game?
I'm thinking of the game where I think Aurora played against Extreme Gaming and they played offlane AM on XXS.
Oh, never mind then. Yeah.
But we also had another game with AM, but that was the AM against Morphling, right? The one we had.
There was 2 AM games.
Okay.
I think. Anyway, it matters not. But we will be seeing the Pango versus Windrunner in the mid lane, which, I mean, obviously, from the range perspective, Windrunner is going to be fine in this, but I mean, I agree. As a Pango player, Syndrome,
CS.
I'm not that bothered by it. I think fast defusal purchaser feels like a free game for Pango.
What? The mid player had to bail because of the wife's childbirth?
And Malrine has shown propensity to
Fuck
win
it, just
lanes
go
that he
anyway.
shouldn't.
Kid will understand.
That is his specialty at this
That's
tournament.
so random.
Also, on an important note, in the top lane, Crit looks so cute on his techies on an elephant carrying around a banana. It's such a cute elephant, and it's literally carrying a bomb squad. So that's quite the interesting dichotomy. Wonder what the lore is behind how they got this elephant.
I'm sure it's very deep and very meaningful.
Very cute.
What do you think of the Elder Titan? This is a hero that Ollie has played quite a bit.
Yep.
And you and I have been quite underwhelmed. So I'll say it again, though. I think the reason, probably, I would assume, that they are picking it, first of all, it's a comfort hero for Ollie. But number two, because of all the Rosh-offs, this is, on paper, the
DK
best
lanes put me to sleep.
Roshan contesting type
There's
hero.
no way DK should ever be a real hero.
And has a huge AoE stun with the ult that will work very well in the Rosh pit. But the problem is, it feels like every other part of the game, it has looked very bad in this patch for whatever reason.
I'm just, when I look at Elder Titan, I'm looking for two things in my lineup. It's one, do we have stuns so I can land my spells? And two, how good is my aura for magic amp? Because the physical amp isn't necessarily the removal of base armor isn't necessarily reliable if you're position 5. Like, can you actually go next to the heroes that are being killed? You're generally backlining, right?
Yeah, it's not like the old days where both worked.
Exactly. And in this case, you don't really have that much magic that you're amping. It's Mystic Snake, it's a power shot, it's Fade Bolt. It's not something like mid Lina, for example, that you're just taking to the next level. And as far as setting you up so that you can hit an Earth Splitter, it's mostly yourself in this game. Like, maybe a Shackle shot.
Any other lane, please.
In an edge
Any.
Stone Gaze, but I don't feel like you're drafting for that. So I'm kind of with BSJ here that I feel like they didn't really make it that good of a game for him. Skitter in trouble here.
I thought that was Pollen.
Just barely.
Pressured a lot. Salve plus Tango will be delivered by a Wolf.
Yep. And back to farming he goes, so should be okay for the foreseeable future. And Jab's playing the Timbersaw, which a hero that loves these
DK versus Medusa has to be the most boring matchup in human history.
Tier 1 tower.
What the fuck?
Had 2 in Whirling Death, 1 in Reactive Armor.
Wanted to use his Lotus.
As Laurenov will have to use the winner. You can see 27-2 to the 24-0 of Malrine, so pretty much even, which I think is a win for Falcons, if anything. Pangolier going to be
Call me when there's a kill.
Efforts to kill this Medusa eventually. And of course the Stone Gaze can be used as a counter of sorts to the Rolling Thunder, but as long as you're not looking in her direction, it's not that big of a bother.
Yeah, it's... And it's also just, I guess the axe timing on Pango is when it really ramps up, right? You want to have those extra shield crash procs come in, so... My goodness. Very aggressive here, Malrine.
Yep, 2 in shield crash. Force out the win run again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Has there been a more aggressive mid laner?
He's still going.
Malrine.
It's getting fucking zoned behind tower.
Here is Crit
The
trying
fuck?
to run away from the Medusa, and Ollie gets off the blood grenade. Last right click is there. 23 Savage. First blood. And Malrine very upset at his teammate. He wanted first blood.
Did you hear the voice line from Medusa? I don't think I've ever heard that.
No, what was it?
First blood, I like to start with dessert.
Okay.
Oh man, there's some of the voice acting and like the voice lines and the voice acting in this game are just S tier for me. It's really good. Well, good start for him, obviously. As
Except
far
for
as
the
that
damage rune.
Yeah.
Those lines. Still need to fix that.
That's true. I'm sure they'll come around to that. They just need to re-record 200 voice lines or 300 on,
I already told you the solution.
on 100 different characters.
Why can't you see what I see?
You just take the double damage sound and cut the double.
That's right. And rename the rune, of course, as Crit's going to be able to dodge the Echo Stomp.
Le balance fucking tech is 1.W.
Connects onto Laurenov. Can he find enough connections for the kill? Crit with the blood grenade. It will cost him his life, but more importantly, Malrine gets the kill onto Laurenov. As Q shows up as well.
If he could have somehow lifted him during that swashbuckle, he still would have survived.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are you talking? Thanks for the very useful comment, as always.
Would have taken 3 tower shots.
And been perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Now, Skeeter playing the Luna. Has this hero been getting consistent?
Thank you, and buys give cover it $1.
Luna?
Yeah, very popular hero, but feels like we haven't seen it in a while. Sven has overtaken her.
Maybe I haven't been paying too close attention. I feel like it's not banned, like, every game, at least, compared to how few picks we've seen.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But it's definitely one of the more banned second phase heroes for sure. With good reason. The hero farms exceptionally fast and offers a lot of utility in fights with a long-range stun, with big damage from the ult, and of course the aura. And most lane matchups for Luna are quite playable nowadays. It used to be a hero that would struggle in lane against quite a few heroes. Doesn't really seem to be the case. And I guess some of Luna's worst lane matchups are generally banned against Falcons or played by them, like Razor and Viper, right?
Yep.
Skitter doesn't have to worry about playing against Razor because he never has to.
That's true, actually. One of the many benefits of having Amar and Malrine on your team. And they've certainly started this Dota year. They kind of got off to a fast start, I would say.
Yep.
already undefeated, and again, just to be clear, they haven't lost a single game in this group stage, so it's not just the series going their way. Aurora has won some games, Cinderin.
Yep.
There's no series yet.
I don't think they have clearly looked as the worst team, to be honest with you.
No, for sure.
It's just mainly
I
been...
get punished for this.
The balance tech is 1 point second skill. How is that not nerfed yet?
Also worth remembering, this is group stage 2. This was a 16-team tournament. So if you're the worst team here, you're still in the upper half.
Yeah.
And yeah, in group stage 1, things went a lot better for Aurora. It feels like some other teams caught up, and obviously the quality of opponents that they're meeting is just higher on average, but they haven't been like... You look at a scoreline and you see 0-5, and your mind immediately goes to, oh, they're just clearly the worst. But many of their series, they look competitive. Maybe they just don't clutch it out or lose a 3-game series like the one against OG yesterday, where they definitely could have won, which would have obviously been huge for a lot of the teams that OG are competing with for the top 4. But they didn't manage to get through it. A lot of teams yesterday that were Aurora fans. It's very close around the middle of this bracket right now.
Yeah, but I think some of the narrative that comes with what you're discussing is the fact that Falcons, on the other hand, have just looked so good.
Yeah.
They have not lost a single game, like we said, and they've just looked better every single game. Even in the games where they start off with the laning loss.
Yeah.
They just look crisper, they rarely make mistakes, and these guys just seem to be on the same page. And obviously some of that comes from the fact that got a couple members of Tundra, along with the coach, of course. So there's a lot of familiarity there, and the fact that they've kind of catered their playstyle around, excuse me, around Amar and Malrine, who are these, I want to call them kind of wild card type.
Look at the filthy support trying to get a CS.
Using them for their strengths.
Absolutely, Val.
Brilliant so far in this year. The real question is, well, there's 2 questions. Can teams catch up to what
I don't think SC has ever won TI,
I
know.
Find a way to counteract what Falcons does in the draft and then in the game itself.
But there have been SCA players, I think, that won TI.
Nerf Amar. it happens every year.
Yeah.
By the time TI rolls around, all his heroes are dead. Malrine, and won't be able to get the arcane. Crit will have to snag it.
It's already a small victory making.
Anna SCA? I thought it was Australian or something.
On Pango.
I would imagine all the mines that he can place.
Yeah, with his level 4.
Yep.
Thompson is SCA, true.
Can't wait for the mines to come out. Any second now.
True.
He could put down the mine.
Finland is so close to Indonesia after all.
Oh yeah, you can actually cast that without having Ags. I forgot about that. It fakes them out. They'll never know you don't have Ags yet. Malrine will be swashing from the high ground. Lornoff wants to chase though. Shackle does hit. Sticky bomb stolen as Q will use it. Echo Stomp onto 2. Malrine is dead. Snaking is next. Great job from Aurora as they now have a 1K lead. Amar's going to pressure the tier 1 in the meantime. Very rarely have we seen Malrine in this group stage get punished like that.
Just a great connection from Lornoff there. It was a beautiful shackle shot. And this top tower will not fall this
I'm
time
not
around,
from SCA, no.
Actually, never mind, it will fall this time.
I'm from the Middle
Nice
East.
Dragon Tail. Dodges the Echo Stomp as well.
Together with Sweden and Norway. And Germany and France, of course.
Well, now they
feels
see
good, man.
So far, so good from Aurora, though.
Indeed.
11.5 minutes in. A lot of teams in this at this time in the game are down by 5 to 10 kills against Falcons and a couple thousand gold. So, job well done by Aurora so far. Worth keeping in mind, they, as a team, their team identity is very late game oriented. So that's where they, for the most part, drag the games out to. That's where, for the most part, their lineups really come together. So if the early game goes well, that's a very good sign that they can get to the part of the game that I would say it's fair to say is probably where
Why play Dota when you can just not?
Comfortable.
Yeah, at the same.
Echo Stomp.
Oh,
ET
play
also
Dota?
coming for snaking.
Feels
And
good.
he evaporates. Malrine using
It
his
always
ult,
feels
but
good watching supports die from a single spell.
the corner of the wall. So it ends up being a wasted Rolling Thunder, but Amar doing a lot of damage to the tier 1 mid. As 23 Savage showing up quite a bit in this early stage. So Malrine, you can see that 1 kill upon him has made a big difference in his game. He's bottom of the charts in terms of just the cores.
Yep.
As a Maelstrom now there for Lornoff.
That's a lot of mines.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of creeps.
Good stuff. Mar will clean that up.
Let's see some camp stacked stats. Got an interesting stat for Knoxville. I think it was yesterday.
I think next game I'll play after this tournament is going to be Dragon's Dogma 1. I want to go for that game before I start on 2.
Minute 12. It was the second highest amount of camp stacked of all time in a game at minute 12. But not just that, it was the second amount in any game ever, including like just... It was second only to one game by Gaming Gladiators, which was 75 minutes long. They stacked that many camps at the 12-minute mark.
Aurora has stacked more.
It was ridiculous.
In this game so far.
That's impressive. It's been something Falcons have found a lot of time to do. I guess they do a better job at it on Dire. It might be...
Yeah, maybe it is a Dire thing.
Might be something.
That's certainly
I didn't check no rest of the wickets.
Manta there.
Come to think of it, Falcons play Dire?
It's 8 players farming jungle and 2 players stacking camps.
They're both equal to me, Cinder. I don't see Radiant or Dire when I see Hero.
Feels 2013, man.
I think they've actually chosen side over pick priority, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe in this game, Aurora chose Dire specifically to counter that. I don't know.
Okay, they are not able to stun him in the end. As tier 1 bottom will go down one way or another. Can Jabs go for the deny? Won't try.
TPN from
TP,
Laurenov.
Snake King.
Hello, Snake King.
Spot Laurenov. Or is it the other way around? Illusion Rune being used to dispel the Frostbite as Snake King gets off his ult, but the power shot finishes him off as Malrine. Well, not able to get the first connection on the Rolling Thunder, so now we'll try to roll away as Jabs using that pure damage to his advantage.
That's a good
onto
stomp.
Skeeter. Swashbuckle from afar. Echo Stomp. Not quite there as the blast off comes in.
What the fuck? You stole CM ult?
It's not enough. And Aurora end up netting 3
I thought he stole
kills
from
for
Pango.
themselves, and it's an 8-1 advantage.
I told you. Never count out Aurora when there's nothing to play for.
You have a big sample size with
Marine's like, wait, aren't these guys bad? What's going on?
Yeah, from his perspective, I'm sure that's what I was talking about as well. Like, he could have some overconfidence from Falcons as well.
I think Aurora can actually tie for 6th.
That's really
and there
funny.
is a meaningful EPT difference between 5th, 6th, and 7th, 8th.
EPT?
And also prize pool difference. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the amount of points
What do you
is actually
say?
quite
CBT
significant.
difference?
Yeah, it's different at all levels.
So
pretty much.
Playing for these steps is quite important. Obviously, people will be very focused on, okay, can you make the final stage or whatnot, but looking at the big picture, these games still hold value to Aurora. It's not just for the practice and for the fans here.
I mean, despite
Definitely
this,
something on the line.
we're going to have the stun from Amar as the rest of his team are coming to clean up Jabs. They'll get him. So 8-2, but only a 1K lead for Aurora. That's at least a little bit concerning.
That's Luna, baby. She's farming very fast.
Yep, Skeeter with the Mask of Madness, Yasha at the moment. You can see Aurora now.
Oh, hey, he still buys Mage
They did
Slayer.
get the bottom tower, but Jabs ended up dying here. Obviously got collapsed on by a major
He has to,
rotation
right?
from
They was all.
Falcons. I think did they
It
bring
does too much
4 heroes for that one
damage.
kill, I believe?
Lauren off. Uses the Invis rune. We'll definitely need a +1 here.
This would be a very big find.
Oh yeah, Skeeter. He has Mask of Madness, so Lauren off very slow. Ooh. Low ground 3 members of Falcons show up. And after all that, Q is going to be the one to fall here towards the gate. Stolen Freezing Field will keep him alive a little longer. As Crick gets taken out by Laurenov. So he does find a kill in the end, but man, 1 second head start, maybe he finds that connection.
Yeah, I was very close to finding both the Luna and honestly also the Pango on the way in the jungle. Just nighttime didn't give him enough vision range to be able to see the Pangolier. Curious to see Jabs by this dagger. I wonder...
Up Jabs.
Oh.
He stunned that melee keep.
Really hate
That melee keep is never moving
Mars should
again.
Try the new experimental settings. You
I was
can
gonna say.
select your stun to only target heroes. Might be good.
You know, there was a time where that would have enraged a very large percentage of the Dota player base. Now I think for all these years, apathy has set in. Shackle shot. Crit.
Oh,
Get
actually
Echo
walked
stomps
into
now. Amar jumps right into the thick of things. They're going to lose crit anyway, and now Amar on the run.
And
Snaking gets deleted by jabs. Okay.
I do not blame the observers for not
So they
seeing that
lose
kill.
to
Why was he
every
there?
single team, but they're winning against the number
Wait,
one.
what happened? The fight was over 10 seconds ago, and he's just
All
randomly
right.
standing there. The enemy team doesn't have vision. It's a Radiant Ward.
No, but it's not over
Here
yet,
he is.
apparently. Oh, he dropped his boost. That would have been really disastrous for jabs. Not expecting Amar to be near. And when's the last time we saw somebody take advantage of a situation like that?
Yeah.
It's been quite a while.
Let me see the replay here. Okay, I guess he was just walking in as the fight was starting on the techies.
That looked
and
paid
thought
as
his
fuck.
teammates
That
were
looked like a
gonna take
meeting
that fight.
point where you shake hands
It
beforehand.
makes sense because Amar on the Dragon Knight was jumping
the
in on
fuck?
the Dragon Tail, right? And Snaking wants to cover the flank and actually counterplay when the Aurora team is perceived to want to retreat, but unfortunately for Falcons, they didn't care and just stood their ground.
I mean, Crystal Maiden is so slow that once you make your trek to wherever you're going, you just give up. You know?
Like ships in the night actually dodging each other there. I think Snaking saw him, or excuse me, Skitter saw him.
Snaking
Going
is
for
dead.
frostbite.
That's two little engagements here for him. Second one results in the death.
This is a big steal on Q, actually. The Frostbite can come very much in handy against Pangolier, against the Dragon Knight. This spell lasts so long on Rubik, and the cooldown is quite short. So as long as he has that mana, it's actually, I would argue it's the best spell he can have right now, probably, in the game.
Mines, maybe?
Yeah, and you can always look to
Synderen,
something like
please.
Eclipse, but it's more like contextual.
This is
whether you
like
can get
Pango
that
ulti,
Frostbite
DK
is
stun.
such a feels good spell on this hero.
Wait, how does Eclipse work now with when you don't have Lucent Beam? Because it used to not do anything.
You get the same level as Luna has, I think.
So you kind of get two skills in a way.
DK stun is so good on Rubik, yeah, it's
Just that you only
absurd.
use one of them, so you get
He
one
gets the ranged melee DK stun in the last 1800 years. It's fucking stupid.
So all
Butterfly is
things,
what he's opting for.
well, you gotta look at this, right? 2k lead. We said the Luna's farmed. If Medusa and Luna are going hand in hand, it's a good matchup for the Dusa. So Aurora with a potentially good late game matchup here. Not just the Luna, the Dragon Knight, I would say Medusa also fares pretty well against.
I don't know how long it lasts.
So definitely not looking too shabby for them. Crit.
30% more? Oh well, 10% right now, I guess.
Malrine will do the same.
Of...
Farm they came for.
What the hell did I click? I double clicked.
Toward bottom.
Crick gets a nice
2.4.
reactive taser upgrade from the Tormy.
Fucking 2.6 second stun.
Cast on allies, give that disarm. Quite nice to put on
Otherwise,
the
a 3 second stun at level 18 Rubik.
You could Dragon Tail into the taser exploding, and then you have a full-on disarm on the Wind Ranger, for example. Would be very nice.
Skater, BKB being delivered. We'll buy the shard next. So, from Falcon's perspective, when is the time to fight? Is it this BKB timing on Luna? Because even if you're saying the Luna versus Medusa matchup late is Medusa favorite, Falcons are not scared to go late game either, though.
No, this is definitely a game that both lineups can win even late. It's just the carry-to-carry matchup. I like the Dusa in that one. Obviously, there's more factors at play.
Only gets maybe the second worst shard in terms of the supports that we've been seeing.
I should send this game to Uker.
Actually, maybe
It fixes sleep schedule.
Maybe this is worse than the Bat Rider one, actually.
At least this one gives you a choice, right?
Yeah, but also increases your net worth by 1,400.
Yeah. But yeah, being able
Okay, the action has to be coming soon. The core item is getting picked up now. It's 22 minutes. The blinks and stuff are coming out now. The Visual Blade is out.
The Luna.
It's gotta be.
And you get the stomp connection, and then you switch places.
It's gotta, look at this guy's drawing lines like, fuck these noobs. It's time to fuck them up.
Okay, well, Bat Rider supports can also
Guy
have the
TP's
choice,
bot.
but it's
Where's the
auto-attack
smoke?
In their lasso center. It's their choice.
Yeah, just that the upside to that one is so much worse.
Yep. Unless you get
Action is coming.
Yeah, that's very normal. We've seen that a lot.
D-ward real quick and then boom, smoke.
Initially,
Now action is coming.
Yeah. Some crazy ass builds. When
Did
that
they
worked on
just
illusions? Oh my
ping
god.
a ward and then smoke under it anyway?
Some hotfix phases as usual. Every
I
time
think
some
someone in the
newcomer
team
gets put in
pinged
the
the
game,
wards,
Knight Rider uses
dewarded with a
special
sentry,
claws.
and they smoked anyway.
Crit, yeah, they're gonna put some illusions up here to tank. Look at these
Action is
illusions.
leaving.
They are so good for this.
Unbelievable. So stupid.
And Crit's just sitting there.
I just spent the last half hour
My
putting up
life's
those
work.
mines.
Is under attack.
He just built a house.
Just build a
And the natural
house.
disaster of your choice came through. And tore everything he built down. He has to start over. Falcons will smoke. It's too
The
late.
Ocean contest, and it's over.
Aurora really showing up here.
They should probably
Number
TP
one,
out.
23 Savage with the Aegis.
Yeah.
They're just gonna dip.
Yeah, you think that's the good choice for them?
Another smoking avoided. Feels good, man.
Runner potentially.
Yeah. It depends how they're going to use it. If they can somehow enforce a 5v5 where the Medusa just goes and pushes towers now, I really like it. But if it's just going to be this kind of chill, slow farming, you might as well have put it on the Wind Ranger to make some sort of moves. Falcons will not slow down despite being against the Aegis. They will get up here and look to push a bit. At least into the tower. They'll not commit for the tower.
Radiant's
Keeping up the pace.
under attack.
Double damage
Dire's
top.
tower is
Just
under
kidding.
attack.
It's just a damage rune nowadays.
What if it's scaled into double damage?
How?
I don't know.
Then
A lot
you
of
need
these
to make a
runes do
voice line
scale.
for all the versions. 1.1 damage rune.
Yeah, you could use AI for the ChatGPT.
Then all of the really unique reactions the heroes have when they pick it up. My damage twice over, and then it's like my damage 1.5 times over.
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds awesome.
I love it. Great addition to the game. Aurora
Medusa
sitting in
has
the 2K lead.
officially caught up to Luna.
That's impressive.
Equally rich.
At least they're nice to listen to, yeah. I always like Synderen and Sunswan.
From Luna's perspective,
Synderen is always smart.
this is not a hero that
And he
wants
doesn't
MKB.
say much bullshit.
Both of these heroes.
Especially regarding strategies and heroes.
Do you get MKB on either of them?
Like he says what he knows and omits what he doesn't.
Someone like
How it should be.
you know, the Windrunner, for example.
I'm actually fucking falling asleep a bit, man. Not from the cast, but from
somewhere down the line, but probably Halberd will be
the
his
plays here, or the lack of them.
It's like it's one of the best items against that hero. Medusa doesn't like buying BKB, and
Dire's courier has been killed.
you just have this very long. It kind of works.
Very long,
Medusa, 'cause she can't
very long game.
Looks like Amar will maybe take the.
A motherfucker! I am refilling my drink, and I hope there's no team fight in that time.
Radiant's top tower
The question is, when do these teams, or more specifically, when does Aurora want to do something with his Aegis? Still, it's at half duration now.
Yep. Well, it looks like 23 wants to do stuff.
Yeah, looks like it.
He's doing stuff all right.
23 Savage hitting the tower. Fortification comes out. Damage rune still on the Windrunner.
Lucky me, I made it.
As the swashes continue on to lower the mana capacity of 23.
Power is gone.
Absolutely. That is the siege. That is 23.
Disperse! The tower is down! Back to your stations! 5 corners of the map. Look at that, they're actually going 5 corners of the fucking map right now.
They were down 1 set of racks, and then they gave up the other 2, I think, right? Yeah, that was.
Did they defend the? I feel like they didn't defend the first one.
Did they give up all 3?
The way I remember it, there was no team fight for either barracks. They just gave up the first set, then they got ganked out on the map, lost the second set, got ganked again, and lost the third. That's how I remember the game. Maybe I'm wrong.
You're probably right. They usually are.
Lorinov.
Lorinov.
Hounding Amar.
Amar the?
Gonna come for you.
Whoa!
Oh, it tries to
What a
keep you
fucking
out.
guy!
The lift.
Except now he looks like a dumbass.
Now
But what a
Amar
fucking
will go
guy!
down to the focus fire, among other things. Although Speeder's here with an Eclipse. Immediate BKB from Lorinov. Now he tries to run away as Jabs also pumps
Amar
that
the
BKB.
fucked.
Cute. He steals Moonglaze. Very useful. As Jabs, Timber chains to safety. Is the ET ult not going to find a connection? Now that the BKBs are down, this is a 4v5 situation in favor of Aurora.
Got him.
With the Aegis still there on 23.
Rubik cannot.
I think he has one of the best Dota names of all times, yeah.
He really doesn't want this.
It's really hard to beat Amar the fucker.
So
Can we click on?
There's so much emotion in his
I wanna
name.
See the Moonglaves. Do they look like Moonglaves?
But this game is Amor the Farmer.
He needs to attack something.
Let's see.
But soon he will be Amor the Fucker again.
Fable into right click. The wave that's not coming. This 23 is just too.
I really
greedy.
hope he attacks something sooner. This is with the biggest waste of
I hope
time.
we miss a kill because we're watching this.
Nice. All right. He's
Hit
blocking.
a camp.
He's specifically dodging every camp. Nice. He
Anything.
He took this.
Use your Moonglaves.
Oh,
wait.
here it come.
No. Tomato is
Mid-wave.
juicy.
He's going to Fate Bolt and not attack. Ah.
Oh. Okay, it's just a Moonglaive.
That's the Moonglaive.
Wow, exciting.
Hey, he can farm.
That's
you know, the build on
There's worse
Rubik is you go Ags, and then you steal Moonglaves and Empower.
Oh. Yeah.
And then you jungle.
There's a Magnus in the game. I forgot about that. You're right. Yeah. That's crazy. What if you could steal spells from creeps?
You know it's a slow game when your Rubik is sitting on Moonglaves. Hey, if he gets short, can he use the shield?
Oh, you wait until they cast it, and then you can take it.
No Aegis
Yeah,
anymore.
right?
Yeah, that's true. 5k lead for Aurora as they want to go high ground. The tower is dead mid, but they'll focus on the bot for now. As I'm sure just trying to create space, and they probably won't overcommit.
Is it
until
good?
they
I mean,
have
if you
this
have it anyway, might as well cast it before you steal another spell, right? 3 damage reduction for him.
Skeeter is going to be pushing the top lane, but now might be backing his Malrine.
He stole Glaives because this patch, if you have shard, it turns the Glaives passive into an active bonus.
Crystal Maiden dead already.
Some damage reduction and some damage around it. Dusa's HP is staying the same.
It hits several heroes, and this is going to force Falcons back for now. Now the BKBs galore pop from Aurora as they're trying to go in pretty deep. Lorinov gets the double kill. Amar will be the recipient of that. He does have his buyback in addition to his ult, so they could fight if they want to. As this is a 15-3 advantage.
Oh, they're about to push properly.
What an insane shot.
Was it 23 Savage, the one that needs a seatbelt now for every Pro Dota game he plays?
The focus fire onto the Dragon Knight.
It was him, right?
Here. So this Dragon Tail comes in, and he's in the perfect position.
I hope they have a fucking seatbelt for him.
In a second. Here, this one.
Look at the mana, it just stays the same.
Yeah, that's dirty.
Yeah.
That is dirty.
And that is Lorinov.
So we go back to live, and that is almost another tier 3 in favor of Aurora. Falcons being put to the test by the team that's already been eliminated.
Oh, he's
Skeeter gets bursted from full. No buyback at all. And 23 Savage.
Imagine this is how you lose a game. You farm 30 minutes for your carry to get picked off and it's over.
Uncontested.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
I don't see how they're going to stop this. Unless 23 Savage is coming, just
no,
back
you
away.
pussies, push!
They can sense that the smoke has occurred. They will counter smoke as well. Jab sitting on the sideline.
Aurora is a team well known for peaking at the right time. Finding the absolute stellar performance against the best team in the tournament. This is the team you want to beat. This is where you want to play your best. Unfortunately, they lost 5 series before this one.
Yep, that is unfortunate.
5 fucking
It's
series.
a shame, but they are definitely showing what they're made of here. This game has honestly, so far, not even been remotely close.
It has not.
They are just out-strategizing them. They played the moves better.
This team is not even bad.
Well, they find a connection onto Amar.
They actually play really well. How the fuck did they lose every game?
Rolling Thunder, but Q's able to get out quite easily. The focus on Ollie, and yeah.
The staking is paid off this game. There's no way.
Malrine forced back. He's gonna get Gleipnir.
That's an under-the-table done deal.
Not quite.
Ain't no way it plays like this.
You can see Jabs in pretty deep right now. We'll Timber Chain away though. As the butterfly is finally completed for Skeeter, but this is the second Rax now Aurora will be getting. And 23 Savage.
Put your fucking hands back on your keyboard. He's pushing, dude. This fuck. He needs hand straps.
Is this like a mind click?
He needs fucking ball and chain on his fucking hands and wrists. This fucking guy.
They're beating them telepathically.
Damn, that's impressive.
And we're approaching some really good potential meme numbers here for the meme connoisseurs and investors. 322 or 420, both in range here for Aurora.
Yep. Oh, crit.
Wants to contribute.
Kid tried to play Dota. Unlucky.
As 23 Savage will get the tier 2. Amar in his dragon form.
Unlucky. Back to base, boys.
Try to slow
What can you
things
do?
down, and Aurora can now steal the Tormentor to add insult
Oh,
to
shit.
injury. And then I would imagine they get Roche and then try to finish this game. Although the smoke comes out from Falcons, they want to try to contest whatever Aurora is doing, but Aurora actually backing away. 23 Savage is going to be the one to likely pop the smoke. Although they actually go around the other side. Do they know they're up here?
Oh, best kill possible.
All right, Rubik instantly dies. They find Ollie next.
Second best kill possible.
Like that. Stone Gaze pops.
And the third one is Windrunner, and the fourth one is Timbersaw, and he just got Gabened.
They cut their losses. It's a really nice move from Falcons. The way this broke out, they had crit breaking on the south side, so Aurora thought the attack was about to come in, but then it came in at the same time. They didn't really have time to prepare based on seeing crit. And they found a very nice backstab onto the perfect target in the Rubik and then onto ET. Couldn't have done it any better. But they can't get cores. They will just BKB.
I don't think they're gonna lose this game. So this game is hard for Luna. ET is a good hero against Luna. Because Luna is so immobile. Like all the spells of ET just hit. And then of course, Luna is a hero that relies on base armor to survive. Although that part is maybe not so bad because ET armor part now requires the hero to stand next to her instead of just the spirit. So it's kind of passable.
And Roche number 2.
Assuming Luna's positioning isn't complete dog shit and they put a little bit of focus on the ET while walking in, if he does.
Really forcing it.
Also, it doesn't go for BKB this patch.
Here goes Roche again.
Aegis. Banner. Alright, I have not gotten to see Aurora's usage of Banner. Remember, the last time Falcons were down Mega Creeps, they went down mid and won.
Yeah.
So,
it's slightly different situation.
Yes, this is accurate.
Spirit has natural order, but it's only the magic damage part now. The physical damage part is on the actual hero.
Amar's going to be able to fly away, though. Lorenoff trying to pursue.
And you have both, of course, if you don't send out your spirits.
Is in human form now. Gleipnir not going to connect. Snaking with the freezing field from the tree line as Malrine in the Rolling Thunder. Lorenoff.
Yeah, huge nerf for another Titan. Muchly needed though. The hero was way too strong back then.
Can they kill him even once? 23 Savage getting quite low now on mana. Pops the Stone Gaze. They do not have the damage, it seems, as he will be able to get away. The Disperser used to give him a little boost, and back to the fountain he goes.
Aurora's backline was so far behind, and they just stayed there for so long. Like, they were 2k range behind the Deuce. Didn't really come in to help, just confident that he was gonna survive that, and he did, but that was very close.
Whoa, like the smoke is fast. They immediately went from top to bottom.
Pretty damn quick. Creeps are in their base.
This is a good read from them.
Bang! Oh.
Yeah, they get the connection, but the Lincoln's procs on the Dragon Tail, but the blast off is there. You can't block that one. And auto attacks from Amar. Will it be enough? The ETL comes in doing a massive amount of damage, but crit.
Can they get out though? Luna is kind of in a really shitty spot there.
BKB now trying to run away.
And Deuce has damage heals apparently. Huh. Interesting.
Oh, Skeeter stuck in the trees. Oh boy, that is rough. Telekinesis into the burst from Jabs.
Ironic, all the night vision in the world, and you still can't see your surroundings. Might want to get your night vision goggles checked on that Luna. Train your mount better.
Where did that tree come from?
It would be really funny if it actually spawned in front of him.
Oh my god.
Oh, the Hex. I thought he was
out for fucked.
Echo Stomp coming for you. As Jabs will be the one doing most of the damage here. And they can taunt their way to this kill. Amar falls again. He's down for 70 without a way back in. And Aurora. Aegis still plenty of time.
Yep. This is the
he wants to push so badly. He's done this bullshit game.
1 minute timer on Dragon Knight.
He's probably flaming its supports. Just a fucking dying on Rubik and ET. You animals. Just stand behind me, you know? Ping, ping, ping.
Straight up we go.
Can they defend?
How can they possibly hold this?
Well, Luna has buyback. That's one thing. As Malrine will try to get rid of the creeps, but she'll do so. The illusion's not so much, though. 23 Savage, another Disperser usage just to dodge out some of these rolling thunder.
Was that a stolen Dragon Tail?
Gleipnir on top. Malrine, he's just gonna get bursted. Just like that, he's dead. 70 seconds.
That's the buyback
remaining as the fortification finally activated on Falcons. And they're gonna have 5 here pretty soon now, with the buyback being expended by Malrine.
Q is still holding on to that level 4 Dragon Tail. This is a very long stun. It's like 3 seconds long on Rubik. with a decent cast range.
23 Savage, they got to get through him once. But the sheep initiation from Jabs, do they have the burst to get through to the Luna? Gets force staffed. BKB is still there, but he's still stunned. Echo stomp onto several heroes. Down goes Skeeter. Still in the buyback, though. He will use it. Snaking gets canceled on his ult pretty much immediately. Jabs disrupted during the Timber Chain. Eclipse comes out, but the Stone Gaze retreat means that most of these Eclipse charges will not connect. They're going to try to reset just a little bit. Ollie's going to be the first to fall. 23 Savage. No more BKB. His mana is getting quite low, but Skeeter, this will be a dieback on him. He's not careful. Gleipnir onto 2. Do they damage to finish off this Luna?
No.
Yes, dieback for Skeeter. Now Amar will be pursued on the high ground. The Rolling Thunder being used by Mallory, but he's going to get focus fired. He might just drop. Indeed, he does. Double kill for Lorinoff. GG's called. Aurora completely stomped Falcons. And
I don't think I have time to watch the Spotify game.
Lost game.
It's too far away, man.
Played so well this game. Why now? Why is this? Why is this when you come online like this? What a beautiful game all around. We had a couple of questions about the strategy. My MVP for the game, Elder Titan, of all heroes. I think Ollie played an insane game. How many multi-hero stuns did we find? How many setups? How many bailouts? It was not a particularly good game for his aura, but it didn't really feel like the aura was a part of the strategy even.
No.
They just set each other up so beautifully. They counterpicked nicely. They took advantage of their knowledge of Falcons' drafting patterns by,
It's so bizarre.
you know, baiting them into the Luna, countering with Medusa.
Like, you look at the
and then
scores,
closing out the draft with the Windranger,
and
they have to pick a mid hero.
I pretty much lost to everyone, right? Where haven't they played yet? They haven't played BetBoom yet, so they lost to everybody but BetBoom, and they're playing Falcons now.
One of the memes.
And somehow they beat fucking Falcons. So they lost to these guys here. They lost to all of this here.
Wow, Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora take game number 1 and very surprising.
It's so fucking funny.
You knew all along.
It's gonna be even funnier when they beat BetBoom tomorrow. If they bet BetBoom tomorrow.
I was never doubting it any second because I never take things that my panel say seriously anyway. Nah,
Thank you, Jensen, for the 140 months of day 2. Yold King Cop, the 70. Any change in Dota since 2013? There's been like 1 or 2. El Saga, thank you, the 48.
It was going to be Aurora. You thought that this already was going to be a long series and that it was going to be an even one.
Yeah, I said earlier that if they stop doing that one team fight where they throw their early game lead on Aurora, this series can easily be 2-1. But even then, I found myself doubting them in last game's draft, even though I shouldn't have, because I assumed that at some point Falcons would just hit their Luna DK timing and run over the map before Aurora got strong enough, but we just need to respect Aurora's players. They're all incredibly solid players. Every single game that they've played in this tournament, they've won the laning stage.
Multi-hero Countess Medusa?
Rarely see them lose laning.
It's hard to say. And there are some heroes that are good matchup-wise in terms of fighting 1 versus 1. Like, say, Anti-Mage. It fucking kills her like crazy. But then timing-wise, Anti-Mage loses to Medusa because he doesn't get to play before you lose.
It could be less valuable than the Undying as a lane
So you would have like a lot of
specialty hero going back 5 years ago. He loves
a lot of games in the past where people would pick Anti-Mage against Medusa, and then 25 minutes hits. And Medusa has Butterfly Manta, kills your base, and Anti-Mage is still working on Manta and can't fight, and then you lose the game.
I can't remember if it was Crystal Maiden or not.
I personally think it's better to kill heroes around Medusa and play your game around that, and then leave Medusa for last. But it's not always easy to pull off.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the support duo. They played great the previous series as well. And
so heroes with lots of mobility and high single target damage are
they looked great prior to this series as well. And,
nice to play with and against.
Was not something we expected.
Like, let's say you have a Storm against Medusa, and you just kill all the supports behind her.
Came from the Falcons when we expected Pango to
just killing Medusa by herself is fucking shit, right? She's just too much HP.
And the stomp alone was just enough.
She has to be in a horrible position,
which was very shocking to me because I didn't expect it to be that good.
For you to focus Medusa down, or have an anti-mage that goes into late game somehow.
The Timber Saw in the Medusa, this now gives you so much more fishing potential because a lot of times if you have like a squishy carry, they get jumped on, they get bursted, they get exploded if they don't press their BKB in time. But because they're so tanky, he can just.
I think Slug is alright too, yeah.
Just wait until he gets a stomp. and that guarantees his ulti damage, and that guarantees that even just like a Rubik stolen breathe
Uh,
fire.
Nyx is kind of hard to play. Like, sure, the ulti deletes mana,
for sure.
but Nyx, for one, Nyx is horrible against 5-man drafts, and Dusa inherently plays 5-man Dota. It's always the same, you know. You're like you get your butterfly, you get your manta, you push. And then Nyx Assassin, you want people to split up so you can catch them and kill them 2v1 or 1v1 even if possible. So you don't really get to play. You don't get to walk in and hit her. You're gonna die like a fucking animal.
8-2 and 13 on the Wind Ranger, and I just want to highlight.
Also, Nyx Assassin's laning phase is
they're
absolute
either
horrid.
impressive, or I just didn't even expect to work. So if we want to pull up those clips, we see the bottom lane here. We're gonna chase Lornoff. Gets the shackle onto Malrine, and I feel like he just had Malrine's number throughout the entire portion of the game. It wasn't only his shackles also that were locking him down, but it was also just like every time Malrine came out of that Rolling Thunder, it just felt
Look
like
at
he
his
was stunned by
positioning, man.
something, even a stolen Dragon Tail. As
Medusa's
this
entire team is like a
shackle
screen behind.
from
One
the
full
back
screen.
lines when they had 23 Savage just baiting.
No
all
cares,
of the
though.
abilities
Medusa's
onto
4 HP.
himself, and seems like every fight just started with a shackle and somebody on the side of Falcons getting picked off, and he still has Focus Fire, BKBing in, finishing off Amar there. Yeah, I'm just overall super impressed with the stand-in performance from Lornoff, and obviously everyone on the side of Aurora played well, but particularly him in the sense that he had 9th pick overall, got countered, and still just carried the game.
Yeah, because, I mean, you say got countered? You feel like Pango is a counter to Wind
Well,
Ranger?
I'd say he got countered in the sense that, like, Malrine got to choose the game that he wanted to play, but at the end of the day, he did win his lane on Lornoff, and also, I don't think he really ever took the pedal off the gas in that one. I just think that he was instrumental in 23 having the space that he needed. He had a couple good rotations to jabs that enabled him to basically pressure the Luna while 23 had his own game, and then we saw 23 just become this unkillable beast, and it's always just impressive. Somehow, the team that hasn't won a series yet gives Falcons their first loss.
Yeah, it was an incredible feat, and I'm sure that we are all hoping that the next game will be very, very top tier as well. But before we get to that next game, I'm going to check out what's happening behind me, because Jenkins is here, and I wonder what you got for us.
Yo, Sheev, what up?
Yo. wait.
One more time.
Yo.
Anyway, aside from that, Purge actually let me know this morning that there was some key, crucial information here on the social front to dig into. And he said actually it was Sunby that wrote a tweet about his team and about the SEA scene. Of course, he's the coach of Team Aurora, so if we can pull the tweet up here real quick. Sunby said, that's really far away, I can't read it, but basically...
Impressed with the level of Dota being played here on DreamLeague. Tough competition. SEA needs a lot of work. It is also
Who's Sunby? Is he a coach?
We must remain vigilant in knowing that our opponents are
monsters.
Why is it like? Why is his resolution for ants?
SEA is too chill.
Is it me?
No virtue and weakness. We
No, it's fucking.
but haven't lost heart.
Stress sound JPEG.
Quote, Cheever. Great vision, great reading. If we could pull up the do we have a picture of the foreign monsters that they talked about here?
Foreign monsters?
Yeah, he said that the. Yeah, there they are. Yeah, good.
Very cool.
So yeah, that's the only tweet we have here, Sheever. I looked at all the other coaches. Indeed, there wasn't.
Secret
there was
coach.
No
I
coaches
see.
that had any other tweets.
I thought his
going
name was
other than
familiar for
Boba,
some
who
more.
actually has me blocked on Twitter.
Oh, how did you see his tweets?
Which is really strange because I feel like coaches are very useful people. Like Owie 2000 would let me know at BetBoom Dacha that he thinks actually coaches are the most useful people on the team.
He gave you fantastic
A
information.
coach thinks
also
coaches are the most
at some
useful
point.
players on the
He
team?
was, very
No
direct
way.
in communicating with
He
you.
did indeed. We actually had other tweets, but I think Owie must have hacked into the system and he deleted those tweets. So that's all we're gonna have here today. Sunby thinks that there are monsters abroad. Of course, we saw some abroad monsters, and he's right. The teams are looking really good, but maybe not in this series because his team is doing some work so far.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we had some thirsty Aurora players that dealt with the broad monsters right there. We're gonna find
I'm
out
not
if they
playing the
can
rest of
replicate it around.
FF7. Like we don't do the bits. I'll play the Dio song during the break. Okay. I will listen to it now. I have no idea when the new hero is coming. Valve sent 2024 spring. But it's Valve, so it could be a different calendar than the one we use. Who fucking knows? This is the AI voice. It kind of fits this Paul's section too. Yes! How dare he call himself Farm and Chill? Him walking away from the keep as it was going down in HP was the most stressful thing I've seen all day. This guy. Oh my god. Who sang the coconut song? It was Dio! Thank you, Robert. It's good for the 41. Yeah, life's good. Life is good. Wrong deal. Thank you, Akuma. 45. not Holy Diver Dio. More like the world Dio.
I think it's going better than we thought. We qualify. I didn't really think about result, just try to do our best. I expect just to qualify to the playoff. I think we can play better in late games, in a lot of games. So we just need to improve on our late game. Yeah, I think Lorenov changed our playstyle a lot. He's really dependable, so we play around him. He's really great as a person and as a player, so I really like him and how he plays.
They've got to do something, they've got to do something as quickly as bloody possible. They're TPing into this Radiant base, and the Glyph is up. Radiant going for tier 4s and looking for a push of their own. They're thrown in the Radiant base, jabs. Ollie with Lord of the here. It's going to be a close of done it. The throne has fallen.
Yeah, we just spoke in English, but sometimes I don't understand him and I just be like, yeah, and then I just try to blend in and make him think I can understand him. But most of the time we can understand each other. I want to play Tundra again. I want to play against 1-1. I don't want to tie with him, I want to kick his ass. Shout out to everyone who root for us, and of course Armel. Unfortunately he cannot attend. Yeah, congratulations Armel on baby
Oh
shower.
shit! A new Dota player has been born.
Yeah, it is Aurora. That was the first team to do it here in second stage of group stages here for DreamLeague Season 22. Aurora, the first team to take a game off of Falcons that are the top dog, the raid boss, if you will. And we're going to find out if they can do it again. Can they 2-0 the 2-0ers? That's what we're here to find out. Purge, Effie, BSJ. We should be in the draft momentarily as well for game number 2. But I mostly want to know, Brian, because how did they do it? And is that also recreatable with maybe different heroes if they don't get their hands on the exact same lineup? Which obviously shouldn't be the case. Yes. That's it. Okay, thank you. That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Effie?
How did they do it? Honestly, like I mentioned twice already, I think they have a very strong early game. They have a very strong laning stage.
ED ban.
They had a good draft. That
Interesting.
We biasedly didn't acknowledge because it was Falcons they're going up against. But when you think about it, they did end up fading the Medusa instead of having it stolen away. Maybe that's what they wanted, because not the Medusa, they ended up baiting the Luna because we were like, whoa, heads up play, they stole Luna.
Yeah.
But they took the Medusa instantly after, so maybe they wanted Falcons to take that Luna with the knowledge that their Medusa would completely outscale and crush them.
Yeah, it looked pretty effective because, like, for Luna to commit to Medusa, you're in the danger zone big time. Like, you've been attacked for like a second already, and you have to now run away if she ulties. So it kind of felt like in those late game stages where they were behind net worth, that Luna just had no easy way to commit basically to the kills.
I think a lot of that actually has to do with their last pick, Pango. I mean, they picked Pango into the Wind Ranger, which we know would be difficult, and Pango was their defusal buyer, so a lot of that game was dependent on Pango having a good game, rotating on the Medusa, but he got one of his rotations interrupted, and he just got outmaneuvered in that early game too, and they could never really use the defusal timing and on the Pangolier to pressure the Medusa is what it felt like.
Yeah, one thing that was cool about the Medusa was it did delay the DK's top push a lot. Like, Medusa's a great
Where are
carry
these
to
guys
just
playing
take
from?
the wave and walk away, and DK
Like some
generally
kinda
will
EU
move
team
those
house or
carries out
what?
lane, so I underestimated that.
There's no way it's SCA because it did have like 180 ping or something.
I think DK usually makes you respond to him a lot. Usually I think like Timbersaw is going to have to go top because he's like the main source of damage against
Gulag?
DK, and that's gonna
Unlucky.
free up a lot of space for Skeeter. But that, like, complete opposite of that happened. Like, 23 mainly held the top area himself, which allowed Aurora to make either counterplays on, as you mentioned, Malrine and around the mid lane, where they got some crucial kills from Lornoff, and also playing around Jabs, who went like an early Blink Dagger, giving them like a pseudo initiator, which they did lack with that lineup. So pretty cool adjustments. I was overall very impressed with the way Aurora played that. I had definitely counted them out going into this series.
I mean, this draft so far, with the only difference from previous games so far is the Elder Titan ban instead of the Leshrac ban. But for Aurora, it's been exactly the same. For Falcons, obviously, other than that ban also. I'm just curious which supports they're gonna take instead, because if the main takeaway for Falcons from previous game was, hey, the problem was this Elder Titan that Ollie played, and we're gonna take that out, now the game's gonna be completely different, then yeah.
And there's still the typical, you know, Undyings and Lions and things that you can look at like that. And here comes the Medusa respect fan.
Yeah.
You just don't want to deal with when you face Medusa. I love this Tiny. I think when you have a Tiny on your team, you're always, outside of the flex potential of mid, offlane, and support for Falcons, you always guarantee that you're going to have that displacement stun initiator type. In that last game, we discussed the possibility of them just going Magnus or Tiny towards the very end to be able to team fight a little bit better, but they ended up doubling down on Malrein's hero, and I think they're not going to do that this time around. If they have last pick, they're going to use it very wisely, because they definitely learned to respect Aurora after that game 1.
Yeah, the way that I remember Aurora also beating Team Spirit was having 23 just be absurdly farmed on Sven, and they just barreled down lanes, and the other team wasn't able to fight them. We did talk about pre-game series that they were winning a lot of their games early, Mira, and they had like
Falcon didn't just lose the game, they got stomped.
They were losing games.
They watched how push their base for like 20 minutes straight.
You know,
And there was nothing they could have done or did do.
Because as you said, like
They just watched it happen.
Balling against these displacement spells, because you just eventually your Medusa that was tanking all the spells is no longer in position to. Obviously, that hero's not going to be in the game, but like she'll be out of position, and you'll have to come save her rather than huddle around her with heroes like ET. So I like that Falcons is basically saying, if you're going to beat us like a very different way than you just beat us.
5 seconds remaining.
Except though they're on the same side in pick order, so there's a lot of straightforward similarities. They're going to opt for Pugna instead of Elder Titan.
Pick me Pugna.
So
concept.
Yeah, I guess so. Amplifying magic damage a little, provide some team fight, some nice save. I don't know if Pugna's gonna be able to do as much to like interrupt skirmishes in the like 10.
Shiva's card is still very good either.
To what he did on
It's viable for sure.
I feel like you need double frontliners with Pugna. Like if you have a Pugna and you're drafting for him, you're either drafting him as a mana battery for something like a Storm Spirit, or you have double frontliners where they're going to take up all of the attention during a fight, and you just hide in the background and you're just healing them up. Because you would see that in the past with heroes like Mars, who would just go in first, or heroes like during that melee, was it the melee mid patch of Earthshaker and Earth
Spirit and Primal.
When that was happening, we saw the most Pugna because he pairs the best with heroes like that. So Timber enough is gonna make Pugna useful, but I would like to see a +1 hero, because now you don't really have reliable stuns on both of your supports. So you have to double down on just running at the enemy team. Also, you have to consider Storm Spirit still when this Pugna comes out. It would solve
Luna
the issue.
again.
I don't mind running the Luna back. I think the bottom lane was not the issue last game. I think if they have better core-to-core matchups with the Timber Saw, like DK at the end of the day is one of their stables, but it does not match up well against Timber.
I don't know where Falcon is playing either.
Go a route that enables Amar.
But for some reason, their background reminds me of Romania.
They also just ran out of damage. That was the issue.
I've seen similar places before when I played there.
It feels like Luna wouldn't have run out of damage there.
Good point.
Is a Huskar a possibility this game? I mean, obviously they don't know the other cores yet.
I doubt they're playing from NA.
But I don't think you
It's
can
hyping.
I think it's like a lane griefer for the opponent. Like that's what Huskar's purpose is, because Huskar doesn't like rotating. He's like a really slow hero, and he wants to farm up his armlet. So, like he has to basically nullify the opponent's mid chances of rotating by just shitting on them so hard in lane. So, picking it before you see your lane matchup, I don't think is a good idea.
It's got to be really dangerous against Timber anyways, though, right? Because it's so much
That
pure
matchup
damage
goes
and-
both ways, yeah.
Yeah.
Pango at this phase looks better than their last
10 to 17, what a shit
already
hero.
saw everything and still wasn't the best Pango game, but they already showed both of their strengths, so you can't really counter the Pango through something like a Grimstroke anymore. And now you see these two backline heroes that need to be disrupted don't have reliable lockdown where they can just jump to Pango and chain stun him. So the pick makes a lot of sense.
I love this Sven pick. I can't believe that hero is somehow still in the draft. Sven against Luna. I'm going to look up this matchup on Dota Buff, actually, but as a carry player, I hate playing Luna into Sven. It just feels like we talked about running out of damage against Medusa, and I feel like now you've got like Pugna Ward, which minimizes your spell damage, and then you've got Warcry, for all the physical glaives bouncing all over the place. So I think they might have a similar issue as what they had game one.
And it also feels like as a Luna, you have like a nice little burst with your Eclipse or whatever, but like Sven just has more longevity in the team fight than you. And worst case, you could always stun or run away. So
It's also your second frontliner that Pugna can just heal up. Now the Pugna looks a lot more useful, and also this Sven covered for another thing that Pugna was lacking, which was Disable. There wasn't enough reliable Disable on both of the supports, so you pick a carry with Disable who fares well against Luna. It's almost the perfect pick. And the issue with Sven versus Luna is he counters both of her damage types. He buys BKB to counter Eclipse, and Warcry counters Luna's right clicks.
I do think the Ags Luna build was kind of cool before they buffed BKB. Like, the 50% into 60% is a big deal against these type of heroes that just would put 4,000 damage on the ground. And I know a lot of people haven't gone for that Ags, but I just think that Eclipse damage as a whole, even without the Ags, like you mentioned, like that BKB buff is significant in changing this matchup just even more slightly in favor of Sven.
Yeah. On the bright side for Pango, though, he doesn't have to worry at all about the cores between the Sven and the Timbersaw when it's rolling. So if he can just scout and hit the back lines, it should make the fights a little bit easier for Falcons. But yeah, the Sven is a bit worrying, certainly.
I will say also for Falcons, there's still a lot of flex potential, and obviously Aurora gets to pick first.
Yeah, there is flex potential, but I don't think you want to flex Tiny to offlane here. I think you need a solution to this Sven. And the only solution I'm seeing versus Sven is maybe you rupture him so you just stand still and your Luna can kite him in fights.
That'd
You
be
can
cool.
also rupture Timbersaw. They need to make sure that their last pick on Falcons addresses the issues here, because there is a Sven problem that Falcons are currently facing.
Last time we saw Bloodseeker versus Sven, Brian, you pointed out that he's a hero that likes standing and fighting. Is it still good enough? Because both Timber and Sven, it feels like both of those two heroes are like, they're good against Bloodseeker, but they're also bad against him.
Yeah, I'd say that the Falcons lineup is very good at kiting you. Like, Luna would probably go Hurricane Pike here, Pango, Tiny, like, CM good at, like, peeling you off and slowing you down. So I think against Sven, I don't know how well that works against, like, the Superman strat. Like, in the past, that would just be so obvious. That's how you deal with Sven here. But I really don't know, because now I'm thinking, like, if Team Falcons can just stall fights, kite the Sven a little bit, that would go to their favor, but I don't know.
You need to solve this Sven somehow. And I looked at ATF's hero pool, and to me, it felt like the most viable solution since the Vipers went out. That would have been the best option for them. I guess you could flex Tiny to offlane and maybe go for something like Oracle, like a save support. That way you can just save the Luna for enough time to survive Sven's burst, and then you can try to disengage and re-kite from there.
What about
another option?
Is Pango offlane an option? I mean, Amar played it once
They've
before.
done Pango offlane before. I actually liked Slardar ban, because that like makes Sven no longer carry the game. Just like a BKB piercing disable minus armor that counters the Warcry. So suddenly
What
these
did that guy
heroes
say?
Maybe struggle for damage would find it. So I like the Viper Slardar bans because they're just like anti-Sven carrying the game bans.
And that happened to also be very high up into
Amar's hero pool,
wheelhouse,
yeah. So they're definitely considering like the fact that this Tiny Pango could be going anywhere.
Oh,
Most likely
he's not even
they're
banned
scared of
here.
Amar's.
He's
They're
banned by
Amar's hero just
Twitch.
because they don't have a way to deal with it, and usually when you're dealing
And then
with
he came
carries,
here
like,
asking for an
dealing with matchups
unban.
is ideal to cover all stages of the game.
Centaur's still in the
Run it
game.
back.
They just got it back. Yeah.
Centaur's still in. Not great
Centaur,
versus Timbersaw.
Primal Beast.
Great versus Wind Ranger.
Lesh was banned last game.
I was thinking about Lesh potentially with the Pango offlane flex, because we saw that Lesh can out DPS Sven. We saw that Team Spirit versus BetBoom. The Laurel's Lesh really popped off, but is it dependable enough? It would be good versus Timber too.
Yeah.
Tight Hunter.
I like the Lesh.
The tightest hunter.
Pugna, though, and Rubik. It's not good against the supports.
We got 5 seconds left. It will be Shadow
Shadow Demon. Oh, Tiny offlane, I guess, or Pango offlane.
Anti-Sven carry hero because you get the Ags, so you're purging him through BKB. breaking
Pretty
him.
good pick.
Good against Wind Ranger. That's a pretty. And they also have Shadow Demon Luna.
Yeah, and Melreen gets a do-over of the mid lane previous
Run it
game.
back.
I know that the mid laners generally like it to get a second shot, you know?
And Crit's probably the best SD in the world, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about the save support last pick, because
Offlane Tiny.
Luna, you
Doesn't
need
feel
to
like an
survive
Amar hero,
the
does it?
first. You need to make sure that when his BKB is up, you're still alive and that you can disengage. And I guess Disruption can buy valuable seconds of time that Luna needs, it's a good pick. It synergizes very well with Luna, but their draft still looks really strong in Aurora.
He's good at
It's
it.
a solution, but not.
Let's see. Prediction based on draft. I think left draft look better. Falcons draft look better.
Them what they needed, but it's not like the ultimate counter, if that makes sense.
It's not as good
I think
against
Shadow Demon is a really nice hero to play against Windrunner.
He's good against carries that
And
you
Sven.
rely on walking around in order to do damage in fights, and Sven no longer fits that
The
description,
mid matchup
so
is
I
kind
will say
of
that
whatever, I think. It's Pango versus Windrunner.
I think Aurora's
Tiny against Sven is a bit Sven favorite. Because Sven just has stupidly high base stat. I think he's just gonna farm. Shouldn't be too much. Too big of a deal.
So I want to see if Aurora
Yeah, he's gonna farm a lot.
gameplay that I expect them to start well. They've been doing that consistently, but will they be able to finish? That's the question.
And one downside.
And then it's Luna versus Sven as a carry matchup. And Luna versus Timber in laning matchup. I think Luna actually suffers a bit in that one and has chance to kill that lane still, especially if Timber's all fucks up 1 or 2 chains.
You still have to deal with the Sven afterwards, and they haven't addressed that very well outside of the SD ulti. So they have this like window to kill him, and once SD ulti's gone, it's like, all right, good luck on the fight.
Yeah, Sven's lane should be pretty free too, so that's a bit of a concern in my end.
Also, SDLT is very good versus Wind Ranger as well. We didn't address that because you can just purge off the Wind Run and maybe get a few really important kills there. To be less biased in my analysis this time, I think Aurora still have a very good draft, but Falcons have the tools to fight back. Their execution is going to be harder though, because them winning fights will depend on how well they can kite, and Aurora winning fights is going to be how fast they can burst before they get kited. So we'll see what happens.
It sounds like the panel is a little bit split. It could go either way, and that's the way we like it. That's the way our commentary team likes it as well, where we're heading to right now after the PogChamp Pandas.
Game number 2 between Falcons and Aurora. We have learned that Falcons are indeed human. After all, they are not ChatGPT 6.0 sentient beings. AGI not online yet because they lost a game. And not only that, they got
Luna needs so much help this game just to auto attack anything.
stomping them.
Needs stuns for her. Needs saves. Needs vision. Needs like everything.
Yep, and that is going to be the challenge here, is going to convert this, because now Falcons have got a taste of what Aurora are all about.
F.
You are gonna have to use your disruption at some point, but it matters not. First blood for Lorinoff, and that is a great...
How did this walk in 1 versus 5 like that? Holy shit.
Will be a 2-for-2 rune split, so at least that for Falcons will be even. But yeah, off to a good start already. Still will be a true challenge for Aurora to see if they can repeat what they managed to do.
Yeah, fucking Amar. He just walks in, hits them once and leaves. 5 heroes.
The mid matchup probably still good. So
If they all turned at the same time and chased him uphill, he was dead.
Similar enough that
But they didn't see other heroes, so they didn't do it, I think.
It's also an offlane Tiny playing against an offlane Timbersaw. Obviously, they're not laning against each other, but just that core matchup, not the best either. So I actually think on a hero-to-hero matchup, I really like what Aurora have got this time.
Might want to do these things. Should be fine.
The big difference, Cinderin, is no Elder Titan, which we were questioning last game, but
yeah,
once we got to about the mid-game stage, just saw the benefits of having all those Echo Stomps, and I mean, he hit multi-hero ET ults very consistently in that game.
It goes to show that Falcons had the same feeling about that game as I did, that Ollie was the MVP, right? The fact that they choose out of all the heroes from the last game to prioritize banning, it was the Elder Titan being the first phase ban coming out from...
Shaking hands. I saw it.
Ollie will be on the Pugna. He's a very good Pugna player as well.
Kalle.
I feel like this is a difficult Pugna game, actually. Tiny eats you alive. Pango can be super annoying. Luna is a hybrid damage carry, so she can also kill people even when they're decrepified. The guy you're life draining can just get disrupted. Plenty of potential problems for
Also,
Ollie.
Crit will probably get an Aghanim Scepter this game, in which case to be able to take off Decrepify and Windrun at any point, or Warcry.
Yep.
There's plenty to choose from.
And if he has the shard, he can take off the offensive Decrepify.
Yep, that is true. But we'll see if Aurora can get off to a great start. They never relinquished their lead either. They're just feeling free now that they have been eliminated from this tournament.
Nice body block. Malrine.
Swashbuckle onto the high ground. Lorenov being chased. Shield crashes there.
What a fucking player.
One kill. They tip
Holy shit, what a fucking player, dude. And then he pulls the keep wave so the other keeps go into tower. And he pulls so hard my fucking stream crashed apparently. What a fucking player.
Going into this lane and still gets killed level 3 in a...
Damn.
I feel like you could ask any top mid player in the world, they would say this is not a lane that Pango can get a kill in.
Right.
Malrine with the sick body block against the wind run. And then the chain spell usage will get both water runes. So even with Lorenov coming back to lane straight away, Malrine full on resources to try to do it again.
Yep, he's warmed up after one game. Playing that Pango. Didn't have a huge impact on the game overall since
Malrine is so good.
stuck with 3 kills.
How come he was not known at all until like last year or something?
I've not seen Falcons
That's so
dominate
weird.
that much at either tournament. BetBoom Dacha and this one.
This guy seems like a player who's been good for a long time.
Aurora definitely have something up their sleeve here. Let's see if they can replicate it without the
Such a big hero pool too. Plays consistently well in laning phase and mid game is absurd.
the Tiny off lane.
He was stuck in a contract and forbidden from pro for a year. Oh my god, that's so shit.
Why Falcons decided on this.
No wonder. He's a really good player.
Playing, let's say for example, the Pango Tiny offlane could have even worked here, and then you could have picked a better mid.
That's so fucked.
To the Windranger. You could have put the Tiny 4 with Pango still mid and got another offlaner that fares up better against the Sven. But I guess they just feel like one upside in this game is if you do get farmed on the Tiny, as Amar has done before in these games, and get the Conda, your hero can actually one-shot probably someone like Windranger. Even the Timber will take massive amounts of damage from the Tiny, so it might not be as one-sided of a matchup as we're used to thinking of it as. And above all else, it's comfort, right? It's what they probably evaluated. This is the best way for us to set up our lanes and accomplish what we want. So they're going to stick to their guns.
After all this Conda talk, Cinderin, where everybody on Reddit and throughout the community overall picking Conda on every hero and everyone talking about how bad it is on most heroes. We start out this tournament saying, it's probably good on about 3 heroes. I think there's about 7 now that we've established that's actually good on. What's that?
List them.
Conda is so good on Tiny.
Can we do this now?
Yeah.
Okay, there's
It's like one of the best items you can buy on a hero.
Yeah,
Morphlings.
That's 4 so far.
Alright, you're more than halfway. That's good enough. Pass. That's a passing grade.
I'm sure
Wonderful.
there's at least 2 more we can come up with. Surely.
Yeah, let me know when you figure it out.
Okay. Go ahead and cast the game while I look
Did
at
you
the
mention
list.
Tiny?
Yes, I did.
Alright.
I could have
so
lied there.
So
Toss
there's
back
4.
onto 23 Savage.
Decrep instantly disrupted though.
Yeah, so that's going to basically nullify it. He has tons of stacks of poison on
Is that enough? One more. I think it's one more and he's dead.
The 5th one. He's dead.
Oh my god.
Okay. He actually lives.
Yikes.
You seemed very sure he was dead.
No, he was standing still. I'm not sure if the 5th stack actually hit or not. Or if that was a 4-pop. But either way, really good aggression from Falcons. This is going to cost Sven so much on this wave. Now, as the panel has talked about, fortunately for Sven,
I didn't hear about Mouse coming back, but I doubt it's the same Mouse as before.
Good.
I think most people management there, they all left.
To the Mighty Mines.
It's no more than a name.
Get that nice HP regen while he's jungling.
You got to keep talking, Cinderin.
Conda is a beautiful item. I love it very much. I think it's good on 5 heroes. Other heroes won't touch.
Won't touch, huh?
The Conda.
Okay, Ollie, in a bit of trouble here. Disruption. Malrine making his rotation over. Gonna focus on the core though, as, oh my god, Crit is the one that gets taken out instead, but the Avalanche finds their main target. And 23 Savage, oh my goodness, that was close. Does end up falling to
Shell Demon ended up dying instead.
grave. And now focus fire on a Malrine, trying to get to the high ground.
Oh no.
Swashes as well, and TP, he's gone.
Does he even have Shackle? I didn't see skill build.
Zeus. That's 6.
Nobody has bought Conda on Zeus this tournament. Not a single player.
It's close enough. It's phylactery.
Okay.
Late game, you will obviously finish it.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that's objectively true. If it goes late enough. Okay? Well, I'm really struggling for the 7th one. Stop looking at the hero list, Cinderin.
I'm trying to help you.
So this
Bounty Hunter,
gonna end.
technically,
yeah,
could buy Phylactery, and then if it goes late game,
yeah, okay.
he might buy it for his full build.
I actually skipped over Bounty because I knew you were going to flame me, but I'll take it.
Really?
It's fine, yeah.
Since when do you care what I think?
That's a good point. I don't know.
The only one you care about what thinks about you is Sheever with your jacket. Really?
Yeah, that's true.
Really,
I really care a lot.
Got you with that one. Rune fight.
Yep, 8-minute rune is upon us.
Oh shit!
Cucked.
Really
The whole fucking village came to cuck him. All together. Oh, he's gonna get stolen? Oh, it's all 5.
Doesn't have TP for 8, so we'll just have to.
He bumps him once and fucks off.
To his side of the river eventually.
Oh shit,
Laura
man.
Finds a snaking. Onto the high ground he goes. Jabs coming in. Oh,
Nice
power
sidestep.
shot actually does get dodge cute. There's 4 members. They better get this kill.
Well, they will.
He does die.
CM players are moving at 220 MS. What can you do?
This does leave 23 in a calm
Yo,
1v1.
Sven's net worth is absolute fucking dog shit.
Definitely not favored against
The hell?
level 6 Tiny to just get every last hit. Tiny obviously with massive damage with the point and grow. But you're Dire and you can do this. And as long as you get your timing right and stack the camps, you can tell he's using the stun here specifically to be on time to stack this one. See if he counted it well. He did.
Very big juicy boy. Oh, that's an unfortunate break though.
Yep.
That creep has got to be one of the more annoying ones.
It's very annoying, especially because there's 2 of them in the camp.
Yeah. As Ollie.
Crit's pretty dead
Fine
here.
crit here, Lornoff. Oh, you say
Maybe
that,
not.
but Mars coming in with the Avatos potential. Doesn't even need the toss. Calculated it down to a science as Ollie takes a tumble. But Jab's coming in now, focus fire. Onto Amar, 23 Savage as well coming in. Gets the toss off. Stormhammer does hit though. And Amar will fall to
Wow.
the Chakram.
All core showing up too. The whole village again.
You get Amar and Crit mixed up all the time. It's fine.
Is under attack.
10-minute power room inbound. Let's see if Lornoff can be on time for this one against Malrine. Has the coverage of snaking. They really want this one. Aurora gonna try to match in numbers.
Yeah, and the rune will
Never
be
lucky.
bottom invis.
Crit is...
Died to the ancient stack.
Huh?
Let's just say that was on purpose somehow.
It was on purpose for sure.
It's probably faster to die to that than to run back to base from there. If he already got the stack off. Yeah, it's definitely faster.
Okay then. The great deny from Crit. Congratulations to him.
I mean, that's not to say it was on purpose, but I do think it was worth it, whether it was on purpose or not.
Malrine,
though. Jabs.
Invis. Jabs can feel it though.
He can feel it.
Good instincts.
Oh, a buzz in his ass. Like, bzz, bzz, go back. It's double buzz. 1 buzz is smoke gang, 2 buzzes go back.
But he knows that he picked up the invis and he's not showing mid, so the decision-making tree is relatively limited here for Malrine.
Just like in chess.
Gonna stop him from stacking these ancients, you would imagine. Nope, he's actually gonna let him do it.
Yeah, doesn't want to give it away, Cinderin. Or he just steals it later.
Yeah, this is really good if Jabs were to go for this right now, if you could steal a big chunk of it, but now the invis will expire. Jabs actually saw him there on the stairs.
Oh, wow.
For a brief moment, Malrine was 1 step down too far.
He's wasted a lot of time now. Swash. You got some Aurora members coming in. Swash was stolen by Q. Tower does fall, though, as Malrine.
Oh, nice lift.
Oh, that's
Gets
dev.
shackled to a tree instead and bursted down. After all of that time, Malrine gets punished super hard.
They
Aurora
still get
read
the
him like a book.
tower. They get the tower and they're pushing mid tower, so not too bad for Falcons there.
Oh, Frostbite into the freezing field as Jab's making his way. Gets the Avatos now. That is
Oh
enough
my
burst damage
God.
to take him out.
Holy shit.
To be next.
Snaking the Ice Queen.
Yep.
Snake King, the Ice Queen.
Question is, how
Ah.
much damage can he do? Can he take out Snaking potentially? No. Avalanche will cancel the drain.
Really good plays happening from both sides right now. Does feel like Falcons are coming out ahead though. The Sven's game is just too slow. When you're
Nerf CM, yeah. The ult is too strong.
match on pace, but
It should be the other way around. CM should lose armor for casting ulti. She's channeling.
very well in their favor. As a result, Sven being 5th on net worth right now. Climbing to 4th just then from farming the stack. A lot of ground to cover. That kill on Malrine down in bottom was really clutch though. Q lifted him instantly in the swashbuckle as the animation was beginning. Basically inhuman reaction, so you kind of need to predict that he's going to cast it at that moment in time. And then they got it into a shackle shot as he was rolling up into the Rolling Thunder, so very nice.
Picking up support is nice because the hero has good stats.
Well, so that's 3 tier 1s now taken by
Good damage, good stat growth, good move speed, good attack range.
a bit more
It's bad HP and bad armor, but because of the other things, you can kind of compensate. Also, his spells are good for harassing. He's overall a very good support hero.
This tournament, I mean, you asked how many nerfs will it take, Cinderin, to make this hero not good anymore. Maybe we are at that point.
The shit part of pregnant support is that it's a support with no stun. And his ulti is not very good. Especially for a support.
Not picking it when it's not banned. That must mean something. Avalanche, toss back.
Such
23 Savage is dead.
He was not expecting to get jumped by his own tier 2 in mid. There was no protection nearby. His entire team is bottom. Falcons will take that and they will invade the triangle, try to remove vision, maybe play some of their own, get some control of this area, steal away those ancients.
Yeah, Malrine has the defusal now. Well, that's another thing. You eventually get the disperser, then you get more dispels on Aurora.
Blink for his item, Shadow Demon. Makes sense. He needs to save people. Smoke gank. Where is that?
Smoke now from Aurora. Looking for a fight. 23 Savage. Maybe finishing that Echo Saber here pretty shortly. Jab's working on a Blink Dagger, so just a casual Kaya into Blink. Seeing the Blink prioritized a lot more this tournament, I feel like.
Yep. A little bit worrisome whether he's going to be tanky enough on the Timber here. Up against some insane magic damage burst and not opting for any magic resist. You're against Luna, you're against Tiny, Crystal Maiden. Could see a lot of value in an Eternal Shroud in this game. I think other Timbers in this tournament would have prioritized that.
Armor that works on Helldivers? Feels good, man.
And keep in mind,
Maybe we're not gonna get one-shot anymore by all the range attacks in the game.
have his Decrepify. That's not really going to help against that problem. No.
I think I'd still play medium armor in that game though. I think heavy's too shit.
Increased magic damage taken by allies.
Crit looking for a big target. We'll find the Rubik instead. Demonic Purge into an eventual death. Slows it down with the stolen shield crash, but Crit will take credit for it. But the rest of Falcon still smoked on the side, but they're not going to
Just take a one-shot in heavy, but then what's the point?
disastrous for him. Avalanche found by Amar, tossed back to Malrine, who has the damage rune. Rolling Thunder comes out, Stormhammer, and Jab's coming with the burst damage onto Snake King. Not enough for the kill, though, as Ollie is here to save 23 Savage.
Power shot not enough. Did break the salve, though, but he has Tranquil Boots, so should be able to stay out on the map and not have to go back to base. Yeah, that time they managed to save 23 in time, but still the pressure really is on him. His net worth is cripplingly low for a game of this kind. His 3k lead is quite significant in the matchups. And you reckon Aurora at this point probably want to try to find some sort of a play around their Timbersaw. Now that he has the dagger, if you're going an offensive build like this, you better fight, right? Like, otherwise, what was the point? If he's just gonna go and farm, he could have bought all of these tankiness items for when the fights eventually break out.
Jabs is spotted. Ooh!
That's
Wow.
a quick reaction.
That was so fast. Although 23 Savage would definitely be the bigger kill. Pops his ult in an attempt to get away. Frostbite is there with a freezing field to follow. That is a freebie for Falcons. And a yikes.
The game is over.
23 Savage and company. That's after they saw the Timbersaw get away.
I actually don't understand why the Sven is this poor.
Helps you run.
I thought the lane was fine against Tiny, but apparently they get smashed.
Slow resistance. It's one of the abilities that gives that.
One of the few.
Yeah.
Hasn't been a very popular mechanic.
It didn't help there.
Hasn't caught on too much. Yeah, Frostbite not effective.
Yeah.
And Amar did open it up with the blink. And what is he building now? With that Void Stone.
Echo probably into Conda, maybe?
Dire's structures are
We'll see.
fortified.
Okay. Looks like the
Echo is coming.
Is under attack. Radiant
Falcon's in a very comfortable spot in this game too.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, the big difference from last game, Skeeter is by far the top net worth right now. And this is kind of the, you know, this is what we've gotten used to in these Falcon games. Feels more standard.
Yes, the balance Luna illusions.
Don't worry about that Elder Titan Astral Spirit any longer. As Crit will be prioritizing. Now that he has his Blink, we'll be going for the Cleanse, and then the eventual Aghanim Scepter, obviously a long ways away. I wonder if he just waits for the Tormentor just to see. I mean, their shards are actually pretty damn good all around.
Yeah.
Like, it's a core tiny, so the shard's not too bad now. As Crit finds an opening. Onto Jabs as the Eclipse comes out from Skeeter, and another freebie for Falcons. As Q is found out, Malrine, shadowed by Snake King. Amar gonna get the Avalanche, actually hits the Wind Ranger as well. Tossback actually helps Q a little bit, but the tree throw does finish the job as Ollie, oh boy, this is getting out of hand quickly. Frostbit up, Lucent Beam inside his, oh wow.
Inside his ass.
Lauren off on the side as well. So 4 kills across the board, and obviously the Sven could not help out because God's Strength has been down.
He is even in danger here.
Where's Timber Eternal Shrouds? I don't know.
23 Savage wants to fight through this, knowing that the backup is likely coming. And we'll pop the war cries. The TP is coming from Aurora. 23 Savage is very little mana. Swashbuckle's there. It's not quite enough to get the kill, though. His jab's coming in.
Oh, shit.
A lot of damage.
Oh, shit.
Is enough to find the
Come
kill.
back.
23 Savage lives. That was unexpected.
Yeah, that's a great outcome for them. I was like, why is 23 falling for this, you know? He's standing there fighting the Tiny for so long. Obviously, they have the outpost advantage, but you'd think that backup from Falcons will arrive in time.
No,
They
Demonic
didn't.
Purge, Lauren off. No win run for you, which means Skeeter can just right-click
This is
to
just
his
sad
heart's
death.
content.
I wonder how many games Falcons have last picked Shadow Demon. I feel like it's been 3. Pretty much the only team in this tournament to last pick a support that much. But they're...
It's been the most impactful last pick support several times now.
Yeah. They're picking it for a reason, and Crit is delivering. Killing off the enemy mid-hero there. Pushing with the Luna now. With the Disruption Illusions, mid-tower is gone. And now the planning for Roshan begins. Basically, the entire net worth lead of Falcons is sitting on the Luna. So if Aurora could somehow find a fight where they initiate and kill Skitter...
Holy shit, I just saw her net worth.
Big win for them.
She's
But
50% up on Sven.
obviously will be protected by that Shadow Demon at most points of the game, you would imagine.
Yeah, they just have so many dispels at their disposal. 23 Savage now grouping up with the rest of Aurora to take out their Tormentor. Amar hunting, gets the toss back into the Ava. Do they have the vision? Yes, Q is dead. Tormentor will give Q his shard in the grave as the Rolling Thunder finding Wind Ranger. There's a heal up from Ollie, but it's not enough. Lucent Beam finishes him off. Eclipse very deep. Falcons are going, and 23 Savage falls. It's gonna buy back on, okay, it's not gonna matter. It's just the Rubik buyback. They find 4 kills deep in the base, and Falcons We've seen this before with the
GG.
Luna as GG just
And I think I'm done too. I think I've had enough Dota for the day. I'll watch more tomorrow morning.
20-minute game.
Thank you all for watching, guys.
Aurora, they built up. They got
I'll
their
start
spin
early
ready, and then
tomorrow.
They instantly lost before he was ready.
GG,
Yeah,
Thank you all for watching once again.
late. They're probably
And
running right now.